Okay, is it coming through?
It's coming through, but it's quite faint. Can we increase the volume?
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite faint.
Yes, it is faint even in the chamber.
All right.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky.
Okay, I've set it to maximum. Is it still soft?
In the chamber, one delay is fine.
It's fine, eh? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we're also good here in S/A.
All right, all right.
it's good.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Malo, mosadi wa konokono. Ilelelelelelelelelele.
Oh, Honorable Kim. Dimpokote di ka mohare.
Ke le gopotse man, ke le tlhoafaletse batho ba ka.
Le nna ke re dimpokoto di ka mogare. Wathinta abafazi wathinta impokoto.
Yeah, real stuff, chief. Real stuff. Batho ba ka ba ba massive.
ama-tweets ayi-2 then sisele
Good morning, honorable delegates, honorable speaker, honorable ministers that are here. I welcome you to the NCOP. Could we all rise and observe a moment of silence or meditation in prayer?
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. You may resume your seats. I'm going to allow a few moments for the honorable members who are arriving into the chamber. Okay. There is also provision made in the room next door in S12A for the overflow, where there is also IT facilities available. So those who can't find seats in the chamber, you are welcome to join us from the room next door. Honorable members and delegates, I want to acknowledge the presence amongst us today, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Tokodiriza, the Honorable Minister Chikunga, and the House Chair from the National Assembly, the Honorable Cedric Frolick, other members of Parliament who are here with us, and I know that there are various ministers, deputy ministers, and members of Parliament that are joining us on the virtual platform. I want to welcome everybody to this very important session of the Women's Parliament in the 7th Administration, the first one that we are hosting. I would like you all to please rise for the national anthems of the Republic of South Africa as well as the African Union.
Usisileleli Afrika, malupa Yesu kondolayo, Kiswahili tanazo yetu, Usisileleli China, lusapolwayo, Murela buluga sichama sa Yesu, Usibuluke, sichabasa, Yesu, sichabasa, South Africa, South Africa.
Thank you very much. You may resume your seats. Honorable Speaker, I must confess that this is the first time that I'm surrounded in one room by so many beautiful women. But for some reason, I don't feel intimidated. Thank you very much. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus that is with us today. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this P20 Women's Parliament. Parliament is convening this historic first Women's Parliament of the 7th Dispensation under the theme, I quote, accelerating equality, sustainability, and shared growth, correcting the gender redistribution bias of growth and development through the Women's Charter, the MTDP, and the 2025 G20 Development, unquote. Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman to be elected into the US Congress, said, and I quote, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And the women of our country, when they marched to the union buildings, that is what they did. They were not being given a seat at the table, but they walked to the union buildings and made their voices heard. Honorable delegates, in preparation for the G20 and P20 Speakers Summits, this historic session is being held to give women from all important spheres of society the opportunity to meaningfully participate in international policy and legislative deliberations. The P20 Women's Parliament is positioned as a high-level and strategic build-up activity in line with the goals and the priorities of South Africa's G20 presidency. One of the key objectives of this session is to enable a purposeful focus on the implementation of South Africa's transformation agenda. The P20 Women's Parliament seeks to provide a platform for all South African women to clearly delineate gender-responsive and developmental priorities for targeted oversight by Parliament over the medium term. This session seeks further to institutionalize three-sphere governmental preparations and cooperation oversight mechanisms to oversee the implementation of the key gender transformation priorities. Today and tomorrow, we will scrutinize the medium-term development plan, highlighting that development plans can either perpetuate inequality or drive transformation. A key aspect of our reflection will be to evaluate the implementation of the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. We must assess the progress made, identify the gaps, and outline actionable steps to ensure its full realization. Let us therefore use this platform to challenge existing norms, share innovative solutions, and forge alliances that will propel us towards a more equitable future. Together, we can turn the vision of equality and shared growth into a tangible reality for all South Africans. Distinguished delegates, as we gather for this P20 Women's Parliament, we are reminded of the urgent need to address the scourge of gender-based violence that plagues our society. A plague that does not only target women, but has now targeted our children from birth upwards. And that is a scourge that we need to address very seriously. It is happening far too often, and we should not become cold to the fact that this is just another incident. So my message for you today is gender-based violence and the violence that is perpetuated on the most vulnerable of our society, and that is our children. This conference presents a critical opportunity for us to reflect on the devastating impact of gender-based violence and to galvanize our collective efforts to combat it. Let us use this platform to come up with clear, outcome-based oversight priorities that will guide our actions and hold all of us accountable. We must ensure that our discussions translate into tangible strategies, robust policies, and effective implementation that will make meaningful differences in the lives of women and girls. Allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for making time out of your busy schedules to attend this critical gathering. Your presence here today is a testament to our commitment to advancing gender transformation. Ayn Rand, the Russian-American author, once said, and I quote, "The question isn't who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. You are the women of our country, women of strength. Let no one stop you. This is the platform for you to exert your minds and to come up with those tangible solutions that we all seek." At this point, I just want to mention also that the rules of Parliament, which most of us are familiar with, but the rules for this session today and tomorrow have been placed before you. So please familiarize yourself with those rules so that we conduct ourselves in a dignified and orderly manner and that we have a very meaningful session. I also want to acknowledge the contributions made by Honorable Minister Stella Ndabeni from Small Business Development. You may have seen in the Queen's Hall when you came in, the displays that were there from small business. When you have time during the day, today and tomorrow, visit those stalls there and see the kind of work that's being done from that department. Honorable members, I welcome you once again, and I hand over to the Honorable House Chair, Sir Rick Frolick, who will now take over from me. Thank you.
So thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Good morning to all our esteemed guests, Excellencies, the Speaker, the Minister, as well as the representatives from different sectors in the country. Some of you might find it strange that you have two males presiding over the opening session. And I wish to indicate that we were fortunate enough to be given this responsibility of leading sectoral parliaments. That includes the Youth Parliament, the Women's Parliament, the Men's Parliament, the Climate Parliament, and so forth, looking at all sectoral activities. And we were given this responsibility by two very esteemed ladies, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and then the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I want also, Deputy Chairperson, to acknowledge the presence of the former Deputy Minister, Zoe Kota, who's also in the audience. Then there's all former members, the Honorable Masiko and the former House Chairperson in the Council of Provinces, the Honorable Ngwenya, that's also here. Thank you very much. It's good to see the familiar faces again. My task is easy but also daunting. It is my privilege to introduce to you the 6th female speaker, woman speaker of the National Assembly, who is no stranger amongst us. She has had a long stint in government as a deputy minister from 1994 onwards, thereafter a minister, then came back into parliament as a presiding officer, and then as a minister again. And today, the Honorable Toko Didiza is the Speaker of the National Assembly. We are graced by your presence, Honorable Speaker, and I now invite you to deliver your keynote address. Thank you very much.
Honorable House Chairperson, I thought you were not going to give me a timer because I have given you, together with our House Chair, an opportunity to lead this process. So that should have come with some benefits. But well, we are in Parliament. There are certain rules that apply to all of us. I'd like to recognize our Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, who's not here with us, but in Gambia attending the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting. Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who is with us online. I also want to acknowledge our Deputy Speaker and speakers of the provincial legislature. As we are here, there are also women in the various legislature of our country who are part of this meeting virtually. Our Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Governor, our Minister, Minister Chikunga, and other ministers who are on the virtual platform as well, and Deputy Ministers, our House Chairperson, those that are here and those that are not here, honorable members of Parliament representing different parties that are here, but also representatives of Women's Formation who are here with us today. Mr. Komera, our UNDP representative, who is among us here, who also acknowledge your presence, and the heads of some of our institutions that support democracy, who will be working with us as we engage on this forum. Our chairperson of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Dunjwa, and your team who are here today, we also acknowledge your presence. It is indeed an honor and privilege that today we're here in the democratic parliament of our country, particularly in the House of the National Council of Provinces, where many years prior to 1994, women were not a part. Just imagine how these houses looked like in 1993. There was only one woman who also came very late, who was then made a Minister of Health, Rina Fenter. And just later, before 1994, Sheila Camera, as a Deputy Minister, was also brought in. And you can imagine what the infrastructure of this parliament might have looked like. On some things that we take for granted, actually, one of the things that the women who came in 1994 found was that there was only one toilet for women. It tells you the journey that we have traversed. But I must also say that we meet today during an important month where we celebrate the heroic struggles that women have led towards the attainment of our democracy. It is through these moments where we take stock of the strategies that they actually applied in ensuring that they advance our struggle. These range from different epochs of our struggle. Abanye benu bayokhumbula ukuthi omama bachitha utshwala ematsheni ngoba bebona ukuthi obaba uma belibela ukuphuza lo mzabalazo ngeke kuye phambili. Siyokhumbula umzabalazo womama eBhetali belwa emaplazini okutshala amazambane. But there are also many struggles if we come here in the Western Cape. Many of the women, even prior to 1913 rather, they started to fight against carrying of forms of documentation that had to define where they can be at what moments. It is also women who actually led the land struggles from a very early age, where they were able to stand their ground, even if it meant they would be arrested and imprisoned, but to say, we will never tire as long as we cannot have the access to land as a resource for our livelihood. It is these women in 1954 in our country who were able to work across political lines, religious and class, and said, we will form the Federation of South African Women as a vehicle that will enable us to advance our freedom. Last year, we were marking 70 years of the work of the Federation of South African Women. Instructive to what they did was the Women's Charter, which actually defined what dispensation women of South Africa wanted, not only for women, but for the whole of society. Goes back to 1962, the formation of the Pan-African Women's Organization. Again, women of the African continent were saying, what do we need to do as women in order to advance our struggle? But as it always happened, the work that these women did, important as it is, always became in the shadows. All of us, when we speak about the liberation struggle, people will say, 1963, the formation of the Organization of African Unity. But women were already a year old in that solidarity of working together to advance our struggle. Again, this year we celebrate the Freedom Charter. Yes, it's important, but it was in 1954 that women of South Africa had already come together to say what South Africa we want and what dispensation that we want for women. So when we look back at the journey that women of South Africa in particular have traversed, we look back at some of those era and said, what can we learn? In 1956, it was women across color line, across religious and class, who said, we want to make a statement. If it means we die on the doorstep of the government that doesn't represent us, so be it. With our children and our young people, we will say straight up, we are not going to carry passes any longer as women. And that is the resilience. And this is what we reflect and go back to on what women have done to advance our democracy. It was in 1992 that South African women, led by the African National Congress, convened a meeting of different women structures, political, religious, workers, and so on, and said, can we come together and actually define the South Africa that we want? Out of that process, the Women's Charter for Effective Equality was actually drawn. And the way in which it was done was to go around the country, listen to women and what women wanted. But that became a learning journey where women understood each other's livelihoods and struggles and be able to say, how do we collectively ensure that these concerns that women are raising can actually be addressed in a democratic South Africa? Today, again, we meet when we celebrate 30 years of the United Nations held in Beijing in 1995. Again, looking at what do we need to do to really ensure that women's rights are human rights? What are those concerns that still have not been addressed to make sure that the women's lives can actually be better? And I think one of the things we need to do, Honorable House Chairperson, as this parliament, led by the Women's Ministry, headed by a woman, Honorable Chikunga, is to go back as a country and say, what journey have we traversed since 1995? In those 12 areas of the platform of action, how has our country and our legislature advanced to make sure that the lives of women are improved? And in my view, that acts as a template for us to capture the journey that we've traversed. without preempting what we will need to do in that conference, I just want to say one thing that happened in our country was to make sure that women can not only have a voice, but can be seen. It is women representing our different parties elected by the electorate who sit in these walls and define what legal framework must govern us, who bring concerns from communities on what not only women want, but what our societies and communities want. It is these women, some of them very young, who bring to these walls of parliament to say, what do we need to change for the girl child, for the young women of our country in order our country to succeed? It is through the struggles of those who have gone before us who made sure that we are at the table where decisions are made. Who would have thought that as we sit here 30 years on, we will have a Chief Justice who is a woman? We have divisions of various provinces, judge presidents who are women. Who would have thought that today you will fly from Joburg to Cape Town and you hear that the Cape 10 or the first officer flying FlySAF Air or SAA or Airlink or SAM Air is Thokozile? And you feel, wow. Who would have thought that today many of our health professionals, not only nurses, because maybe we have been in those corridors for a long time, but today you have got women doctors who sit in those surgeries and decide how to open my heart, and it is okay. Who would have thought Omama Tejekwayo here in front of us can stand tall and be doctor, and nobody says, Ubani, but it is becoming, wow, another woman. And it is these which might seem very small achievements that we can point at and said, had it not been for the struggles of those women who some of them were not even educated, who waged the struggle for women's emancipation, to fight for an egalitarian society where women and men are equal, we would not be here. So as we take stock, one of the strengths that I want us to remember is how women in our history, in the history of our continent, in the history of our globe, have become bridge builders. And I hope Mamtunju, as the chair of the Women's Caucus, our Women's Caucus will be able to transcend our political tags and start to say, how do we make sure that the laws that we pass, the programs that we undertake, prioritize women, girl children, and all of our societies before we think of our tags as EFF, as ANC, as MK, as DA. Yes, those political homes are important, but what has always defined women in our country has been transcending those barriers and say, our people first. Had it not been that capability that women have, we would not have had a situation in 1992 where women collectively demanded that those negotiators of a democratic South Africa are not only going to be men. If they have to be two negotiators, one must be a woman, one must be a man. It is the collective of the women of South Africa who said that constitution will never be an acceptable one if the equality clause is not there. It was the women of South Africa who said, if this constitution doesn't provide for the gender commission, which would allow for a body that will continuously monitor how our government, how our society ensures women's participation and inclusivity, it wouldn't be us. It is these women of South Africa who at some stage say, we appreciate that we have had the status of women office in the head of the presidency, but now we want a full ministry. We have a women's ministry today, not because we were given, but we demanded for it. And the challenge is, how do we make sure that that women's ministry works for women? As I close, how do we make sure that we do not lose that agency of women that we have always had, of being able to connect between women in the legislatures and our women's movement outside, instead of them and us? But how do those women connect with us through the Women's Caucus to say, here is an agenda of what you, who have an opportunity to be our mouthpiece, must able to drive? And I'm sure if part of what we have to do is to strengthen those bonds, we will be able to advance the women's lot. And as we go for the P20, given this history as South African women, in my view, we need to be very clear about how do we build an economy globally that is inclusive of women? How do we make sure that that G20 does not only speak about the economy in the air, but that economy must talk to me and you and to umazondi and Ngwavu? How do we make sure that that G20 summit of the heads of state and government, when they meet, listening to the women's voice, must be able to say, how do we address the issues of sustainability, such that our economic activity must not actually redress our ecosystem such that women become victims? How do we make sure that that G20 starts to reflect how do we address issues of sustainability to make sure that our environment is protected such that it can look after us and look after our children and our great-grandchildren in the future. So as you engage with the P20 theme from the woman's perspective, I'm sure that we'll be able to deliberate on those issues so that when you host the other women a day before that speaker summit, you'll be able to say, as South African women, not as ANC, PAC, EFF, but collectively, as women of South Africa, we can say, this is what we want for an inclusive, sustainable world. This is how we want to act in solidarity with others in the world who may be in the worse situation than us. I hope you will utilize today and tomorrow effectively to actually advance the women's lot as our foremothers and great-grandmothers had done in the past. I thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for delivering this very thought-provoking opening address on behalf of Parliament. The next speaker is the Honorable Chikunga, who is a Member of Parliament and who have served in different capacities in government. as a Deputy Minister, as a Minister of Transport, and was then reappointed by His Excellency the President to head the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the 7th Administration. The Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Tshogotitiza, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Mtsweni Tsipane, Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers joining online, Honorable Members of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures, Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, Honorable Dunjwa, leaders from government, civil society, organized labor, faith-based, as well as traditional leadership, academia, and the private sector, Chairperson of the NYDA, Dr. Sanshani Miende, Mr. Gomera of the UNDP, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, good morning. House Chairperson, I'm deeply honored by your kind invitation and grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the 2025 Women's Parliament. We are humbled that once again you have found it fitting for us across the political spectrum to come together to reflect on, commemorate, and honor the past, present, and future generations of women at home, across the continent, and around the world. Here at home, the year 2025 marks several memorable milestones in our country's rich heritage and struggle for women's emancipation, empowerment, and gender equality. It marks 30 years since the adoption of the historic Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action of 1995, 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter, and most notably, we are just a year shy of commemorating the 70 years anniversary of the historic Women's March of 1956. And so this Women's Month, we take a moment to honor gallant heroines such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Charlotte Maxeke, Sophia Williams-De Bruyn, Nokuthula Orella Smelane, Happy Joyce Mashaba, and the many others whose sacrifices nurtured the tree of our freedom. Remember, in our first democratic parliament in 1994, trailblazers like Mayor Freni Chinwala, Mayor Baleka Mbete, Albertina Sisulu, Gertrude Shope, and Honorable Tshogotitiza, who began dismantling centuries of exclusion, proving that women's leadership could shape the legislative agenda. We pay tribute to women in the trade union movement for their contribution in bringing a more just and humane society in the workplace. Today we speak of paying maternity leave, dignified working conditions, etc. The work to preserve this legacy must continue now so that in the coming year we can showcase and celebrate it with the reverence it deserves. Decades from now, future generations must inherit the knowledge that they are the descendants of women whose extraordinary courage, strategic foresight, and fearless leadership brought down one of history's most brutal systems of oppression, the apartheid system. Honorable Chairperson, women have come a long way. Our reality has been shaped by centuries of structural inequality, economic exclusion, and systemic violence. We remained concentrated on the margins of political, economic, and social power. Our contributions through the K economy remain structurally undervalued and underpaid, and even never mentioned. Even today, globally, continentally, and locally, informal economies have become the lifeline for millions of women, yet policies neither recognize nor protect women working in these sectors. Land tenure systems continue to privilege men, while women access to productive assets, land, credit, and technology is curtailed by both patriarchal norms and state policies that disregard gendered realities. For far too long, violence against women and girls has remained pervasive, normalized, and inadequately addressed. As the digital divide further compounds this exclusion, women in rural and farming communities lack access to media technologies and are thus shut out of critical political debates and information flows. However, Honorable Chairperson, despite the setbacks we have identified at national, regional, and global level, our country has made significant strides since the dawn of our democracy. The Honorable Speaker has referred to some of those gains. With regard to a meaningful representation in decision-making, which is very important for women, and law-making structures, today women make up 43.5% of parliament, an increase from 28% representation in 1994, putting us within the 10% of countries, 10 countries that actually have made such progress. And 43% of the executive we have here today, this is up from only 3 women in 1994 who were in executive. As of February 2023, 45% of our 253 judges are today women, up from only 2 women in 1994. Indeed, there are many today women who occupy strategic positions, including CEOs of big corporates, but we're not where we want to be. In line with our National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, our President recently signed into law the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act to underscore our whole-of-society effort to prevent, eliminate, and respond to violence against all women and girls in all its forms and manifestations in public and private spaces, online and offline. We have also completed National Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Prevalence Study to ensure that our current and future interventions are based on sound evidence. Our country has surpassed gender parity in higher education participation rates, and over 60% of graduates from our colleges and universities are women today, which was not the case yesterday. Through our chairship of the G20 Ministerial Working Group on the Empowerment of Women, we are shining the spotlight on the care economy, paid and unpaid, promoting financial inclusion through preferential public procurement for women-owned enterprises, and ensuring that women have access to land and related productive assets and economic opportunities. We have come a long way, yet we remain very far from where we should be. Over the years, scholars have correctly argued that a resilient economy is one that withstand, adapt to, and recover from various shocks and stresses while maintaining its core function and capacity for growth inclusively. Going forward, guided by our MTDP, we'll pursue quite a number of priorities, and of course, some of them, they include women of our country can look forward to a transforming economy where their participation is significantly expanded and ownership of economic assets is increasingly equitable. By 2029, at least half of all active registered enterprises must be owned by women, and as a matter of law, 40% of public procurement spending must be directed to women-owned businesses. And of course, we have got quite a number of initiatives towards that. We also have partnered with the CSIR to create value chain-driven agricultural cooperatives model that leverages CSIR's intellectual property and advanced technologies, including precision agriculture, to equip and prepare emerging women farmers for market success. We also aim to modernize and build the capacity of women-owned businesses and make sure that they produce, supply, and distribute the best quality of goods and services. This means access to latest manufacturing technologies and production equipment. In highly regulated sectors, we need to find ways to simplify the certification processes and provide assistance with obtaining certificates needed to bid public contracts. On the next 5 years, we'll continue to support the implementation of comprehensive land reform policies that guarantee women's equal rights to land ownership, inheritance, and control. However, land alone will not build resilient local economies. Therefore, our land reform efforts must continue to be accompanied by financing mechanisms that enable women to turn land into productive and income generation assets. We have recently met with Minister of Land Reform in this regard. We'll continue to rely on leadership of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Standing Committee here in the House so that gender mainstreaming, gender-responsive budgeting, and women's inclusion are visible in every portfolio committee, whether in finance, trade, policing, health, education, or infrastructure. Ours, in summary, we want full equality across all spheres. We want to occupy the center of development, not margins. Structural parity in parliament, local government, and community leadership is what we need. We need economic power, land rights, innovation, and economic justice to be non-negotiables. Until then, and others are achieved, we say the struggle continues, a luta continua. Let Women's Parliament be the heartbeat of national accountability. We have come a long way, but the struggle continues, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next presentation will be by Mr. S. Molai, the Deputy Director General, Population and Social Statistics from Statistics South Africa, and he will provide an input on statistical insights on women's poverty, unemployment, and economic exclusion. Over to you, sir.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Good morning, colleagues. The reason I look so beautiful and handsome is because of my grandmother and my mother. So, Malibongwe. I'm here to share with you, going to take you through a journey. Through statistics, we're going to go through a statistical lens just to give you a sense of where we are in terms of women, and we're going to unpack it and give you some little bit of insight in terms of issues around unemployment, issues around poverty, and also issues around economic exclusion. Next slide, please. We are starting by giving an understanding of how many are we. The next slide. We are sitting at about 63 million of us in South Africa, and the population is growing at the rate of 1.2% annually. Next slide. It's clear that there's more females in South Africa than males. Let me repeat it again. We've got more females than males in South Africa. And I think I'm emphasizing this point because the next slide, you need to take into account what I'm saying now in terms of there is more females than males in South Africa. We're talking about 32.2 million females. Next slide. If you break down the population, looking at the age, women outnumbers men at the age of 45, meaning females, they live longer. We really need to invest in females. Moving to the next slide. Let's look at what's happening within the household and the families in terms of the arrangement. Next slide. We are seeing more female-headed household. If you look at the proportions, comparing the national, in terms of the national proportions, we're sitting at about 42.4. Provinces like Eastern Cape, KZN, they're leading in terms of female-headed household. We are finding more female-headed household in the rural areas compared to the urban areas. Next slide. What are the children living arrangement in the household? In South Africa, we are seeing that 45.5 children live with their mothers only. If you look at provinces like your Eastern Cape, your KZN, that's where you get most of the household where there's no mother or there's no father, which means you find grandparents. If you look at provinces like your Gauteng and Western Cape, you are seeing that these are the provinces where you're seeing more households where there's both a mother and a father in the household. Let's go to the next slide. Close to half of the household headed by women are in Eastern Cape and Free State, Limpopo, and Northwest, and they don't have employed household member within the household. I think this talks to the arrangement that in the household you find a female is looking after the young ones, and within the household, there's no one who's working. Let's go back to the next slide. Go to the next slide where we're talking about education. I think the minister have already spoke about this slide. If you look at from the primary up until secondary, there's a universal access in terms of education. there's still more need to be done at the higher level or a higher education institutions, your university and your technical. And I think this is something that all of us, we need to make sure that the young ones also after the secondary schools, they're also entering the higher education. The next slide. We also ask in our surveys, what are the reasons for the young ones between age 7 and 18 not attending education institution? And I think I want you to zoom into one of the reasons where some of the girl child indicated to us that the family commitment is one of the reasons why we are not going to school. Let me simplify it. If there's someone in the household who's sick and there's a boy child and a girl child, we are most likely to ask the girl child to stay behind and look after the sick one. And this family commitment, if you unpack it, if you look at the numbers that are coming from Home Affairs in terms of the young mothers who registers their babies, you will see that we've got more young mothers who are registering babies in this country. Let's move to the next slide. Yesterday, we released the numbers around unemployment rate. And because we are celebrating Women's Month, our focus was to bring the lens of the gender, looking at the labor market and also especially in employment issues. We are sitting now at 33.2% employment rate with about 8.4 million unemployed people in South Africa. We're sitting about 3.4 million discouraged job work seekers. If you unpack the discouraged job seekers, 1.9 million of them are women. Which means that we've got more discouraged job seekers in South Africa that are females. Next slide. Now, if you take these numbers or these indicators and you look at it from the female, you'll see that unemployment rate for women stands at 35.9. It's higher than the national average. I've already mentioned that the discouraged job seekers were sitting about 1.9 out of the 3.4 million. One of the reasons why they are discouraged is because there's no job in the areas where they stay. The second reason is because the skills that they have vis-a-vis the job that is available, there's a mismatch. The third reason is because they've lost hope looking for a job. These are the three most cited reasons for discouraged job seekers. The next slide. Are females participating in the labor force market? The slide is answering that question. If you look at the labor force participation for women and men, you see that men, their labor force participation is higher than the females. So we've got more males who are participating in the labor force market. The next slide. The reasons why they are not economically active. The next slide, please. We are seeing that the reason why they are not economically active is because of homemaker, which is looking after the kids, looking after the household. And this is the care economy that the minister was referring to, that we really need to pay attention to it and say, how do we bring the care economy and also paying attention into it. The next slide. I've always been asked if probably having a child, does it become a disadvantage for you to participate in the labor force market? The answer is no. The numbers are saying that regardless of the number of children in the household, the female participation rate in the labor force rose between 2014 and 2025. So it's not true that having children, it means that you are not going to be able to participate in the labor force market. The next slide. Participation in the labor force market is one thing. The main thing is whether are you absorbed in the market. And the absorption rate for female is way, way low compared to females. The difference between the two, between male and female, is 10.1 percentage points. So there's still a gap between a male and a female, especially when you look at it in terms of absorption rate. That's the reason why unemployment rate is sitting at where it is. The next slide is giving you a picture starting from 2015 up until 2025. We are sitting We are talking about a 10-year period. And if you look at the slides, the female unemployment rate, the official one, is started in 2025 sitting around 27.3%. As I already said, that now is sitting around 35.9%. It's always been above the national averages. So women are vulnerable to unemployment rate. Break it down by provinces, the next slide. You are seeing that even if you break it down by different provinces, you are still seeing the same picture. Irrespective of where you are, Northwest or also in Eastern Cape, the numbers are saying female are vulnerable to unemployment rate. The next slide will go into give you more insight in terms of population groups. If you now take the unemployment rate and you break it down by population group, women, especially Black African women, continues to be most vulnerable with an unemployment rate of 40.2%. So it's not only just women, but Black African women. And you can see the gap between the men and the women in terms of unemployment rate, overlaying it by a population group. The next slide, it talks about the industries. Which industries where females are employed? Women are most likely to be employed in community and social services, trade, service, finance, and private household compared to men. If you look at the list and you go down the list, you look at some of the other industries, for example, your construction, you see that you are talking about 1.9%. You go to mining, you only talk about 1%. The next slide talks about the occupations. Looking at the occupations, only about 6.8% compared to 10.7% of male are as managers in their companies or organizations. So there's still more work needs to be done. Elementary positions, mostly you find females. And these are the numbers that we've seen over time. And I think it's something collectively we'll have to work around this to change these pictures. Let's go to the next slide that talks to access to financial and related resources by household. If you look at the income, household income or the average household income in South Africa, most of the income are coming from work, which is salaries. The next slide, if you break it down by sex of the head of the household, you say that you notice that female-headed household earn significantly less income than males. You could see that the average for female is sitting around 93,000 rand, and for male sitting about 146,000 rand per month. So this is the average household income by sex of the head of the household. The next slide, if you take into account the real growth of annual households between 2006 and 2023, take into account all the income that are coming into the household, including the social grant. As part of the income that is getting into the household, you see that the female-headed household, they've seen an increase from the income growth that is mostly driven by social grant. The next slide speak about what type of expenditures that is happening within the household. If you break it down by the gender of the head of the household. For female, they're spending more on housing and food items. It's not surprising because I already told you that they are actually looking for the young ones. So they'll spend more of their money looking at, paying the houses, water, electricity, and other food items. So if you're talking about the CPI and the prices and the type of food, and also increasing the electricity and water, you need to understand that female-headed households are spending more on these items, including transport. The next slide talks about the ownership. So if you look at the type of dwelling, status within, in terms of the dwellings, the female-headed households are more likely to occupy dwellings that are owned and fully paid off. And these dwelling units we're also including the houses that are provided by government. And these have driven these proportions over time if you look at the trend line. Let's look at the next slide. If you go and look at different bank products that are provided by different banks, from mortgage to credit card, male-headed households are more likely to access various banking products compared to females. But interesting enough, the next slide, it shows that when females are actually accessing this banking product, they are paying their debt repayments compared to males. So they're paying what is supposed to be, every month they're paying their mortgages compared to males, but few of them are accessing this product. The next slides, we're talking about the poverty. I'm looking at the time. Can you go to the next slide? Where we're talking about the upper bound poverty line and the lower bound and also the food poverty line, which is sitting around 796. The next slide, when we were doing this exercise, we were talking about almost 25.2% of the population who are living below poverty line. We'll be coming with the updated numbers in the end of September, where we're going to look at what is the latest number in terms of the poverty lines. The next slide indicating that if you look at the poverty, especially the head count gap, female remain disadvantaged compared to males in terms of poverty, and this has been a trend over time. The next slides speak about what I've already mentioned in terms of what is the main source of income in the household. And we have seen that over time, especially in provinces like your Eastern Cape and Limpopo, grants are the main source of income, are contributing to about 23% of the household nationally. If you break down, the next slide, if you break down these numbers, looking at the individuals that are accessing or that are benefiting from the social grant, and then you overlay it by the household that have at least someone in the household who've got access to a grant or a social grant, and you plot these numbers over time, you are seeing that there's more household that have received at least one social grant, and we are now sitting about 50% of the household where we have at least one person. Either you have a grant, a child grant, or the SRD grant. If you look at it from a population perspective, you are seeing that individuals that have access to grant also have increased. Let's look at the individuals who are running non-VAT registered businesses. If we are talking about informal economy, the question is that who's running these businesses? And the numbers are showing us that male individuals are the ones who are actually running the businesses. We're sitting about 1.1 million compared to 800,000 females. And if you look at the graph, it shows you that we had more females who are running businesses before COVID. We're sitting about 1.4 million. Now it have dropped. We really need to see how we can increase and ensure that the females are actually also running these businesses. This is my last slide. I've already told you that there's more females in South Africa. I've told you that when you look at unemployment rate in South Africa, it's got a face. It's women, it's Black African women. I've told you that the labor force, in terms of participation, there's more males who are participating compared to males. I also told you that the absorption rate, it's actually also in favor of females. I've indicated to yourselves that if you look at the income within the household for female is driven by social grant. I've even said that if you look at the living arrangement for children, female are the ones who are looking after females. With that, Chair, Malibonke, thank you.
Thank you very much from the Stats SA. And I think, honorable delegates, we are very fortunate because Stats SA only yesterday released the findings of the quarterly labor force. And I think we are fortunate that we are getting this information immediately after it has been released nationally. I think this is the first gathering of any kind that is receiving this kind of information, and we want to thank you for that. And I think you did justice to the information. But I think more importantly, we will make those presentations available to everyone so that you will be able to follow through on it. The next presentation is by Mrs. T. Cohen, the Commissioner of the National Planning Commission, who is on the virtual platform, and she will speak on the Women's Charter perspective, focusing on the re-engineering of government's planning machinery by institutionalizing gender mainstreaming in the planning processes across the 3 spheres of government. I now want to welcome the presentation from Ms. T. Cohen.
Good morning, and acknowledging the protocol, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the House Chairperson, Chair of Multi-Party Women's Caucus, Members of Parliament, Honourable Deputy President, Ministers, esteemed guests, and good morning to you all. I do have a presentation that I would like to share, and I hope that is visible. If you can just please give me an indication thereof.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this morning, in the time available, I'm going to speak to you essentially about 3 important areas. The one is around how do we give greater visibility and consciousness to women in the planning process, what it means to do gender mainstreaming, and what it means to do a gender-centered or gendered approach, and how do we look at our gender machinery and strengthen it in order to implement the elements of the Charter of Women's Development. So it goes without saying that that men and women and other genders have equal rights and entitlement, and these are given effect through primarily 2 instruments. One is the Equality Clause in our Constitution. The other is the 5th goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is very focused on gender equality. But it actually indicates that all the other areas of the Sustainable Development Goals need to have gender mainstream through them. And that's something that we see in all our policy instruments and legislation as well. So what is gender mainstreaming? It's the process of assessing the implications for women and men of any planned action, whether it's legislation, whether it's policies, whether it's programs, at every stage of the process and in all areas. It's not an isolated exercise. It's an integral part of policy and program cycle. And gender responsive programs hold exponential power to achieve the aspirations of the National Development Plan. From the National Development Plan perspective through to the Medium-Term Development Plan, performance plans, sectoral district plans, there's an argument to be made that at best, they are gender blind. At worst, they're gender hostile. And that is a term that has been something that we've discussed extensively within the Commission and with stakeholders on gender. And it was coined by fellow Commissioner Lebohang Peko, who will be addressing you later in the day. But I think it's a really important point to pause upon, because we cannot just say that we forgot to put in enough about gender issues into these plans. What is the underlying reason why we're not doing that? And there must be an underlying reason why we're not doing that. And that's not just a neutral reason. It actually is something that is an affront to women and the contribution that women can make to the society and the economy. In general, and these are big generalizations, but I make them in order to demonstrate the point. Plans are often silent on women. When they are mentioned, they're mentioned alongside other groups. Strategic interventions often refer superficially to women without modalities and interventions to address specific access issues and benefit by women. Interventions relating to women are often aggregated with other groups. It dilutes the focus and fails to address gender-specific inhibitors. And then monitoring and evaluation is frequently done too late when there's little that can be done to course correct and address the challenges that arise in terms of ineffectual implementation in relation to women. The National Development Plan includes women and gender as a cross-cutting priority, but it has limited further areas that deal with women. This is translated currently into our medium-term development plan, which outlines overarching elements in relation to reducing women's barriers and equitable participation, access to opportunities. And then you have your departmental, your provincial, and your local strategic and your annual performance plans that are all required to set gender-focused goals, set targets, outline programs and interventions that will achieve gender development within their mandates. And this takes place to varying degrees across the state, but generally there is overarching statements of intent regarding women, but there are a lack of associated interventions. We see that there's a limited connection between the gender targets that are set at national, provincial, and local level. We see that the targets of the medium-term strategic framework from the last administration have not been carried through into the medium-term development plan of the current administration. We see weak timelines, accountability, and monitoring and evaluation. The plans often lack outcome-based targets. Interventions are often disconnected to the outcomes, so you don't see the connection point between the strategic intervention and what it's going to deliver. And budgets are not aligned to the plans in many instances. So these are general challenges, but they certainly apply in relation to women and gender as well. So what does gender mainstreaming mean in planning, and how do you start asking the right questions to make sure that there is a focus on gender in the planning process? So the first question one needs to ask, and this is really something that I ask that parliamentarians, honourable members, be very conscious of in the process of looking at legislation and policy instruments that come before you. The first is, what is the primary objective or focus of the strategic intervention? Does it deliberately and consciously include women? The second is, who are the targets of those interventions, both indirect and direct, and who might be disadvantaged by those targets. The third is the output or the outcome disaggregated in terms of the indicators by sex? So do you know at the start of the intervention how many women and men benefit from various interventions, and what are you targeting at the end of the intervention or the policy or the plan? And then how is gender to be monitored and the impact? And that must be set up right at the start. So in terms of mainstreaming gender, I think the objective is not to have mere quotas or tokenism. It's not to have a one-size-fits-all gender policy. And it's not to have what we call add woman and stir approach, where you sprinkle on a bit of reference to gender, mix it in, and then proceed not to do much about it going forward. It's about crowding in crowding in gender, but not along with other groups, because that dilutes. Gender needs to have a very distinct focus in targeted interventions. And some examples which speak directly to the Charter for Women's Development is that if you look at early childhood education centres, and there's a mass registration drive underway as we speak, many of the people that are running those early childhood education centres are women. And yet there isn't a distinct strategy around women in that policy and in that rollout. there's an implication that women will benefit from it, but it's not a distinct area of focus and it's not consciously entered into. Similarly, an economic growth strategy often focuses on higher returns, higher growth, expansion of the formal equality, but it doesn't look, for instance, at the extent to which men and women benefit from those policies and interventions. And what we find is very often when there isn't that distinct focus, that it works to the detriment of women because there's limited access by women. So the example is access to SMME funding, where the evidence shows that unless one puts into place deliberate interventions to ensure that women have access, is that often the take-up by women is lower for various reasons than it would be by men. Similarly, sector master plans, they are focused around sector growth, but they don't consider deliberately and consciously the ownership, management, and participation of women in work opportunities. Similarly, government services, licensing and administration systems. There's an implicit assumption that if you provide these services better, if you improve the licensing process, you improve the systems, that women will automatically benefit. That can't be assumed. Often very deliberate and specific interventions have to be put in place to ensure that women are the beneficiaries of these processes and services. Looking then to re-engineering government's gender planning machinery, I think we can, it's fair to say there have been many gender-centered policies developed which remain relevant, some of them older than others. And those include, for example, the National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment, which was 2000. It was developed then. The Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities has recently completed a review. It's not yet publicly available, but is due for release this year. There's the 2015 Gender Strategic Framework. There's the Gender Responsive Planning, Budgeting, Monitoring, Evaluation and Auditing Framework of 2019. Country Gender Indicator Framework 2020, and the Strategy for Economic Empowerment of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability 2024. There's also quite an extensive gender machinery in place, but it's operating and functioning at varied levels. And this was a synthesis that we drew together with a number of organizations and informants. It might not be entirely accurate, but what you see is that under government, there has been the Office on the Status of Women. It was changed into the ministry. There was at some stage a ministry exclusively around women. It's now part of the Ministry of Women, Youth and People with Disability. And we also have a system within national government that there are gender focal points in the line departments. But when we have interrogated that, many of those are under-resourced, they're not well coordinated, and they're not sufficiently positioned within the departments to do the work they need to do around planning and implementation. Within Parliament, there's also a variety of different committees and structures, and we are informed that a lot of the parliamentary interventions around women used to be performed through a joint monitoring committee on the quality and life and status of women, but it now gets predominantly dealt with through the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. We think that might be a challenge because you lose the focus of women in every other committee by doing that, and you need both, not one or the other. And then there are a number of independent bodies and Chapter 9 bodies that focus on women and women's rights. Notably the Commission for Gender Equality, which is a distinct entity set up for that purpose. And then you have civil society and a variety of women's organizations, as well as non-governmental organizations. So you see a very complex, comprehensive network of coordinated structures within and outside of government. They designed to collectively and collaboratively dismantle systemic inequalities to facilitate gender transformation, but they are operating at varied levels of effectiveness. So looking Further at the machinery and how it relates, there is the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability, which leads coordination of the gender machinery. You've got your non-state participation, which monitors and evaluates policies and practices of society. You've got your gender focal points for gender mainstreaming within departments. And then from a whole of government perspective, you've got policy frameworks and machinery and mechanisms that there appears to be limited coordination and integration of plans. Budgets are poorly aligned to plans, and plans are insufficiently outcome-based when one looks at gender. In relation to the oversight mechanisms, from a parliamentary point of view, there's obviously the legislative organs of state are mandated to conduct oversight. Parliamentary committees are required to include departmental briefing sessions and calls for submissions and petitions, but they can do so, sorry, they're not required, but they can use those tools for the purposes of gender. And there's a variety of different interventions available within national government, as well as including cooperative governance. There's a cluster system that speaks to the intergovernmental mechanism, and the cluster system could be a very good point of intervention in terms of gender. And in fact, the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities participates in the economic, social, security and governance clusters. So that might be a way to strengthen the oversight mechanisms. This is a very quick view, which I won't spend too much time on, of the various evaluation mechanisms from the Auditor General through to National Treasury, Cooperative Governance and the Presidency. It's a framework that really calls for engendering the planning, monitoring and evaluation system and making it gender visible through all these levels and very conscious. We need to be far better in terms of gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing, which is all contained in the framework, but make sure that they're gender responsive evaluations and assessments. Similarly, under the NEPF, the National Evaluation Policy Framework, we need to make sure that those processes are engendered. There have been some successes and should be noted in the evaluation system when it comes to gender. So the Office on the Status of Women was initially successful in drawing up the national policy framework. There was an audit very early on in the 90s that demonstrated strong political will and the legislative framework and administrative machinery that was in place, but it said, but often it said that this machinery stalls and sometimes undermines gender initiatives. The CGE, the Commission for Gender Equality, has achieved some success with respect to public education, consciousness raising, advocacy, and addressing complaints. And the Joint Monitoring Committee, particularly in the early days, was very effective in setting gender into legislation, fast-tracking bills that had a positive effect on women. And the National Women's Coalition played a pivotal role in the design of the national gender machinery. But there've also been challenges. The ministry and portfolio committees responsible for women have been plagued by performance challenges. Feminist scholars, and I think this is an important point when considering the organization of national government, strongly argue against a single ministry, favoring a multi-layered and multi-pronged approach. There have been extensive reviews of the Commission of Gender Equality that point to a lack of strategic focus, limited powers, and a non-autonomous relationship with the state. And then the gender focal points within departments have been rendered largely ineffective due to appointments at lower ranks than stipulated in the framework, poorly defined roles, a lack of prioritization of gender mainstreaming, and other areas, including lack of resourcing and budgeting. Those focal points are also responsible for people with disabilities and youth. So as weak as they are resourced, that is then spread across 3 different areas as well. So when one looks at policies, plans, strategies, and the reviews that have been done of the National Development Plan and the medium-term strategic framework in the previous administrations, the theme that runs through them is that despite some progress with advancing women's rights, persistent patriarchy, gender-based violence, and discrimination continue to have a disproportionately negative effect on women and girls. The Commission for Gender Equality 2021 review said the National Development Plan was gender blind in that it did not cause specific interventions to ensure gender transformation. So that's a lesson for us in looking to the next long-term development plan in terms of how do we create an improved vision for the future. And then out of the 55 medium-term strategic framework targets that were evaluated, 25 were lagging at the time of the 2021 midterm review. And those largely included hectares of land distributed to women, youth, and persons with disability, and preferential procurement minimum targets. If you look at annual performance reports, there is a level of sex disaggregation for targets and performance against departmental mandates. Most departments struggle to reach the 40% procurement target. Many of the departments lack targets, however, and with the exception of higher education and training, it seems that departments do not include an indication of the contribution to the medium and long-term country targets as it pertains to gender. So a lot of challenges in terms of how gender is articulated in those annual performance plans. So recommendations from the Commission's work, and I do wish to say that the Commission has been working on this quite extensively in the past 2 years. We have had the benefit of international development expert Dr. Mariam Tanwer, a local government and gender experts Lerato Shai, and the contribution from the FCDO, the UK High Commission's support in order to do this work. And so this is a synthesis of work that has been done by various experts, as well as engagements with various members of government, civil society, and experts in the field. And we believe that it's very important that the presidency needs to conduct an evaluation synthesis to inform a structural redesign of the national gender machinery to enhance its ability to orchestrate a coordinated and coherent gender transformation agenda in the country. We think that the lead department, together with National Treasury, should conduct a comprehensive costing and increase the funding progressively over time for gender mainstreaming. One cannot plan in the absence of a budget, and we need to understand what funding needs to be in place for the optimal functioning of the institutions required to lead, coordinate, and implement gender mainstreaming. The Presidency, National Treasury, and Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation should synthesize and conduct an evaluation considering the implementation successes and failures in administrative machinery with the aim of enhancing implementation capability. And the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation should conduct outcome and impact evaluations of critical policies and regulatory instruments insofar as they pertain to women. Particularly notable employment equity, skills development, Black economic empowerment legislation, where women are specifically mentioned, but we need to actually understand the impact of these policies on women. In terms of the regulatory level, we need to make sure that we are very deliberate in the design and implementation of interventions to dismantle patriarchal norms. And this should reach across all organs of state and be coordinated and supported by the national gender machinery. There needs to be a legislative consciousness. Every policy reform considered in Parliament should consider and deliberate on the gender implications of the specific proposal. This is something that should be done at the outset and should be a standard agenda item in every policy reform process. We need to substantially mainstream gender within all the sector master plans. Lead departments should prioritize labor-intensive sectors with job creation potential, particularly for women, in the master plans, and be very deliberate about what those targets, goals, and interventions will be in order to deliver the change that's required. Develop a master plan for a care economy. This is a sector obviously predominated by women, and we know that it is part of the agenda to consider this, but in difference and in contrast to other economy areas and sectors where they have master plans or specific focuses, there's no master plan in relation to the care economy. And this really is something that could create a significant contribution in terms of the participation of women in the economy. And this includes updating our time use survey data to conduct modeling and analysis of the current economic contribution and potential of the care economy, because that doesn't seem to be available at this stage. And then we need to also look at removing regulatory barriers that stifle informal economic activity. There's a combination of departments that should be working together to ensure that gender can be mainstreamed in those areas. So in terms of every area, and this is my last slide, our parting sort of comments are that each strategic intervention of every plan, policy, or regulation should be very deliberate at the outset. And it should interrogate the baseline status, disaggregated by sex, of how many women and how many men are being considered in that policy and plan or regulation, and what is the target. The intended outcome of the strategic intervention needs to be very clear for women. Specific interventions should be in place to ensure that the outcomes are achievable, and budget needs to be allocated to achieve such interventions. In the delivery and the evaluation of every plan, there should be interventions that deliver on women-related outcomes and a very rigorous monitoring on the impact of the program in relation to women, with the ability to rapidly intervene and course correct where challenges emerge, so that we don't find out at the end that it has been very inadequate in relation to women's outcomes. We should ensure that gender machinery is working optimally and assess the gender machinery to ensure its impact, make sure that there's coordination between the spheres and the sectors of government, and really make sure that that gender machinery is delivering and effective. We need to take an Operation Vulindlela approach to gender interventions, have them coordinated, make sure that they are targeted, prioritized, and actually making progress. So in conclusion, we need to make gender visible. We need to be very conscious about it. We need to be very deliberate about it at every stage of a planning process and a regulatory development process. We need to evaluate the impact on women, and I would suggest and recommend that we are very honest in reflecting on the achievements and our non-achievements, our learnings, because that's going to ultimately determine how we enhance and deliver to the women's agenda going forward. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cohen from the National Planning Commission for your valuable inputs. And I think, honorable delegates, something that we need to take away from here is that the three-sphere planning is something that we need to be very serious about, because gender mainstreaming cannot take place in silos. It has to take place across all three spheres of government, and it is up to us to drive that process so that it finds resonance amongst our people. Thank you very much for that. And most functions do not end with somebody announcing that there's a vehicle blocking an entrance and there's a lost and found item. So I've been given a driver's license here. V.N. Daniels was dropped the license somewhere, but I don't know whether she still requires it because it expired in 2013. So, but if you still want it, for souvenir purposes, it is here. You may pick it up from us. Thank you very much for that. Honorable delegates, we are doing very well for time, and I was informed that the Deputy President will be available to join us at 10:30. So we have about 2 or 3 minutes. If you want to just greet the people next to you, people that you haven't seen in a long time, people that you're meeting for the first time, so you have 2 to 3 minutes. Just watch the clock, and we will introduce the Deputy President at exactly 10:30. But please try not to leave the chamber, because getting people back might be a bit of a challenge.
Is ready. Good afternoon, Deputy Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Chair.
Honorable delegates, I am told that we need to be seated. The Deputy President is ready to join us. Honorable delegates, please take your seats, because the Deputy President is ready to join us. Esteemed delegates, it is indeed an honor for me to introduce the keynote speaker for this important gathering, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable P.S. Mashatile. The Honorable Deputy President has extensive experience in governance, having serviced across various portfolios in government, including the following. He served as a leader of the House of the Gauteng Legislature from 1994 to 1996, the MEC for Housing from 1999 to 2004, the MEC for Finance and Economic Affairs from 2004 to 2008, and served as the Premier of Gauteng Province from 2008 to 2009. He has served as the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture from 2009 to 2010, served as the Minister of Arts and Culture from 2010 to 2014, and Chairperson of the Appropriations Committee in Parliament from 2014 to 2016. He was sworn in as the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa on the 7th of March, 2023, following his appointment to this role by the President of the country, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. As the Deputy President of South Africa, some of his key responsibilities include the following. Delegated responsibilities. He serves as the leader of government business in Parliament. He assists the President in the rollout of the district development model through effective coordination of the different spheres of government, which will improve the functioning of municipalities and address community concerns. Honorable delegates, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable P.S. Mashatile, to deliver the keynote address via the virtual platform. Honorable Mashatile.
Honorable Speaker Togodidiza, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable P. Govender, Honorable C.T. Frolick, House Chairperson of the Oversight and Public Participation Committees in the National Assembly, Honorable Members of Parliament, Speakers of Provincial Legislatures, Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Ms. Cindy Siwe Chikunga, Ministers, Deputy Ministers here present, representatives of SALGA, Commissioners of the National Planning Commission, representatives of the United Nations and regional bodies, chairpersons, ANC and DA multi-party steering committee members in the National Assembly and NCOP,
Esteemed participants of the P20 Women's Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this important gathering of the P20 Women's Parliament under the theme Accelerating Equality, Sustainability and Shared Growth, Correcting the Gender Re-distributional Bias of Growth and Development through the Women's Charter, the MTDP and the 2025 G20 Development Priorities. Reflecting on the relevance of today's theme, we salute the contribution of women towards the liberation of South Africa. We further acknowledge considerable progress our nation has achieved in gender equality and inclusive governance. Today, we are proud to witness the inclusion of women in leadership positions in government and the private sector. When addressing the Women's Day celebration this past Saturday, President Cyril Ramaphosa highlighted that South Africa holds the second position among G20 nations regarding female representation, with women constituting 42% of the members of parliament. Certainly, this is a noteworthy accomplishment deserving of recognition. However, we must recognize the ongoing obstacles and the efforts required to establish a truly equitable society for all. To achieve this, we must learn from the legacy of the women from the 1956 generation who united in the struggle against an oppressive and unjust system. On the 9th of August 1956, Women's March remains a strong indication that women played a significant role in the fight for equality, justice, and the attainment of our democracy. Their chant, Wathinta Abafazi, Wathinta Imbokodo, goes beyond mere words. It embodies the tenacity, resilience, and strength of women. This essence has not diminished since 1956. We continue to witness the same tenacity and resilience in the contemporary women. Women continue to be a symbol of fortitude and courage. Although the contribution of women has brought the apartheid regime to its knees and ushered in democratic dispensation, the fight for gender equality continues. We recognize the efforts women have made since the early 20th century towards achieving gender equality in South Africa. The Freedom Charter, which was adopted on June 26, 1955, explicitly addresses the creation of an equal society. This is also supported by the Women's Charter, which was adopted in 1954 and further culminated in the expression of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality, which has provided the framework for women's transformation as observed in South Africa's democracy. The Women's Charter outlined women's rights for voting, employment, marriage, and family, which were later integrated into the Freedom Charter for a Democratic South Africa, where all citizens, regardless of gender, have equal rights and opportunities, including participation in political processes. Although we have made progress in establishing a democratic system and eliminating apartheid's legislative framework as envisioned by the Freedom Charter, we must question whether we are making progress towards gender equality and inclusion, particularly following the review and adoption of the 2021 Women's Charter. The reality is that despite an increase in representation in Parliament since 1994, as I have already mentioned, most sectors of our economy remain male-dominated. This indicates that we have not fully realized the ideals of the Freedom Charter. Hence, we need to act decisively to achieve equitable representation in all areas of our society. Program directors and honorable members, you will agree with me that gender equality lies at the core of our democracy. For true democracy can only flourish when all individuals are treated with dignity and respect and have access to equal opportunities. Gender equality is not only a struggle for a fundamental human right, but it is also essential for achieving sustainable development, promoting peace and security, and fostering a more just and inclusive society. Women's rights are human rights. Regardless of our sex and gender orientation, all of us must be motivated to continue the fight for gender equality. We must pursue viable solutions to the persistent challenges such as gender pay gap and underrepresentation of women in leadership roles. As leaders, we must consider women's needs and prioritize their empowerment to promote economic growth, reduce poverty, and foster a more just and equal society. The price to pay for gender equality is challenging patriarchal norms and structures and implementing gender-sensitive developmental policies and planning instruments that are effectively mainstreamed across all these three spheres of government. We must be persistent in advocating for legislative measures that will guarantee women-owned small, micro, and medium businesses access to working capital and inclusion in the mainstream economy. Progress made without putting too much emphasis on the government's role, the results of our efforts speak for themselves. When it comes to achieving gender equality, our nation has achieved a significant amount of progress. South Africa's 1996 constitution is one of the most progressive in the world and asserts the principle of gender equality as a key component of our transformation agenda. The equality clause enshrined in Chapter 2 of our Constitution prohibits discrimination based on race, gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status, sexual orientation, and ethnic or social origin, ensuring the protection of women's rights. The Constitution laid the basis for the introduction of progressive, equal rights-based legislation instruments that are mindful of South Africa's gender realities. Furthermore, Sections 59 and 72 make provision for public access and involvement in the lawmaking processes of Parliament. Since the dawn of democracy, this Parliament has been able to pass progressive pieces of legislation that have enabled equitable representation of women in the mainstream economy, while ensuring that the rights and welfare of women are taken care of. This includes the Employment Equity Act, Promotion of Equality, Prevention and Discrimination Act, the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, and the National Council of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act that was signed into law in May 2024, to mention but a few. To demonstrate our commitment to gender equality, the government expanded the access of women to economic opportunities by setting aside 40% of public procurement for women-owned businesses. Through the National Empowerment Fund and the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, which both offer financial and non-financial support to SMMEs, there has been an increase in the amount of support provided to women-owned small, medium, and micro enterprises. To further address the gap associated with funding, the government also launched the Technology Innovation Agency, TIA, a unique initiative aimed at empowering women in technology and innovation. The program provides funding, mentorship, and an environment for innovation. The TIA will accelerate women's contribution to South Africa's technological advancements and economic growth. Despite many of these interventions, we continue to face the scourge of violence against women and children. In recognition of the need to do more, in 2022, the government signed 3 new pieces of legislation to combat gender-based violence and femicide as part of the Presidential Summit resolutions. The laws include the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences Related Matters, Amendment Act 13 of 2022, Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act 12 of 2022, and the Domestic Violence Amendment Act 14 of 2022. These laws aim to protect victims of this violence and harder for perpetrators to escape justice. They affirm the government's commitment to combat GBF. Honorable members and patriots, we must work together to address the interconnected issues of gender transformation and economic transformation in a way that is comprehensive and impactful. We can no longer allow gender inequality to plague our society and hold back the potential and contribution of half of our population. This means we must work hard to ensure that policies, programs, and initiatives aimed at economic development prioritize gender equality and transformation. We should provide women with the tools, resources, skills, and opportunities required to make their dreams a lived reality. However, as we engage in this process, we must be cognizant of the fact that the policies, programs, and resources we introduce are aimed at improving women's well-being, addressing gender gaps, and fostering inclusive growth. As we move forward, I'm pleased that the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa has decided to convene a series of build-up activities under South Africa's G20 presidency's thematic priorities and objectives, as well as the country's development priorities for medium-term implementation. The strategy of the G20 Women's Parliament with the ambition and objectives of G20 presidency and P20 priorities is commendable. This will ensure strategic emphasis on the acceleration and implementation of South Africa's transformation agenda. As part of this strategic alignment, the P20 Women's Parliament should consider partnering with relevant G20 working groups to advocate for the prioritization of women empowerment programs that focus on issues like the care economy, financial inclusion, rural women empowerment programs, agricultural support initiatives, and combating gender-based violence. In this regard, structures like the Empowerment of Women Working Group and Women 20 Engagement Group, which are chaired by South Africa, should be used as conduits to advance women empowerment programs, especially within the African continent. These working groups are specifically focused on strengthening discussions around gender equality and supporting G20 countries in addressing gender inequalities. I trust that at the end of this P20 Women's Parliament, all participants will have assisted this collective to identify critical legislation for review and amendment to accelerate and transform the lives of many women, create gender equity, and to put a complete stop to the scourge of gender-based violence against women and children. This includes strengthening the mandate for the 3 branches of government to enhance gender mainstreaming and implement the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development and engendered MTDP, Agenda 2063, and South Africa's 2025 G20 presidency priorities. Together, we can construct a future that empowers all individuals, irrespective of gender, to realize their full potential and make meaningful contribution to our society. The South African government is committed to achieving gender equality, and we are ready to collaborate with you to bring the vision of a truly democratic and inclusive South Africa to fruition. Watinta bafazi, watinti mbogoto. I thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy President. We are indeed most grateful to you for adjusting your schedule to make time to address this august gathering today. We are indeed grateful to you. And I think while I was looking around the room while you were speaking, the delegates here were taking notes, writing down the key points that you have raised, and especially the issue of the build-up activities that we as government are planning as we go towards the P20 and G20 summits. And the key issues from this sitting here will form a report that will be taken into the P20 agenda that we will be hosting late September. Having said that, and having thanked the Honorable Deputy President for availing himself to address us, we now move on with the program, and I will introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. P.N. Mbava, the Chairperson of the Finance and Fiscal Commission, and she will be speaking to the role of the Finance and Fiscal Commission in ensuring that government's medium-term budget commitments effectively make provision for the youth and women development agenda. Dr. Mbava, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Malibongwe. So much. Formal greetings to Speaker of National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza. Greetings to the Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson, National Council of Provinces, Honorable Governor. Greetings to Chairperson, House Chairperson, Honorable Frolic. Greetings to Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Chikunga. MPs who are present with us today and on the virtual platform as well, speakers of the provincial legislatures, and all esteemed delegates. My presentation today, if we can just zone in to a slide. Chairperson, my presentation is essentially just going to touch on the gender redistribution that we have found in the May 2025 budget. We're also going to look at Vote 20, which essentially is with the budget for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, with regards to how we have found any of the performance metrics in that vote, if they are gender responsive. Also going to give some analysis on our the MTEF that is still coming, the next budget, which will be in 2026. We're also going to look at the newly tabled gender budget statement, which was in the budget documents for budget 2025. And then we're going to come with some concluding remarks and recommendations as the Financial and Fiscal Commission. Just briefly on slide 3, who is the Financial and Fiscal Commission? We are a constitutional institution. Our role is to make recommendations to Parliament, to provincial legislatures, and any other authorities determined by national legislation regarding matters specified in the Constitution. For the purpose of today, our mandates us to look at gender responsive budgeting and to look at the equitable share, as well as how equitable is the gender in the budget process. If you can go straight to slide 19. Slide 19, where we look at budget 2025. When we look at budget 2025, Honorable Chair and delegates, we looked at assessing whether budget 2025 was explicit in terms of gender distribution. So the May 2025 budget overview does not, as per our analysis, explicitly incorporate gender redistribution as a central component of its fiscal or development strategy. While the budget does include significant allocations for social spending, employment support, and also community development, these funds are not aligned with clear gender-based outcomes. So the slide that you see, it shows you that there is lack of alignment across specific budget areas. For instance, when you look at job creation and labor, which was allocated a budget of 23.7 billion, it is not gender specific in terms of the programs that are mentioned in there. So therefore, in our analysis then, the gender focus in this area is absent. And then we move to slide number 20, where we look at Vote 20. This is the budget for the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. So here, what you are trying to find, looking at the performance metrics in this slide here. This slide highlights that the department has successfully, can be seen as an example, a good example of a gender-focused department in terms of its budgeting. However, there are still gaps. There is no clear evidence as yet of coordination with other departments in terms of gender budgets. What we also saw when we look at the analysis of Vote 20 in terms of Program 2, within this department, it includes some small-scale partnerships, as noted in the gender budget statement. Crucially, these partnerships are not clearly scaled up or integrated into broader government efforts. Also, other programs within Vote 20 do involve monitoring and evaluation. However, they do not disaggregate beneficiaries by gender. This means they do not effectively rather show how the budget promotes redistribution towards gender equity. So in terms of the general performance indicators on Program 2, these are quite general. While they aim to support empowerment, they may not be specific enough to demonstrate explicitly how they show redistribution or detailed gender outcomes. And then we move on to slide 22. We will see that in budget 2025, for the first time, government included a statement called Gender Budget Statement. Whilst we welcome this statement from government, which essentially shows government's intention to infuse gender budgeting in the budget process, we do find some gaps, as we can see in slide 22. So the Financial and Fiscal Commission identified several critical gaps in the current budget statement. What we found is that there are no structural root cause analysis. So there is a significant gap in terms of the underlying reasons why gender inequalities exist. So the statement itself is silent in explaining why we have gender inequalities. It does not address the patriarchal labor practices that continue to disadvantage women. This means that policies may not be targeting the fundamental issues that are contributing to inequality. We also find that the statement as it is currently now, it fails to disaggregate impacts by race, by location, by disability, and by age. So there is a lack of an intersectional lens. So this lack of an intersectional lens is crucial because these factors are vital for understanding the distributional bias and how different groups of women experience inequality. Without this disaggregation, it is difficult, therefore, to fully implement some of these interventions. And lastly, we also find that the statement as it is now, it does not assess how taxation and expenditure affect men and women differently. So we call this the fiscal incidence analysis. And then moving on to slide 23, in some of our remarks there, as FFC, what we have found is that there are still gender disparities that we found in our analysis. So these disparities obviously highlights that we have population dynamics that show inequity in our allocations of budgets. We have labor market outcomes, obviously, that include unemployment and earnings inequality, and also education outcomes as well as household dynamics. But a crucial takeaway from budget 2025 is that it reveals that gender redistribution is still not present. There is still a bias in terms of growth and development, and this remains a fundamental structural challenge. And the efforts are limited and fragmented in terms of our budgeting process because of gender disparities, which are limited in scale, fragmented, and insufficiently institutionalized. So we did find that there is a lack of embedded gender consideration as well as disaggregated data. So we have the data in the departments, but it's not split by gender. And then one of the key issues as well in terms of our recommendations that we wanted to put forward is that we need to continue as government to ensure that in our fiscal policy, we mainstream gender dynamics. So we need to continue to integrate gender responsive budgeting. We did find that currently, the May 2025 budget overview does not explicitly incorporate gender redistribution, and the allocations that have been made in the budget are not gender specific and are not aligned to clear gender-based outcomes. One of the other recommendations that we are making, looking at slide 24, we are recommending that there needs to be a continuous review and rationalization of the performance indicators, specifically within the department in program Vote 20, program 2, Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disabilities. They should review some of the performance indicators. What is the goal here? The goal is to ensure that those indicators are more specifically targeted towards poor and marginalized women. And Also, we do recommend that we need to look at intersectional gender disaggregation. So the Commission strongly advises that gender cognizant monitoring should be integrated to assess how different groups of women experience inequality in public programs and government services. So this requires that across all performance indicators by government, we should look at issues around youth in terms of the KPIs, disability, and economic development. One of the recommendations also that we are making is to say that we need to consider undertaking a national gender inequality diagnostic. So why is this important? Despite strong legislation that we have in terms of policies, our country continues to rank among those with the highest gender gaps in employment and economic opportunity. So therefore, the FFC notes that without understanding the underlying social and dynamic drivers of gender inequality, there is a risk of continued misdirection of policies that we're making and also the allocations of public resources. So we need to understand and unpack the root causes of why we still, in spite of having this gender machinery in place, why we still have endemic and persistent gender inequality. And so we believe that having that national gender inequality diagnostic will help us to understand as a country why we still have these problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mvaba. We will now proceed to Mr. Gomere. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing your surname correctly. The UNDP Resident Representative in South Africa and the Director of UNDP Africa Sustainable Finance Hub. You have 15 minutes and speakers are doing very well. My name is Lindelwa Dunjwa, for the benefit of those that may not know. At a particular time, I will hand over to my co-chair, Ms. MP Lehwase, who will come when she is to preside. Over to you, Mr. And please look into the clock because I've never been a presiding officer, so I wouldn't like to tell you to stop. So please watch the clock in front of you. We've got 15 minutes.
No, don't worry, Chair. After an hour and a half, I will stop. Well, thank you very much, Chair. And I must start by saying good morning, Honorable Minister. It's good to see you here. And also, in her absence, the Honorable Speaker, who addressed us this morning. Every time I hear her speak, I must say I grow a few centimeters tall. She has got that presence in her. You know, when I think of why we are here, I think of the women that I saw this morning who are exhibiting outside, and I would like to invite you to look at the exhibits that they've got. Women like Yumna, sitting over there, who is trying to innovate how we do our accounting and finance. Women like Pai, who's selling bags out there. Women like Millicent, who was showing me how she's doing with EduPafa. But I also think of my mother. Everyone thought my mother was wrong until she was right. Like millions of entrepreneurs in Africa, my mother went from bank to bank looking for a loan to grow her business. No one would take a chance on her. My mother was invisible to a system that only saw collateral, not potential. I grew up in a small town called Kadoma in Zimbabwe. My mother was a smallholder farmer and a greengrocer. During school holidays, I would join my mother with a big dish of tomatoes on my head, delivering tomatoes and other vegetables to her customers across the townships and suburbs. My mother kept a very small book, but with meticulous notes on each customer. She knew very well what they liked, how much they owed, and when they paid. She knew who to trust for a week's credit, and she knew who to give a month's credit. To my knowledge, my mother invented Know Your Customer before the banks did. She bought bicycles for me and my sister to deliver food and produce to her customers. And we did so with the kind of intimacy and reliability that today's tech giants and retailers would envy. We were better than Pick and Pay. Again, to my knowledge, my mother invented Uber Eats before it became a thing. But her business was stuck. The capital she needed was always out of reach. And the loan criteria were written for someone else, someone that the banks already trusted, and it wasn't my mother. We had a familiar story today from Mr. Mulai here, and I would like to speak to the picture that you painted, because you told us what it is today. I would like to talk about what it could be and what the power that we have in this house to reach that vision. For my mother, it wasn't about her will or ability. It was about a financial system that did not see her. It was about a financial system that did not believe in her. It was a financial system that did not back her. And her story is the story of millions of women entrepreneurs in Africa, and the story of the women that I met outside there, because they told me the same story, and in their eyes, I saw my mother. We know the facts. We were told the facts this morning by Mr. Molai. And I would like to say globally, women-owned small and medium enterprises face a $1.7 trillion gap. We know that. Here in South Africa, women make up nearly half, we're told, of all entrepreneurs, yet they receive less than 10% of venture capital and a tiny fraction of bank MSE lending. We know that. We also know that women repay their loans more reliably than men. We were told this morning. The data is consistent. In South Africa, default rates for women on unsecured loans are several points lower than men. We were told this morning. Women's groups in Stokvels, they outperform men's groups. We also know that. So if we are serious about value for money, investing in women is a low-risk, high-return strategy. But our capital markets don't see that. The question has to be, why? Why is it that our capital markets are still built based on old rules? They still demand collateral-based lending. They will demand rigid risk models and intermediaries. And to the parliamentarians in here, I would like to talk to the issue of intermediaries, because government is making an effort to put money into the system. But I have not understood why you are using the same intermediaries who are using the rules that prevent women from accessing that money. We are using intermediaries whose performance is judged on their own bottom lines, not on public outcomes. But then, if public money is in the value chain, then public outcomes must shape those rules. and the parliamentarians in here have the power to do that. Where we are using public money, then public outcomes must shape those rules. That's why we need 5 fiscal disruptions to unlock capital for women entrepreneurs. First, we must reward lenders who back women. We must give lenders lower cost if they meet clear targets for lending to women. We must write these targets into the budget process and track them publicly. Dr. Mbaba, this is what we must do. You asked the right questions, and there is one of your potential answers. Second, we must share risk and lower the cost. We must use public funds to take first loss and buy down interest rates for women, making lending to women in high-value sectors more attractive. At the moment, it's not attractive. So we mustn't be surprised by the outcomes that were described this morning. Third, we must turn contracts into cash flow. When a woman-owned business wins a government contract, she should get fast payment and access to working capital immediately. If we make her wait for a month, 2 months, 6 months, by the time we give her the capital, the business is down. We know that, and we've got the power to change that. Fourth, we must open the field beyond banks. This is important. We must bring in cooperatives, we must look at fintech, and we must look at specialist funds who are paid for the business they help to grow, not the collateral they collect. Finally, we must make every budget gender smart, and you are doing a fabulous job in tracking that, as well as you. We must tag every program for its gender impact. We must publish the results in a public scorecard and hold ourselves accountable for delivery. We know that bold action is possible. During COVID, the loan guarantee scheme showed us that fiscal and monetary tools can be mobilized. So this is possible. Let's now direct that same power to women and youth. We know that we have the intermediaries who can deliver, from the NEF Women Empowerment Fund to fintech innovators with cash flow-based lending. And we know the sectors where women are undercapitalized but are present. Those sectors include green energy, they include manufacturing, they include agriculture. Go outside and have a look at some of the sectors as well that women are working in. Colleagues, this is not about softer hearts in banking. It's about hardwired incentives in fiscal policy. I'm not appealing to your goodness here. I'm just saying our fiscal policy must deliver the results that we all want and we talked about in the morning. Let's disrupt the way capital flows. Let's pay intermediaries for who they reach and the business that survives, not for the collateral that they collect. If my mother had been able to access the right kind of capital, her business could have doubled. It could have continued to create more jobs today, and it could have transformed our economy. She could have been the owner of Uber today. And today, we can make sure no woman with the will and talent to succeed is locked out because the market doesn't see her. This is not just an economic imperative, it is a moral one. Now, although my mother did not live long enough to see it today, she might have been proud that the son she raised through selling tomatoes is standing in the best parliament in the world and shouting to all of you, Watint abafaz, Watint imbukot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now call on Ms. Kay Govender, the General Counsel of the National Empowerment Fund, to do her presentation, and the minutes are 7. Thank you.
Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests from the government, civil society, and the private sector, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to address this historic sitting of the P20 Women's Parliament, and to do so under today's theme, Accelerating Equality, Sustainability, and Shared Growth, Correcting the Gender Redistributional Bias of Growth and Development. This sitting comes at a critical time, not only for our nation, but for the world, as South Africa holds the G20 presidency and by extension leads the dialogue on inclusive economic growth, sustainability, and gender equality. The Women's Charter, which forms part of the guiding framework for today's proceedings, challenges us to go beyond commitments and deliver measurable change. It calls for boldness, for urgency, and for the dismantling of structural barriers that continue to exclude women from the heart of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, while South Africa has made progress since 1994, the reality is that Black women, especially African women, remain overrepresented among the unemployed and underrepresented in business ownership. Structural barriers persist, such as the lack of startup capital, exclusion from procurement value chains, limited financial literacy, limited access to business networks, high cost of credit and restrictive collateral requirements that Mr. Gomera mentioned, and limited access to markets, which is quite a critical one that we find. For women in rural and township economies, these challenges are compounded by geographic isolation, infrastructure deficits, and in some cases, traditional norms that restrict economic participation. If we are to correct the gender bias in economic participation, we must address these barriers through targeted, budget-driven economic interventions that create real opportunities for women to lead and own businesses. The National Empowerment Fund exists to drive the sustainable participation of Black people in South Africa's economy. The NEF has a deliberate focus on women, youth, and rural and township communities. In 2014, recognizing the persistent exclusion of Black women from the access to finance, the NEF launched the Women Empowerment Fund, or WEF. This flagship initiative has become one of the most important tools for transformation by the NEF. Since inception, the Women Empowerment Fund has disbursed more than 2.4 billion rand to Black women entrepreneurs, creating 13,000 new jobs. In the past financial year alone, women-owned businesses accounted for 36% of our disbursements at the NEF, and we are now setting the bar higher, aiming in the medium term to exceed 50% of all our disbursements of funding to women-led and women-owned businesses. The NEF's funding ranges from 250,000 Rand to 75 million Rand through term loans, equity, bridging finance, revolving credit facilities, and other instruments. The fund deliberately does not require traditional collateral, focusing instead on commercial potential and empowerment impact. The Women Empowerment Fund supports businesses across the value chain and across sectors, from retail to heavy manufacturing, agriculture, logistics, and construction. Importantly, the Women Empowerment Fund offers more than finance. We acknowledge that there is a gap in the market, and we provide mentorship, business turnaround services, and market linkages. And this support gives women more than just access to capital, but a fair shot at long-term success. I would like to just share a few examples today of the real women-led businesses that we have funded as the NEF to give you an example of the impact of some of the funding that we disperse. Just last week, we launched the Atrium Boutique Hotel. Nestled in the heart of Polokwane, the Atrium Boutique Hotel is a powerful symbol of the growing success of Black-owned, women-led enterprises in the hospitality sector. Founded by wife and husband duo, Ms. Liseta Mukwevo and Mr. Matodzi Mukwevo, the hotel is 100% Black-owned and 60% women-owned. A proudly South African story of vision, grit, and empowerment. The hotel offers premium accommodation with luxury rooms, a full-service restaurant, executive boardroom, conference facility, and a vibrant bar. The project was made possible through strategic partnerships with the Department of Tourism, the NEF, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, SEDFA, and the Tourism Equity Fund. Combined funding of over 24 million rand enabled the development of a world-class Black-owned hospitality destination. Beyond bricks and mortar, the Atrium has created 54 permanent jobs and stands as a model of what inclusive tourism can achieve. Another example, a few weeks ago at Decorex Africa in Sandton Convention Center, one of our investees, Denik Cabinets, was exhibiting amongst the best of the best. Ms. Dipua Pagati was the first Black woman-owned business to exhibit at Decorex Africa under the kitchen and bathroom category, highlighting her commitment to innovation and excellence. The NEF's investment in Denik Cabinets has made it possible for them to acquire modern machinery that has enhanced production capabilities, sped up delivery times, and allowed the business to take on larger contracts. Denik is also exporting to other parts of the continent. Denik Cabinets is an excellent example of how women-owned businesses can thrive with the right support and resources. And the third and last example I would like to mention is Isipo Capital Engineering. The NEF funded Isipo's acquisition of Smith Capital Equipment, a company that manufactures aerial platforms used to reach elevators such as streetlights, as well as drilling rigs and pylons for the mining sector. Smith Capital was established in 1973 and is a leading name in the aerial platform market through its own brand, Superlift.
Sorry, Ms. Govender, your time has expired.
Okay, let me get to the conclusion, Chair. I'm sorry about that.
When your time has expired, you have to get off the podium. Now I'm looking at the presiding officers.
Can I have 2 minutes to conclude, Chair?
Is she allowed to request for more minutes? Okay.
Okay,
2
thank
minutes.
you, Chair. To conclude, from the NEF's perspective, there are several priorities in terms of how to move forward with unlocking the potential of women entrepreneurs. The first one being ring-fencing the budget allocations at all levels of government for women-owned SMMEs, align these allocations with the National Development Plan and sector master plans, use of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act to secure a greater share of public procurement for women-owned businesses, and incentivize the financial institutions to develop affordable, accessible financial products to women, for women. These measures align directly with the Women's Charter objectives and will give tangible effect to our shared vision of economic justice. Today, I extend an open invitation. Let us work together, Parliament, government, the private sector, and development finance institutions to scale these successes. Let us build budgets, policies, and partnerships that place women at the heart of our economic and growth strategies. Because when women lead in the economy, we don't just create jobs, we create lasting legacies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Govender. You really put me on a spotlight. Now, I will then have to be consistent The next presentation is from Dr. A. Apostolov, the CEO of She Power Medical Manufacturer, who has got 6 minutes on the dot. I don't want to be accused of being inconsistent. Thank you.
Okay, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Minister Cindy Siwe, Honourable Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, fellow civil society representatives, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. In 1956, mothers and grandmothers marched to the Union Building with nothing but determination in their hearts and hopes in their hand. They marched for dignity, for equality, and for the right to shape the destiny of this nation. If they could stand in this house today, they would not be here to applaud our leaders. They would be here to look them in the eyes and ask, after all we fought for, after all we've sacrificed, why are South African women still finding the doors to opportunities locked from the inside? Almost 70 years later, it's a national disgrace that women are still fighting for the most basic of rights, the rights to participate fully and equally in our own economy. The Freedom Charter promised that people shall share in the country's wealth. Yet here we are in 2025, the women who are the backbone of families, our communities, and industries are still treated as if that wealth, that opportunity, and that dignity are gifts that you may choose to grant, rather than constitutional promises that you are duty-bound to honor. I am here today to represent every entrepreneur throughout this beautiful country. I am here to give those women who are chasing dreams a face. I am here to get to the heart and to let you know that these businesswomen here are undeniable people that represent every statistic of failure and the unshakable story of resilience. I am that woman who dared to dream that entrepreneurial dream. Mine was in the medical manufacturing space, a male-dominated sector where breaking through requires more than just skill. It demands survival against systems built to keep us women out. I had every government agency, department door closed in my face. Funding was never an option. Even the smallest request for the tiniest help towards SABS testing became a weight that never ended well. After 3 years of knocking on every door from the first step to the last, it was a living nightmare. Even the simplest request for help for market access has been a masterclass in frustration. The truth is plain. The current systems are just not designed to help women, and certainly not to see us win. Fast forward 3 years, I stand here only by the grace of God and my attitude of I will not give up. I stand here with I stand here by the grace of God, and I'd like to repeat that. No thanks to any sector of our governments. And I have a world-class medical manufacturing facility that's producing premium 21st century sustainable SABS-compliant menstrual cups that is solving our national crisis of period poverty. And with millions of girls and women in our own country lacking access to basic menstrual products and 30% of schoolgirls missing up to 50 days of school a year, period poverty is not a side issue. It is a national crisis. And our work is not only to address this urgent need, but also to support the circular economy by reducing waste, promoting reusability, and creating cleaner, more sustainable future. And I am so proud to say that I've overcome every obstacle, pushed through every barrier, and reached every finish line they said was beyond my reach. And I have done it entirely without the support of the very institutions created to help women like me to succeed. And so we wait. And so I wait with bated breath for our rightful share of this 40% procurement pie. That share will do more than chip away the national crisis of period poverty. It will stimulate GDP growth and create dozens of jobs throughout the value chain. Government now has the power to turn this into a South African success story. All it takes is one bold choice. Government, be the off-takers of our women businesses. You be our first off-takers. Honor your promise and invest in us so our resilience becomes the nation's return. Over 90%, safe to say, in this house are probably salaried employees. You collect your salaries at the end of each month, no matter what the storms rage outside. You will never know the hollow staring at the ceiling, wondering how you will make payroll, keeping the lights on, or food on the table. That is the journey of us women that are trying to walk this road of entrepreneurship. You will never feel the crushing weight of carrying that dream on your back with no financial safety net. Knowing that one bad month could mean you lose everything you've built and everything you've sacrificed. And I appeal to you, behind every badly written business plan is not incompetence. It's exhaustion of women. Behind that desperate phone call for help is not weakness. It is courage in the rawest form. It is a woman standing on the edge of the unknown, willing to risk everything because no one has ever handed her a chance. Start seeing her. Start really seeing her as your mother, your sister, your daughter. Handle her with the same protection and urgency you would your own family. Go out of your way to help her, because sometimes the smallest act of genuine assistance is the thin, fragile thread between a dream realized and a life shattered. Honorable members, inclusion is not a favor to us as women. It is a force multiplier for national progress. When women are economically included, everyone benefits. But we will not reach these outcomes through rhetoric.
Your time is...
We will not retrieve. Please, 2 minutes more, please. You set a precedence. Effective support for women and inclusive budgeting for small business. I get to my biggest ask. Above all, the loudest and the most urgent call from women in business is access to markets. And the single most powerful way to deliver this is for government to be our off-taker. Honor your commitment. And in my conclusion, honorable members, I rise to demand urgent and measurable accountability. We cannot continue to sideline women as we have for decades. Symbolism must give way to substance. We require a result-driven approach in which women who were once shut out now lead competitive industries. That 40% procurement must not be just talk. It must result in action. Let us pledge to return next year with new stories to tell, not of women begging for opportunities, but of women standing in Parliament and filling our national platforms with stories of triumph. Let's unite to make women's economic inclusion and invest in the greatest investment. Women are our investment, is your investment in human capital. Let's make it a reality in our lifetime. Thank you.
Expired. You know, Deputy Chair and Minister and the two presiding officers that if I can disclose, I was panicking of time. I told the organizers that we are going to be speaking on issues of women. And it's going to be very difficult at times when there is that moment that touches you to say, please stop. but you have been exposed. You know, they're not as kind as me. When my time has expired, my time has expired. I have to leave the podium. But I think it's you have given us some more, Honorable Minister, more food for thought on what has just been said by the last. In fact, from Mr. Komoro up to the speaker. As I will be calling on Dr. Pinkomo, you will see there's a change in the program, who is a director and acting executive director of OXEM, South Africa, who's going to do the presentation. Now, I don't want to say how many minutes, but I will be seeing. I will then now, as I will be leaving, my co-chair is then going to take over. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Nkoni.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm not a doctor, but I do accept the I do accept the title. I'm not yet there. I want to acknowledge my colleague Nkateko, who's with me. She is the executive director. I am the board chair. I'm a development economist and the board chair of Oxfam. Our opening statement this morning is that if it's not budgeted for, it's not a priority. And I think for me, that's where we're going to be grounding our presentation. And if we talk about the political economy of budgeting and macroeconomics, there are 4 points that we make. Is that firstly, our public governance system is actually based on patriarchal norms and it delays empowerment of women. Secondly, it does not recognize the care work, right? It extracts value without rewards, without economic and social recognition. And gender barriers block opportunity. Women entrepreneurs compete without resources. They rely on families, but also at the same time, they have minimal support in the system. Access to education is often recognized or assumed to be an equalizer without recognizing other barriers, which amongst those are linked to class, race, gender, and geographic location. I think the point has been made here about where women are located. I'm not going to repeat because I want to save 1 more minute to raise issues that have not been raised. But at the heart of everything is we want to say that women are actually participating in the economy from a demand side by selling their labor, but also as well from the supply side perspective. They're right at the end of the value chain. They're not in the primary production, they're not in the supply chain, but they are selling products that have already been actually manufactured. And amongst the key issues as well is the fact that women have limited access to land. Now, one of the basic things I want you to remember about this morning, even if you don't remember my name, there are 6 factors of production in any economy. The first one is access to education. The second one is access to land. The third one is access to infrastructure. The fourth one is access to finance. The other one is access to data, which is actually becoming a lot more an issue now in South Africa, all over the world, by the way. And the other one is access to energy. And you're never going to be able to build a vibrant economy and integrate those who are excluded if these 6 factors of production have actually not been addressed fully. So it's actually, it's always a strong framework unto which we use in economics. Other structural barriers of women is conscious and unconscious biasness. When you walk in a bank, you are a black woman. You have no collateral. And amongst the key things is that if you're not educated, because we actually make the link between education and intelligence with multiple degrees. And we actually forget that a lot of women have been raised, or families are raised by women who sell tomato, onion, and actually who are doing sewing projects. And I do think that we must recognize in our system that dualism that is embedded in our economy. I think the other one is we must talk about the human cost of exclusion. I think we've not been able to raise, because the fact that you have 42% of Black women, Africans, who are economically disengaged, who live unproductive lives in this country, who rely on social security, it means that society is not able to draw its dividend fully to those women because they are only earning 350. But in fact, if the system was open to them, they will actually be contributing into the society a lot more. The issue that we want to raise as Oxfam is that, firstly, we think that budget can entrench either can entrench or exclude. So as long as our budgeting system is actually aligned with, is actually within the patriarchal norms, we're always going to struggle. We're thinking one of the other things is that the risk of underwriting enables timely access to credit. Our colleague from NEF, amongst the key things we must ask, when last was NEF being recapitalized? And it's meant to support businesses whom some of them absolutely have no history. They're actually startups. So when NEF appears to Parliament tomorrow or anything, I'm asking members of Parliament to ask, when last have you been recapitalized? Because if you don't recapitalize development finance institutions, women are always going to be excluded through access to finance, right? The other one, I think procurement issue has actually been raised. Government must demonstrate a lot more risk in supporting women. We can't rely on commercial banks or private sector, but government must show risk appetite and support its citizens. I think the other issue that we're also raising here, 4 transformative issues we want to raise, is that firstly, we think that enforceable definition of women-owned business is one thing. We think that set-asides must be one of the things that should be part of in our procurement program, access to bridging finance, and as well as guarantees that support women. Invoice discounting is also something that is important. I think the other issue by miss of us, South Africa hosts G20, so we must talk about what should be the G20 agenda that we should be pursuing as a country. I think amongst those, Agenda 2063, for example, it talks about inclusive growth that requires women's economic agency. The second one, it's how you use the Africa Free Trade Agreement to remove structural barriers within within cross-border trade. The third one, opportunity to champion gender aware financing and procurement standards. Last one, you establish regulation that removes market barriers and supports women. Our call to action, before I've been asked to, our call to action is fund the economic inclusion and social inclusion. Introduce decent universal basic income, build procurement pipeline to support women, but also as well as work with development finance institution so that the whole SMME ecosystem is actually getting support, share the risk. Women are taking more risk. In fact, women are expected to put in their own primary residence as a collateral for them to secure business. But in a country that you have a history of exclusion, where Black women, from a class perspective, women who still live in rural areas, but who sitting with unproductive assets are actually expected to share the risk alone, and the state is not able to support that. Eliminate cash flow cliff by providing bridging finance. In fact, we do want to ask NEF and other development finance institutions to relax the access to finance and to make it sure that they make it easy for women, but also fundamentally to look at, to stop relying only on the track record of the person, of the business, but also to take risk. I mean, the higher the risk appetite we have as government, as development finance institution, the more we're actually creating an opportunity for women. The last one, define who counts. Women count. We constitute more than 51% of the population, and therefore we count. In the same way we fought against political exclusion, it's the same way that we should fight against gender exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Memang Nkomo. A very good morning once again, esteemed participants, and welcome to this interactive session where panelists have shared their valuable insights on promoting youth and women development through budget commitments and economic empowerment. I'll now open the floor for discussions, questions, and sharing of ideas on exploring ways to unlock the potential of women entrepreneurs, to address issues on gender bias, on economic participation, and promote inclusive budgeting for small business development. Participants, we only have 35 minutes for this session. So I am going to request that we stick to the rules. I will allow each speaker to have at least 2 minutes to get straight to the point. I'm going to, I know it's going to be difficult, but I'm going to request that we leave preambles before asking questions and making submissions. Because we have members on the virtual platform and on the overflow next door, I am going to request that we start in the house. I will note 5 hands in the house, then go to the virtual platform, and I know, or let's say 5 in the house, get to the overflow, already 3 hands has been noted, and then we'll go into the virtual platform. I will not waste time and do not know each other's names. I am Miss Lekwase. I'll recognize you and you'll follow the session, and I'll give you numbers in a way of recognizing you. Can I get the 5 hands that would like to engage on the presentations that have already been put before us? Ma'am, you'll be the first one. The second one will be here in front. The third one, it's your good self. The fourth one, can I get on Councillor Huma? You'll be the 5th one. For now, let's take this round of hands, colleagues, and I'm going to request that if maybe we stick to the time and we still have time left, we might consider coming back. But if we do not have time, we'll have extra sessions that are coming that women will engage on their issues. In that order, I am going to request that you take at least 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and good morning. I'm Kulufelo Morodi, representing Action SA from City of Tshwane. I think my comment is going to be on the presentation by Dr. P.N. Mbava. I think what she had to say was an eye-opener, especially when it comes to Vote 20, because as much as we are putting money in the budget, but that money is not translating into what we want to achieve for women. So I think what she mentioned about us having a gender diagnosis to see what is the real issue. Why are we not seeing change as much as we are budgeting it? Why are we not seeing that change? I think that is very important. I think that should be the starting point. We need to understand why is money being put on programs, but those programs are not dealing with this 40% of women not being able to find jobs. It's not translating as much as there's willingness, but it's not translating into results that we want. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just giving you an opportunity because you are part of the presenters, and one would be expected that I allow other colleagues to make presentations. Can you allow me for now to suppress you? Then maybe by the time you respond to what has been raised, you'll make your point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Presiding Officer. I'm of the view that there can be no true freedom. And before I continue, let me perhaps introduce myself. I think this is a burning passion that I have about women's issue that made me forget to even introduce myself. My name is Ayanda Ali. I am a member of Build One South Africa at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature as a member there. And just to continue my point, I'm of the view that there cannot be any true freedom for any woman without economic freedom. And I'm not saying that because I'm sitting next to my colleagues from the EFF here, but I'm saying that because I believe that as a woman, he or she who feeds you has control over you. So if you do not have the means of production, if you do not have the ability to put food on the table for yourself and your children, your dignity is at risk and your sense of somebodyness is at risk. So I just want to appreciate the fact that this morning's presentations have been largely focused on including women in the economy. Great strides have been made. This was alluded to by Speaker Togo Didiza. Minister Chikunga juxtaposed the composition of parliaments in 1994, that of today. So I think we're all of the view that we have come a long way. I don't want my opinion to be seen as negative. We are all in agreement. We are not where we used to be as women. But the gentleman from SARS, Mr. Mulai, outlined that it's not yet Uhuru. The face of poverty in South Africa is still very much black and female. So the question is as follows. The best laid plans of mice and men do often go awry, as the poem goes. We can have the best plans in the world, but in and of themselves, if these plans are not supported by rigorous action and the careful and thoughtful monitoring and evaluation thereof, the plans will be futile and impotent. Mr. Gomera spoke about the ability to track properly and publicly all the initiatives that we have. My question, therefore, to Minister Chikunga is, what incentives are in place to ensure the implementation of all the plans that we've discussed? And what punitive measures or consequence management will be in place to address those who fail to implement whatever plans that we can put together or targets that we put in place? And I say this as someone who has been sponsored by Minister Chikunga on a number of platforms. So how do we make sure that there are incentives for those who put in place the targets, and what do we do to punish or put punitive measures and consequence management for those who fail to put to pass or bring to pass that which we discussed? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ali. I allowed you because the first speaker took only 1.5 minutes. I'm going to be very strict on time. The fourth speaker. I noted you number 4, that's why I'm saying the fourth speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Mine is directed to the correcting the gender redistributional bias of growth and development through the Women's Charter. How can the Finance and Fiscal Commission ensure that the government's medium-term budget allocations are not only gender responsive, but also measurable in advanced youth and women's development, particularly in rural and under-resources area? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were spot on and on time, Councillor Humo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Please allow me to ride on the protocol that was established earlier on. As you correctly said, I'm Councillor Huma representing Salga here on behalf of the municipalities in the country. Today's formal opening for P20 is an opportunity to set out the tone of unity, the inclusivity and agency around women's empowerment. I'll go straight to what we are recommending as Salga to today's gathering, not necessarily asking questions from the presentations, but we've got the recommendations from local government that there's a need to affirm local government's role by positioning municipalities as their delivery arm of gender responsive development. And in terms of institutionalizing gender mainstream, we are saying the municipality councils must adopt a standing agenda items on gender transformation and equity. And then in terms of public participation, there's a need to strengthen the ward committee's engagement with women's organizations to ensure local priorities inform national and G20 commitments. And then to localize the G20 gender priorities, we need to develop a municipal level gender transformation scorecard that is aligned with G20 and the NDP goals. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm going to request Mevuiswa Nzakana to come in. The 3 that are from the overflow, it's Vuiswa Nzakana, Zake Lujabe, and Linda Langa, in that order. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Speaker. As we've been asked that we must stop the preambles, but my culture requires me to greet everyone. My one today is about appreciating this opportunity that we've been given here. And I would say, Chair, before 2020, as if I had this opportunity of this nature, I would be focusing only on the economic aspect of women in the country. But however, after 2020, what I've seen, what our country has been going through, especially specifically to women and children, of course, with hunger, poverty, that was actually as an embarrassment, if not a shame. Up to date, today I would like to not really criticizing the gender, the efforts that have been there for gender mainstreaming and inclusivity of women into the economic of this country. However, it is also looking as if it's becoming a bit of a rhetoric now. So quickly going to the recommendations that are, because I wanted to do some summary, but due to time, I would like to make a recommendation. The recommendation would be, Chairperson, we've got one ministry
that has to look at all the gender aspects, from children, women, people living with disabilities. And out of that, we need implementation. And the implementation, we've got National Youth Development Agency, which is actually doing out, making great strides in terms of working on youth. However, we know that the country is still having a very high youth unemployment. But to fast track and accelerate the empowerment and inclusivity of women into the economic mainstream of this country, I would like to recommend that government should look at a Women Empowerment and Development Agency, as it did with the youth. Those budgets that are actually decentralized everywhere in the NEFs and other departments and whatever, some are even underutilized, they can be actually centralized into one unit. And therefore, anything that has to do with a program that to empower and to develop women can actually be accessed through that board, that council, or that agency. That is one. Two, women are carrying historical debts, a lot of it, and our country explains it itself as well, because there was exclusions, and even after that, we know that some women have been issues whereby they got into marriages that they were not aware of. When they got out of those marriages, they were carrying some debts that they were not even aware of. So we know that most houses in this country, they are actually women-headed houses. So there's a lot that's on the shoulders of women. So we'd like also government to consider the amnesty of women on those debts that are of that nature. They are various. The last but not least, the boy child. The boy child, the prisons, the drugs, the ingabi, the extortionist. Chair.
I am sorry, I will have to refer you to the rules. Kindly stick to the agreed rules of the House.
Yes.
I would suggest that, especially that you are making recommendations rather than asking questions. And you've already eaten on the 1 minute of the previous speaker. Kindly submit your recommendation to the table. They will be considered and be recorded as one of the outcomes or the resolutions of this gathering.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
So the last one was about the boy child. Thank you.
Yes, you will make a submission.
All right.
Ms. Zakelu Jabe.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to everyone. I'm going to contribute on what Bhuti that was introduced, something of stats. On the family commitment, he said when he speak, the child that they took is the girl child. I want to ask the minister that there isn't anything that it can happen to prevent that a child is not her right. It's not, she doesn't want peacefully that thing, but she's been asked by the family, a bill of sort like any other bill that it's protect the child's right. Secondly, what I want to ask on the stats of showing that 48% of Black women that are unemployed and whatever, and on that of rural areas that are grandmothers that are looking after those children on those houses. My question, we all know that is an unemployment. If we can check the stats on these women, which age group does the unemployment rate goes to? We know we cannot lie about it. That government, after 38 to 45 something, there isn't 55, there isn't anything speak about that age group. I think now it's time that age group to be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melinda Langa.
Yes, my name is Linda Langa Mayegiso. I've listened to the people who are talking here, and I think what I want them to do now is that with the recommendations that they've made, to implement those recommendations because they were very interesting. What I'm doing as a woman, I was owning a business. I'm one of the people who left out the business before COVID-19, which I couldn't go further because of funds which were not coming out. But because women, we take risk. Now I'm doing soccer for seniors in the Western Cape. I'm happy to be here. And we have taken seniors, 4 seniors from the Western Cape to France in 2019, and nothing is happening. And now we are expecting people from all provinces. We are having 14 teams which are coming to the Western Cape on the 10th of October. But we see nothing which is happening. They are coming to us and liking Cape Town as one of the best provinces in the country. So we are expecting 14 teams from different provinces, but nothing is happening in the Western Cape where they assist a woman to proceed. We are all taking risk in this province of doing things that they can make this province shine, but we expect them to be helped by this province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get an indication by show of hand from the virtual platform if there's anybody that would want to make a submission, ask a question, or make recommendations as those that have presented before the House? Any indication on the virtual platform? I'm not seeing any hand.
We've got 3 hands.
Ms. Busisiwe, Ms. Mabato, and Honorable Tandi. In that order, we only have 3 hands for now. The 4th one will be from Honorable
And also me.
I am going to request that we become orderly. If you cannot raise a hand on the virtual platform, on the chat box, just write your name and indicate that you would want to speak. So far, I've noted 4 hands. I will give to Mebusisiwe to make her submission.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and greetings to everyone. My name is Busisiwe Mkangela. I'm in the Eastern Cape. I'm an agroecology farmer, a beneficiary of land reform in the PLUS farmers that are fighting for title deeds at this moment. But then my question would be in the line of this 40% that is being asked for women to be funded by the departments. I will talk of Department of Agriculture. They do have that 40%, but the struggle is the criteria that they put that makes women not to be able to apply for the funding. And if then the funding is there with the 40%, they say women are not applying because the criteria, it is not making it possible for women to be able to apply. For instance, they will put that a woman must have a turnover of 250,000 as an example, or else they must have a title deed, or else then they must have a branding if then it is livestock. So all those things are things that are putting the women off from now even applying for that. So as we are talking about this 40%, let us also look at the criteria that is taking the women off these applications. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member Batumakena.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I'm sorry for that. Colleagues on the platform, if you have difficulty with showing your face, you can just switch your camera off. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Chair.
Mine are 2 things. The issue of accountability is the only thing that can make us move. We have policies in this country that do not benefit women, not because government does not want to, but public officials who are supposed to be ensuring that 40% goes to women-owned businesses also have their own patriarchal notion that these women are going to be rich more than everybody else. So we're suggesting that every portfolio committee, every government department that comes, the question on 40% procurement must be part of that. So that if they do not comply, the director, not the DG only, because this thing of holding DGs accountable while the officials who are being paid to ensure that there is a 40%. So each and every official who has a program that has procurement must be held accountable for non-compliance. The second thing, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I heard the Member of Parliament earlier on saying that there must be another entity focusing on women. What we are doing, we are saying to government departments that do not want to empower women that now we will have another agency. Each department in this country its responsibility is to ensure that women-owned businesses are supported. 51% of the population is women. Therefore, the more we get departments having agencies for women, we're not holding every member of society accountable. The department is one of the least funded. That is another issue that I think the portfolio committees needs to look into when we go ahead. And lastly, Chair, I think the presentation by Dr. Ruth on menstrual cups, that is a solution that we as a government of South Africa, a civil society of South Africa, the business sector of South Africa must look into. If there's a product that supports girls and it's friendly, it lasts for 10 years, we now know that the fiscal is low. So why don't the government start looking at that product, support it, because they know for 10 years, they don't need to be putting money for menstrual products, because there's a product, every child has that product, and they can focus on something else. So that I really support what Dr. Ruth was presenting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mema Kena. Honorable Nonteja.
Thank you, Chair. I'm unable to show my picture at the moment. Chair, my first question is to say, I heard the Deputy Chair of NCOP acknowledging the chairperson of the Women's Caucus in Parliament. I would like to know when and where does that caucus takes place, because I've never heard of it as a woman in that parliament. And is it for certain parties or all the parties in parliament? My last question, Chair, is to say...
I am going to request that we have order in the House. Everybody is entitled to their questions and they are going to be responded to accordingly. She is going to be responded accordingly. Let's give her time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the protection. Chairperson, what I would like to know from the ministry now is there any plan in the pipeline that talks to saying, how do we get all these glorious policy frameworks to be implemented on the ground? Because the problem is on implementation. Everything is aligned, everything is there, but the implementation is not visible on the ground. Is there anything that the department is planning to do for all three vulnerable groups, women, youth, and people with disability? Is there any way that the beautiful frameworks can reach the targeted targets? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nonteja. Colleagues, I do not want us to leave this House or this sitting without clarifying something. All female members of Parliament knows it is unfortunate that Honorable Nonteja is not aware. The steering committee of this multi-party women caucus was elected at S12A in the NCO building. And all notifications are going into our WhatsApp group, and it's also the responsibility of the whips of each and every party to make sure that their members are in all these committees. So yes, there is a multi-party caucus that sits in Parliament and that is taking place, and the steering committee was elected in S12A of the NCOP. I think that one is largely covered. I noted 4 hands from the virtual platform. I see 3 additional hands, and it's Mezuki Swa, Me Hendricks, and Me Machobeni. These will be the only hands that we will take for submissions for this session, and then maybe later we'll have deliberations on other presentations. But Me Machobeni will be the last. For now, let me recognize Honorable Klaba from Gauteng Provincial Legislature.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Boyikaba from Gauteng Provincial Legislature, representing Umkhonto we Sizwe Park. Today's presentation suggests that gender equality is not just a social issue, but an economic challenge. I have 3 questions directed to the Honorable Minister Chikunga. How is the Women's Charter being used to actively reshape economic policy and development programs to prioritize women, particularly rural and township women, especially in guiding national and provincial efforts to ensure that women benefit equally from inclusive and sustainable growth? And the second question would be, what mechanisms are in place to hold departments and municipalities accountable for failing to meet gender equality and development targets? And lastly, how will the 7th administration ensure that gender equality and transformation are not just cross-cutting themes, but are actively embedded in the planning, budgeting, and implementation of national priorities, particularly in sectors critical for inclusive governance and sustainable economic recovery? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mezuki Swamolomba. You may come in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. My name is Zuki Swami Kolomba. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And my question is to the Oxfam Board Chair, Ms. Pelisankomo, regarding the women's movement and the gender architecture in the country. My question is, the fragmentation, lack of unity, and general weaknesses in the women's movement and gender architecture of the country is not what can be attributed to the poor status of women in the country in general in the country. What is her perspective of this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Hendricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and good morning to all. Protocol observed. My contribution to the sitting, Madam Speaker, is that the first comment that I'd like to make is that all these presentations that was made currently does not filter down to the ground levels. Secondly, I've heard all the previous speakers speaking and predominantly making reference to Black women, and I would assume that this is African Black women. My question to this platform this morning is, what is this committee doing to be more inclusive of the minority groups like the Coloureds and the Indians? And then thirdly, the problem with access to markets, that still seems to be a big problem for women in business. And then with regards to procurement processes, what is this sitting doing to ensure that women in business are given preferential treatment in terms of procurement processes and access to funding? And I'm speaking here particularly for the groups that has been left behind, such as the colored groups and the Indian groups, and even some of the white female groups. And then lastly, Madam Speaker, with regards to the aggregation of tenders, what is this group doing or the sitting doing to ensure that more people have access to tenders instead of awarding tenders to 1, 2, 3 individuals? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. There was a hand, the last hand that was raised on the platform. I do not see it. If the speaker still wants to make a submission, you are allowed to do so.
Yes. Yes. Oh, thank you.
You may proceed, and your network is bad.
Very much, Honorable.
We cannot hear you.
Let me greet all delegates that are here. May I audible?
You are not. I
Honorable
think you have
Mukwasi,
a
may I
problem
audible?
with your. You are not audible, and I think you have a problem with your connectivity. We cannot hear a word from you.
Is it?
Is it possible for you? Is it possible for you maybe to make a written submission to avoid us going up and down?
Oh, okay, it's fine.
Are you
All
okay?
right.
I am so sorry for that. I am so sorry for that. You
Yes,
were
I'm
not
fine,
audible.
Honorable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
Esteemed
okay,
participants,
fine.
we have made our submissions, and most of the submissions made were recommendations and suggestions on how we move forward. I had a few questions for the Honorable Minister, for Dr. Mbava, Me Nkomo, and Ntate Molai. I'm going to request that you take each 3 minutes to wrap up, because if I give you 3 minutes, we'll go to 36 minutes. That was allocated 3 minutes each to summarize the responses of each member, and kindly respond from where you are seated to avoid wasting time from your seat to the podium. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also welcome the questions and comments. I wish, Chairperson, our approach was not problem-based, but solution-based. Because seated here are people who have answers and who can help us together with the members of parliament that are here so that we know the questions to ask and what to do going forward. So I wish we were solution-based, because otherwise it's easy to talk about problems, but sometimes not solutions. I wish we were just approaching from a solution-based then problem-based. I just want to say that. The question was asked by Kolufelo to say, what are we doing about the budget vote 20? There's money. As a matter of fact, our budget vote is 1.3 billion rand. Of that budget, 1.1, we transfer it to NYDA. And I think 97 million rand goes to the Commission on Gender-Based Violence, Commission on Gender Equality. And then we remain as a department with 239 million rand. For that 239 million rand, we then pay the staff. And therefore, for goods and services, we remain with less than 40 million rand. And those goods and services, they include anything starting with the tools for the staff, your cell phone, etc., etc. So it's a department that does not have budget. I think a person who raised that issue was raising an important factor, because for people in the department to go out, reach out to South Africa and do the monitoring, the question that was asked, you have in one branch 3 people for disability who are responsible for the whole of South Africa, including private and public sector, including the municipalities, etc. So that is the matter that I think it's important for everyone to be aware of. It's 3 people from one branch. So I'm just saying that. However, we do have a responsibility as a department, one, to coordinate, which we are trying to do, using platforms and many of them, to advocate, to mainstream, to monitor, and to evaluate. And we do that through policies that we have actually sent out to the departments. We have a policy on with which I think she referred to on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and even auditing for that matter. So these are the policies that we are using and we are monitoring, and we get feedback from other institutions as she was reporting to that, and we are able to communicate those findings to departments. But also, like I said, the monitoring,
you can wrap up.
Okay, and the monitoring also is actually the role of Parliament itself, is the role of each department by itself, and that is why each department will have internal auditors. It's the role of the DPME, which is another department that does that, and of course, like I've said, Parliament as such. On the issue of women's charter and how do we reach out to women who are in rural areas, that is our mandate, but also the mandate of other departments, small department, for instance, the NYDA, for instance, from our side. However, every one of us, will say we'll only be able to do the X amount of work based on the amount of money that we have. Minister Stella Ndabeni will be able to empower small businesses only within the budget that she has. The NYDA will do the same thing. So one other thing that will restrict us will be the resources that we have that we need to spend. But I think I agree we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Mbava.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the questions that were asked. I'll be brief. Indeed, we do make strong recommendations that 30 years later, as a country, we still have the same endemic problems. We still have income inequality, which has a gender face. We still have poverty, which is also gendered. We have women who have access to basic services, which is unequal. Women as well do not have asset ownership. So all these issues are supposed to have been resolved at this point, given that we have this gender machinery, these laws that we have as a country, the implementation thereof. And so we are saying that let us pause maybe and have a diagnostic study to say what is not going right. What can we do to actually move the needle forward? That is the one thing, because essentially what it means is that we still have social and dynamic drivers that are still underlying, that are actually causing us not to achieve the goals that we have. Because if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, that is not correct. We'll have policies which are not really getting the outcomes that we want. And then also the question which was asked by one of the delegates to say, how do we ensure that our budget is responsive, especially for women who are in the rural areas and are in under-resourced areas? I think what is important there is to say that the plans and the APPs and the strategic plans of the various departments are these gender responsive. And also to say that it is not only for the Department of Women only to have a budget that is gender sensitive. It's for all departments. And so maybe the question we should ask is that, do we have capacity building in terms of the departments themselves understanding what is gender responsive budgeting? Do they actually understand how to come up with the KPIs which are responsive? So maybe we need to say to DPME, have you done enough capacity building so that the departments themselves are able to understand how to come up with the KPIs? Because we could be sitting here and blaming everyone, whereas it's a matter of people not understanding what exactly is gender responsive budgeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mbava. Ms. K. Govender, would you like to come in, especially that you were suppressed earlier?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine was not a question so much as a response. We do acknowledge as the NEF the issue that was raised in today's forum, talking about access to markets. And it's definitely something that we acknowledge is a problem, and that we are trying to find active solutions to, which we do at the moment, but I think it can definitely improve. But I just wanted to encourage everyone in the House that has that would like to engage with us as the NEF and for us to put into reality some of these solutions, to please come through, approach me. Let's engage, because the NEF is an implementer of policy of these programs of government as part of the DTIC. And we are definitely a lot more women and youth focused because we see that's where the greater need is. So I just wanted to encourage anybody who has ideas or thoughts that they would like to share regarding implementation and what you would like to see happening, to please engage with me, and we will try and actually make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Apostolov. Do you have anything to say, your parting shots? Ms. Chauke? Mr. Molai?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think mine is just a quick one. Statistics South Africa do have data in terms of looking at different age groups. So when we're submitting our presentation, we'll definitely give this House even more details in terms of unemployment rate by different age group, including even the location also? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question by Zuki is actually so profound. In fact, it's such a pity that we won't have time. I think there's several things why women's movement, why we're not achieving some of the things that are articulated very clearly in the Constitution. Section 9 of the Constitution promotes equitable access to resources for South Africans, but women are consistently caught into or trapped in poverty. Firstly, women's movement is weaker, we're highly polarized, but also we've seen post the democratic dispensation is that the gender dividend as well has been drawn in by also women who may not entirely represent an agenda that advances women. Patriarchal system has also supported women whom they know that they give them position of power with very much legal support. But also too, when women arise into position of power, they are also given responsibility when they have to lead institutions that are in crisis. And even the younger generation of feminist movements who are coming up don't have a lot of support. So I do think that perhaps part of the call to action for this conversation is to make it sure that we really talk about how do we unite, even though we might have differences in terms of ideological foundation, but pursue one agenda. The last point I want to address is the issue around access to markets. The key issue is that one of the key reasons why a lot of women struggle with access to markets, firstly, it's financing because they don't have funding to manufacture or produce in economies of scale, but also too, government has very stringent regime or policies that actually inhibit women participation in markets. But also thirdly, is that private sector as well has not been able to prioritize women, but also embed, hand-holding, support. Part of it, that's a reflection of a weaker small, medium enterprise ecosystem. And that's why we're some of these challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, honorable members. My name is Honorable Sanin Dlofu. I'm a permanent delegate from Limpopo, and I'm going to drive this session. I'll be co-chairing with Honorable D. James. I'll be only inviting the presenters here. Before that, I would like to start by greeting Deputy Chairperson, House Chair, the Minister, and the Speaker of Parliament in absentia, and greetings to yourselves, honorable members, and our guests. I'm not going to waste time because indeed, time is not on our side. Let me just rush to request Honorable Professor Jantjies to come and do the presentation because I'm reliably informed that Dr. Pego is no longer available to do the presentation as it outlined on the program. So now I'm going to give opportunity to Dr. Jantjies. He knows very well that we are very much strict in terms of time. It's not the first time he's doing the presentation. He used to do it in our committee. So 10 minutes is enough for you, Dr. Professor. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by observing protocol. Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson, House Chairperson, I think the Minister is there, members of Parliament, and the esteemed guests, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Could I please ask my slides to be flagged? I'll try to cover some of the points that have been left out. I'll just re-emphasize some of the points because I think some of the points I'm dealing with, colleagues have already covered. Can I have the slides flagged? So I think my presentation, Chair, will really cover some of the key issues that we've picked up from the current approach that we have in South Africa regarding gender responsive budgeting framework, but also talks to the issue around the role of the budgets. It's been discussed quite a lot, but also bring the role of the monetary policy as well, which I haven't had a specific discussion, but has been flagged as well. And lastly, we recommend the next slides. I think I'm already on the slides number 4. slide 4. Yes, I'm here. So, no, the previous one. So the previous one, outline. So also then look at some of the specific issues around the landscape around higher education and employment in our country. Just a quick high-level landscape, given that the economy inclusion quite wide. I focused largely on employment. And lastly, some of the key recommendations we make around the G20 summit. That's where we are. Next slide. I think really want to emphasize the importance of this meeting today to really emphasize it's just not merely a timely, but it's a very important discussion for our lifetime, in my view. And really, I want to remind members, colleagues, guests about what Thomas Sankara said before I start my presentation, that I quote, "The revolution cannot triumph without an emancipation of women." And I commend that we adopted to our discussions today to say our economy cannot truly thrive without a full equal participation of women. What we've seen over the years, Chair, has been a lot of, I don't have sight of time and it's moved quite quickly. Really, we've seen a lot of discussion around GDP, yet we've assumed that it means everyone will benefit from it. And clearly, evidence shows that it isn't possible to just pursue GDP. There has to be different thinking altogether. I'll just try to move quickly with the slides. The next slide. I'll start with my section. First section dealing with some of the key primary recommendations around the strategy or some of the issues we've highlighted around the gender responsive budget approach that we have in South Africa. 3 points we've highlighted, Chair. Firstly, really deals with an ask to really assess how the budget framework performed over the last few years or so. And in that regard, we do show that the evidence has shown that the approach we adopted of fiscal consolidation over the years of budget cuts in other areas over the decades has had unintended consequences, specifically when we look at economic growth, development, but also around social service delivery as well. And such framework has obviously been implemented within society marred with gender inequality, and such framework has, in certain instances, worsened the situation indeed. Our concern, backed by domestic and international evidence, does show the current budget framework would make it impossible, as it is now, it will make it impossible to fully give effect to gender-responsive budget framework that we have. In particular, we look at any additional money being allocated, and also the issue around incremental budget being an issue, because incremental on what? And that really raises a lot of concerns around the framework. The next point, next slide. The second point we raise is around what the framework looks at as gender tagging, which requires government departments really try to break down spending per gender with the current framework. Now, our concern is that, yes, the gender tagging does work to some extent, but it has so much limitations that renders the process less effective itself and take longer, or it will take longer to get the outcomes that you want. One example was given in one country there where the mechanism did not work in particular. So we call on review or rethink about the gender taking as part of the framework. The second point, the third point, talks to the concerns is that the current approach on gender responsive budget mainly focus on the expenditure side of the budget. And while less deliberate about the role of the tax policy in perpetuating gender inequality. And our concern is really, as we know in the literature, does emphasize shows that the tax policy, as much as one of the primary objectives of tax policy is social objectives or social cohesion. In our views, we feel that should have been one of the areas that should be targeted as well. A proper consideration for social objectives of tax policy would require us to unpack the tax policy, take into account the gender's perspective, how women are impacted by different tax policies. And one of the good examples was when 2018, when the VAT was proposed, Chair, where the Parliament has ensured that as part of the items exempt were sanitary pads. For us, it was a very good start, but we should have built up on that and ensuring that the tax policy does impact. I'll jump quickly to the second part of the issue, which relates to, next slide, I think I'm moving faster than the slides there. It relates to the monetary policy. One of the things that we're concerned about is that the debate, or we can agree that the debate about appropriateness of our monetary policy has failed to properly take into account the effects, the field effects of gender distribution within that it impacts. Despite this weakness and the complexity around measuring the distribution impact, we can agree that the monetary policy, which is really targeting the inflation, has a direct impact on other macroeconomic issues like unemployment, earnings, and income inequality. For example, if if in our view, if the monetary policy took into account the effects of the decisions that was made by the policy on gender's perspective, certainly we'll have different views, particularly when we think about when you increase interest rate, what it means for women or different genders, and when you increase the interest rate and so on. So we feel that should be part of the discussion that leads to inclusion the monetary policy as well. Jump to the next slide. I mean, some of the key examples there relates to the issues around the evidence that shows that more women are more likely to lose employment than men when interest rate is raised, for example. Then that would require a proper or different thinking in terms of what kind of monetary policy we want to have, which supports a fiscal policy within macroeconomic perspective. An example relates to the I'll leave the example, the savings. Somebody spoke about the savings and financial assets and the policy impact relation for that of different genders. We need to really think about that. Next slide. So in conclusion of this section is really to talk about the need to have a better coordination, to provide some recommendations here. I'll skip quickly because of the time, but we talk about the implications or the recommendations on how to have better coordination between macro and within macroeconomic instruments, your fiscal policy and monetary policy in that regard. I'll give a quick overview. What we did here, we just provide a quick overview to look at what is the level of success in the higher education where you see more gender, we see more female. We looked at the recent data by the Department of Education, I think 2023 data, where we looked at what is a gender situation, representative situation in the higher education access. And we do see a very good success where we see more women having access to the sector, and in all variables, either by mode of delivery, by gender, by population types, by different forms. You see still success where more women are represented than the male counterparts. And even with the different fields, science and technology, and you see more women being represented in those areas. I think the point of showing these slides, which I'll just quickly skip to the point I want to make, is what I call a gender paradox, where you do see, go to the next slide, yes, where the data demonstrates strong female presence in the South African higher education systems with female dominating enrollment figures at both the aggregate level, but also when broken down to learning mode, population group, and field of study. This success, however, has stand in stark contrast to the challenge women face in labor market. So we can't transfer, or this can translate into labor market where we see actually the inverse statistics in this regard. And that's where the next section talks about. We just look at the first quarter data, higher unemployment, how the distribution shows. We see that more female are highly unemployed, particularly when you go down with the population groups. We see Black women, as Mr. Mulai mentioned, it as worse off than other races as well. Even the absorption rate, you see the absorption rate, labor participation rate, you see women have far 10% less than male within the context in that regard. And there are studies in global that shows that, and I think somebody has quoted it earlier, particularly what is me, one point I want to highlight is that global perspective shows that women earn 77 cents for every dollar earned by a man. So clearly there's a broader issue, and I'm very happy that this debate is taken on into the G20. In quickly trying to concluding, one of the area, I think in the next slide, one of the point that the data further reveals gender equality in labor force with
wrap up.
Okay, let me go to the next slide where I'll try to wrap up. The significant issue that I want to leave with, Chair, which I think has been highlighted, really, the need to address the economic planning is in regards to regarding the related to the burden of unpaid and care community project work in particular, where we see more, even though you don't have more women in the mainstreaming of employment labor, you see a lot of women in this sector. And our policy should really reflect that, particularly when you see the stats that reflect how much of more women spend there. I'll just go back to the conclusion on recommendations on this section. Just go to the next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Yes, 3 main recommendations around the section, really around the need to implement the gender-responsive budget that really address those 3 questions, that concerns we've raised. Secondly, enforcement of the pay parity and promote women participation in a more deliberate way, particularly when you look at the picture in the private sector. Also, the importance of invest in care and community development infrastructure, which a lot of times women are placed in there. I'll leave there, but I'll just leave by saying the last slide, the next session just showed the recommendations that we've made. Next slide. Yes, the recommendations we've made regarding the G20, I'll leave them to members to think about. Mandate countries to have agenda statements, establish G20 gender targets and accountability mechanisms.
Prof, don't abuse me.
But thank you so.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
so much. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof.
All right.
Thank you.
She's my chairperson, you know? She's my chairperson.
Prof, you are done. Thanks very much, Prof. We're now going to give opportunity to Ms. Z. Mkolomba on a virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'd like to send our greetings on behalf of commissioners from the Public Service Commission to Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Didiza, to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dotrit, to the House Chairperson, Committee of Oversight and Public Participation, Honorable Frolic, to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished speakers at the P20, the very first P20 Women's Parliament of South Africa's 7th dispensation. Ladies and gentlemen, mananekazi, all protocols observed. Let us first, I would like to start off, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and honorable members, with a quote, an insightful quote by Thomas Edison, who basically says, opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in overalls and looks like work. So I'll be speaking, Honorable Speaker, on industrialization and employment, looking at advancing industrial development and employment creation through public service delivery and oversight. So in essence, industrialization, Honorable Speaker, epitomizes this notion as it involves diligent effort in building, producing, and shaping the future through our endeavors. Nevertheless, it remains the most reliable avenue to employment creation, to ensure dignity of women and shared prosperity amongst the genders. Today, we draw inspiration from the women of 1956 who courageously marched against the apartheid pass laws. Their bravery transcended sheer resistance and embodied a vision.
Manager. Hey, I was
Honorable Speaker, there's noise in the background. Honorable Speaker, there's noise. May I continue, Honorable Speaker? There was noise in the background. It is this very proclamation of the women's movement that was founded not on oppression, but on equality, justice, and opportunity. The Freedom Charter, adopted at the Congress of the People in Cape Town in June 1955, just a decade after World War II, in a world still divided by the Cold War's ideological conflicts, boldly asserted, there shall be work and security. Most importantly, men and women of all races shall receive equal pay for equal work.
Your financial status.
Can you remove? Can you remove? Can you remove them, please? Just remove them, especially if there are men in this platform. Can you remove them? Thank you. Our apologies, Ms. Mkolomba. Can you continue?
Honorable Presiding Officer, I hope you give me an additional 5 minutes for these disruptions during my speech, Honorable Speaker. So the role of, so basically, most importantly, is that the vision of a new South Africa is articulated in our constitution and is boldly founded on equality of pay, equality of work, and ensuring that women enjoy equal rights to the distribution of wealth through the promotion of industrialization in the country. And that is why in 1955, a vision for a South Africa was articulated that justified and made sure that women enjoyed equal rights in the country. Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, historical evidence indicates the industrialization, next slide, is not a product of chance. Rather, it is a result of deliberate government action. In the 19th century, government established the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution by enacting laws to safeguard property rights, enforcing contracts, and implementing targeted tariffs and incentives to protect emerging industries. They developed infrastructure such as railways, ports, and power grids, dismantled barriers to labor mobility, and invested in the skills required by industry. Classical development theorists recognize that the state plays a critical role as a primary catalyst responsible for bridging the structural gaps in gender and industry, coordinating large-scale investments and collaborating with the private sector to drive economic transformation. As Mr. Yun Cheng perceives, almost all of today's wealthy nations actively employed interventionist industrial measures, trade, and technology policies during their catch-up phase with more advanced economies. The lesson is very clear, Honorable Speaker. When government acts with vision, coordination, and purpose, industries flourish, economies grow, and employment opportunities increase, and not just for men, but for women as well. Next slide. What we have seen now in South Africa over the years has been the decline of South Africa's industrial capacity. When you look at statistics, it paints a very stark picture of the manufacturing sector declining from 25% to 13%, an average decline of 0.55% each year, starting from 1991. The cause for this is documented, and it means that macroeconomic uncertainty, deteriorating infrastructure, shifting global trade patterns, and inefficiencies within state-owned enterprises have resulted in a weakened industrial base, fewer jobs, in particular for women, and diminished economic resilience. Global history shows that sustained industrial success is built on infrastructure. The United States had its interstate highways. Europe maintained its industrial corridors. The East Asian tigers poured resources into transport, ports, and power generation. They built and they kept building. South Africa once invested heavily too. Before 1960 and 1976, public sector investment in infrastructure rose steadily. But since then, there has been a long decline, a decline that the democratic era has not been able to reverse. So yes, our transport networks, power systems, and water infrastructure still exist, but they are eroding and needs to be maintained. And according to President Ramaphosa, our beloved president, who warns us, he says, to achieve the levels of growth our economy and country needs to create enough jobs for its people, we need far more construction and more reliable and consistent infrastructure maintenance. And yet, by any honest measure, South Africa is not as yet a construction site. Between 2014 and 2023, our economy has grown just 0.76% a year. This is not growth, it is actually stagnation, and something needs to be done about it to make sure that we reverse the stagnation. Next slide. However, this is not a permanent condition. We possess the potential, the resources, and determination to alter the course and herald a new era of growth and prosperity for our country, South Africa. Since 1994, South Africa has implemented a comprehensive industrialization program aimed at revitalizing its manufacturing sector, promoting local production, and fostering economic growth through various initiatives and policies. Key components of South Africa's industrialization program have included the National Industrial Policy Framework, the Industrial Policy Action Plans, Black Industrialist Programs, and Special Economic Zones, as well as various sector-specific master plans. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and its agencies have encompassed and invested in more than 1.8 million workers in the economy, representing approximately 1/8 of private sector formal jobs. The Black Industrial Program, initiated in 2016, has sought to enhance meaningful participation of Black-owned companies in the mainstream economy in alignment with the Industrial Policy Action Plan. The policy's objective has been to leverage the state's capacity to unlock industrial potential within Black-owned and managed businesses operating within the South African economy through deliberate, targeted, and well-defined financial and non-financial interventions. And also the department, through its agencies, has also been successful in ensuring that billions worth of rands is invested to promote industrialization in the country. Next slide. However, there are significant challenges that persist in expanding the achievements of the Black Industrialist Program, which include limited access to support and facilities from commercial banks, which is attributed to the absence of established business track records or sufficient so-called collateral. It's because of concentrated markets. Incumbent firms often effectively restrict the entry of new competitors. For instance, exclusive leases in shopping malls have prevented smaller grocery retailers from accessing major market platforms. Thirdly, limited market experience in certain sectors, leading to overexpansion, restricting capacity to adapt to rapidly changing market conditions, and preventing small businesses from accessing the market. There's also been an excessive dependence on single contracts, and which have been unsustainable and uncompetitive in the long run, just to mention quite a few examples. Next slide, the next slide. However, we have seen a number of women who've been able to break the glass ceilings to ensure that they dominate and lead at the frontier of sectors which have been exclusively male-dominated for a very long time. Those have included industrial infrastructure, sectors like gearboxes and shelving systems, mineral beneficiation, including rim alloy production, chemicals and pharmaceuticals, exemplified by condom manufacturing, and steel and metal fabrication, and agro-processing, particularly in the production of nutritional products. Amongst
Ms. Mkolomba?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I gave you extra 2 minutes.
Let me close then. Let me close. Basically, we've seen a number of women, Honorable Speaker, of women who are leaders and CEOs of Afro-Botanics, Pagamile Industries, Wasasa Gases, women who've been at the forefront of ensuring that they break the glass ceiling and don't allow any situation to limit them on the basis of gender. As Nelson Mandela, former president, once always used to say, it always seems impossible until it is done. It always seems impossible until it is accomplished. Ours, therefore, is a call for action. Let's make sure that women empowerment becomes a reality in our lifetime, and that we use our industrialization measures, instruments, policies, and strategies to empower women so that they too can share in the country's wealth. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kolomba. Honorable members, for this session, we are not going to continue with the question and answer. I think that is it for this session. I'm going to request the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, as the P20 Women's Parliament, would like to call upon all presenters who have made inputs this morning to come forward to accept a token of our appreciation. Your contribution to the gender transformation discourse does not go unnoticed. So I'm going to call your names and then you will come forth so that you can receive your token of appreciation. And that is the first announcement. The second announcement is immediately after the issuing of the token of appreciation, all members who are here in this platform, especially in this chamber, let's go to the entrance of the NCOP for the group photo. All of you, right? I'm going to call Mr. S. Maloi, Dr. P. N. Bava, Mr. M. Gomera, Ms. K. Govenda, Dr. R. Apostolov, Dr. P. Ngomo, and Professor Janjis. It's our token of appreciation to you. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of this first session. Can we go to the entrance of the NCOP for group photo? Thank you.
Recording stopped.
After that, we'll be directed, after the group photo, we will be directed to where we are going to have our lunch. Ne? Yes. It is within this building.
That's right. Order, order. It's red. Can you see me? Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yes. Yeah, the NCOP word. No, thank you so much.
Yeah. Yes, please, darling. Yeah. Yeah, uyayibona nawe ukuthi inhle. honorable speakers, honorable members, distinguished delegates joined us here and visually, and fellow participants in this year's P20 Women's Parliament. Good afternoon. My name is Honorable Machi. I'm a member of Parliament and the member of Multi-Party Women's Caucus Steering Committee. It is an honor and a privilege for us as women to be part of this gathering, to amplify women's voices, share perspectives, and work collectively toward a South Africa where gender equality is not only a constitutional right, but a lived reality. I believe my fellow colleagues will also agree that we are particularly encouraged by the diversity of thought and experience represented here today as we explore solutions that advance the empowerment of women, the development of youth, and the building of an inclusive economy. Let us engage with purpose, respect, and the shared commitment to shaping a future where no woman or girl is left behind. For now, I'll request Reverend H.L. Peterson. I believe he's on visual. He's the chairperson of Synod UCCSA, confirmation of the UCCSA's reformed transition, to take the podium. Thank you.
Sawubona and greetings to all that are present there. Am I audible, presiding officer? Thank you so much. I wish to offer greetings to the Honorable Cedric Frolick, together with all the relevant organizers, participants. And I especially want to thank you, presiding officer, the warm welcome and for the space to which you invite us, the church, to participate in. I need to use contemporary language to greet the 3 young women of our church that is participating in the conversation. So just a great thank you to them as they are there, and I trust that you will recognize their presence in the gathering. As I speak with you this afternoon, understanding that the confirmation of the reform tradition of the UCCSA, its national presence and commitment to justice, the framework that I wish to speak to speaks of only a few of the responses, the intentional and deliberate work that we do as a church. It is certainly not exhaustive, but it speaks to thematic areas that we as the church participate in by choice, because the responsibility of justice is a responsibility that we take very seriously. As I address you this afternoon, I want to begin with a quotation that guides my mission response, but also my advocacy, and this is how it reads. It says, "This, my dear, is the greatest challenge of being alive, to witness injustice in this world and not allow it to consume our light." I have noticed among those that are present in the sitting as we are gathered, Miss Dereline James, who forms part of a community in Eldorado Park, where I began my work and ministry in the year 1997. A time that has remained with me, and the changes that has happened in the Eldorado Park is indeed a challenge for us to be alive and to witness the injustice in just that community, among others that I will speak to as we continue. What is it that we do to speak to the injustices? What is it that we do to address the atrocity of violence and femicide? What is it that we do to teach, to educate, to equip, to capacitate those among us? I wish to speak to those in the time allocated to me. I want to begin with Thursdays in Black, the campaign, which is a global movement that works so intentionally for a world free of rape and violence. It is a stance that we stand for and with as the church. And the practical expression of the stance includes the weekly focus of dressing in black as a statement, as an advocacy stance that we take against death, untimely, uncalled for, but also in the hope that we can be agitators to work against it. I'm wearing a cross, and on this cross is an inscription which says, Christ is counting on you. And every time that I dress myself to present myself for the work that I'm called to as an advocate, I'm reminded of this particular responsibility that Christ is counting on me. The homiletic focus of the ancient biblical command to choose life, to do good, to work for justice remains a responsibility and a command, understanding that the mission imperative to create the safe spaces for those who are victims and helping those mute from violence to find their voice again. Christ is counting on us. I then move to a different consideration, the work that we do as a church in relation to child and human trafficking. And the organization that I'm particularly connected with and work with is called ACT Africa. The organization's mission is saving lives through awareness and education. Their focus is to prevent and break the vicious cycle of gender-based violence and human trafficking. They provide basic assistance to victims and creating campaigns focused on prevention. There are two important elements here. It is the first, that they work in schools, both primary and secondary schools. They teach the tools of identifying, how to find help, how to know when you are at risk, and where it is that you will find safe spaces in which to work. I place before you the tangible tool of a board game called No to Violence, with its objective to invest in the endeavor, including children understanding the dehumanizing effects of gender-based violence and the deprogramming of any undesirable social learning behaviors learned both in home and in school. I wonder if government would take this on to buy that particular board game as a teaching tool for every school. I place that as a consideration before you. I want to lead to safe spaces, and the only place I can now cite is the Eldorado Park community, in which I have worked and continue to work, where safe spaces are created, but with the help of all stakeholders, including the NPA, No to Victims Organization, the Department of Social Development, to name but a few. Ms. Darylene James, who works on the ground, together with all other people and stakeholders, ordinary people, volunteers and time givers. The program, the structured program where women meet on a Thursday once a month, called My Life Matters, So I Spoke Out, is a space in which community gathers to tell their story. We are all storied beings, and we all have a story. And some of our stories lead to a conversation like this, where it is not about life, but instead it is life that was denied. What I'm encouraged by in relation to the community work is the therapeutic services that form part of this particular space in which the women are called together and listened to, and listened for the risks that needed to be mitigated because they don't have a language to express themselves. I salute the work. I move from that particular sighting to the marginalized in relation to the youth. There is an organization, a group that we work with called Growing Champions, a youth mentoring program that is in the business of changing lives. Passionate professional volunteers, their services to provide a scaffolding for children born into the depth of poverty, criminal rings, addiction, violence, and abuse, to rise and free themselves of the shackles of inheritance. The church is present. The church is there. And if we pay attention to the churches nationally, you will find the footprints and the fingerprints so clearly visible of the presence of the church in each of these community and other community expressions by government and local stakeholders that can do that. As my time draws to a close, I want to then say, what I would place before you for consideration as you are gathered, A, what systems can be effectively instituted to remove the perpetrator from the context of violence, as opposed to removing the victim? All they have is their home and what offers them security, yet they who are the victims are removed, but not the perpetrator. How can we change that system? Secondly, how do we eradicate the corruption in our system that denies life in spaces of safety? Marginalization of young people can be reduced if what is intended for them in the system that is broken is looked after and the custodianship has an accountability. In the most recent conversation of the SACC Conference on Anti-Corruption, there was a statement made very boldly that said corruption is violent and it's ready to defend its turf. We see it, we know it, we live it, and those who ought to benefit from the gifts that are intended for life for all does not get to enjoy that because corruption defends its turf. A personal commentary I want to place before you. One of life's most profound tests is bearing witness to injustice, to cruelty, inequality, and the suffering that permeate our world. Yet within this challenge lies an opportunity of profound growth, to witness injustice and choose instead to let our light shine, to act with empathy, to fight for fairness, to nurture kindness, will be a testimony to the resilience of the human spirit. So we commit to act with courage, to lead with justice. Together we are the church, still speaking, still rising, and still moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, woman of God. Thank you for such an informative and a comprehensive presentation. Now I'll call upon Undlunkulu Dlamini, who is the National Chairperson for Controlesa, to come forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable ministers, honorable members, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates, I greet you all in the name of Controlesa Women's Wing. Good afternoon. Controlesa Women's Wing appreciates the honor to be invited to form part of P20 Women's Parliament of South Africa under the theme Accelerating Equality, Sustainability, and Shared Growth, Correcting the Gender Redistributional Bias of Growth and Development through Women's Charter, the MTDP, and the 2025 G20 Development Priorities. Mine is to deliver the speech under the topic Custom, Culture, and Religion as subjected to Equality Clause in the Bill of Rights. That's the topic we are given to break down and digest. Controlesa was formed in 1987 to rise as a voice for traditional leaders during the apartheid era. It formed a key role in the transition towards democracy. Controlesa has since placed a few members to serve as public servants in local, provincial, and national government. A debate always ensured whether Contralesa respect the voice of women and youth as an organization. As a listening organization, Contralesa has since launched the Contralesa Women's Wing and Contralesa Youth Wing, both with fully fledged and legally elected structures. It is out of this confidence that Contralesa Women's Wing will participate in this session. We will confidently address the theme of custom, culture, and religion as subjected to the Equality Clause in the Bill of Rights, because we know we are led by a listening organization. Contralesa Women's Wing knows that the nature of governance in South Africa is in such a way that traditional leaders need recognition from government when it was supposed to be other way around. Traditional leaders are indigenous leaders. They don't need to be elected in power. Traditional leaders generally represent the voice of the people as well as the land they live on. To our understanding, government is the face of resource mobilization that must still account to the people led by traditional leaders. It is against this backdrop that we open and unpack the theme of custom, culture, and religion as subjected to the Equality Clause in the Bill of Rights, with the context of women in traditional leadership. Women in traditional leadership are queens, chiefs, princesses, and head women. There are various other titles given according to the nation, tribe, and clan that each woman belongs to. As we all know, South Africa has grouped various nations and given them a cluster under the 11 spoken languages, namely English, Afrikaans, Sesotho, Sepedi, Setswana, isiNdebele, isiXhosa, isiZulu, isiSwazi, Sevenda, and Setsonga, with sign language accommodating persons with hearing disability. These languages represent a painful past where it was mistakenly believed that there are only 11 nations in this country. Slowly, we are educating one another that under each language represented, there are in fact various houses of traditional leadership, also known as clans and tribes. Their existence guides custom, culture, and religion. Custom. Approximately 30.75 million out of a local population of 60.14 million are female. The female population is projected to be 32.13 million in 2024, representing 51% of the total population, according to Statistics South Africa. Naturally, women are more than men in South Africa. When it comes to traditional leadership, women are leaders in their own right. Although there are more male traditional leaders than there are female, traditionally, a woman is a natural nurturer of the family and support. Across all cultures in South Africa, the man is regarded as the head of the household. This has various meanings and become open to translation and various kinds of abuse. A family can be woman-led, hence both matriarch and patriarch terms exist in traditional leadership. Culture. The design and beauty of culture is mostly formed by women, both in attire and upbringing of the children. Women are entrusted with the natural role to teach children culture of the family and the clan they belong to. Although women are carriers of human life, They are the ones that promote and teach traditions of the family which form a culture. There are traditions that are women-led and traditions that are men-led. In culture and traditions, there is equal division of tasks that belong to men and tasks and responsibilities that belong to women. Religion. Similar to culture, women are the beauty of each religion. Religion is broad and different per person, family, nation, tribe, and clan. Women play various roles in religion, depending on what religion the woman belongs to. Her right and ability to lead may be questioned. All above give us a clear indication that traditionally men and women are supposed to have equal responsibilities with different roles. It is disheartening that unfortunately women find themselves in difficult situations where their rights as women are not upheld. The following examples give us an indication that women are still treated unfairly as individuals, in families, communities, in South Africa, across the continent and globally. When it comes to jobs, men still earn higher than women. In marriages, men can decide to have multiple wives. The other way around will be frowned upon. Only a few countries in Africa and Asia will allow polyandry. Gender-based violence is on the rise. Women in the majority under siege. Female traditional leaders are given a hard time by their councils, even their female counterparts. Women don't support women. In conclusion, it is evident that we can never say that women are equal to men. Statistically, women are more. There is a long journey that women need to take to bring the confidence of women in traditional leadership. Women are capable of doing many things.
Ma'am, your time is up.
May I wrap up, ma'am? Thank you. Women are capable of doing many things, including leadership. We are looking forward to the time in this country and history where we will have a female president and a female deputy president that will serve a full 2 terms in office. Contra-Lesser Women's Wing appreciates the invite and is looking forward to the success of its first term to serve the women across this country in villages, townships, suburbs, and in all places where women exist in this country. On behalf of Contra-Lesser Women's Wing, I thank you.
Thank you. Each and every woman here is waiting for that time to become a president of the country. Thank you so much. Fortunately, our Honorable Advocate N. Sepakia Mokhale, Chairperson of Commission for Gender Equality, has already arrived. Take the podium. Thank you. That is, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, leadership. Good afternoon, fellow activists out there to make the world a better place. As it has been introduced, I'm from the CGE, and the topic has also been introduced. I just want to emphasize a few points. It is essential to begin by highlighting the significant role that the South African Constitution plays in safeguarding the rich tapestry of both religion and culture in our diverse country. The Constitution enshrines these elements as an acknowledgement of the vital contribution to the fabric of a diverse and democratic society, and to ensure that the unique beliefs and traditions of various communities are respected, protected, and promoted. Specifically, Section 9.3 of the Constitution prohibits discrimination, including against religion, belief, conscience, and culture. Then Section 15.1 guarantees everyone the right of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. 15.2 then allows a religious observation at state institutions provided that they are equitable and voluntary. Section 15.3 permits recognition of religious marriages and systems of personal law if they align with constitutional principles. Section 30 gives everyone the right to language and participate in a cultural life of their choice, provided it is consistent with the Bill of Rights. Section 31 protects the rights of individuals belonging to cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. There is no clearer, evident voice than this from our Constitution, that each and every one of us belongs, irrespective of religion, culture, or language. In addition, you have Chapter 9 institutions such as the CRL Commission and the Gender Commission set up to ensure that these rights are actually achieved. Komna Masonto, I didn't see you, sorry, are achieved and promoted and protected in whatever way we can. Culture and religion can serve as profound and uplifting forces within society, nurturing a sense of community, belonging, and shared identity. They can unite individuals, creating bonds that transcend differences and promote collective well-being. Yet paradoxically, these are the very same constructs that can be exploited to justify or perpetuate gender inequality. Numerous cultural religious traditions have historically been interpreted through patriarchal lenses, which serve to reinforce male dominance while significantly limiting the role and rights of women. This often manifests in the ways sacred texts are interpreted, rituals are conducted, and societal norms are established. For example, certain cultural practices are often defended as tradition, despite that clear violation of fundamental human rights. In many cases, women may be permitted to serve as regents, acting temporarily in leadership capacities, yet denied the authority to make decisions to govern permanently and independently. The CGE has researched this area significantly, and we often find that women are prejudiced in such a way that necessitates the presence, prejudiced when there is allocation of communal land to a point where very old and older capable women rely on young boys to be apportioned land. Religion as an authority is the same. For example, in religion, you have texts under Christianity like Genesis 3:16. Your desire will be for your husband and he will rule over you. This verse has historically been cited to justify male dominance. In Islam, you have verses that say men are protectors and maintainers of women. This verse is often used to justify male leadership in households. In Judaism, you have Genesis 2:18, which says a woman is created created as a helpmate for a man, which some commentators interpret as implying subservience. Hinduism has got equal verses that restrict women's autonomy, such as requiring them to be under the male guardianship throughout their life. Same as Buddhism. These lead to certain social controls that get normalized. These social controls manifest themselves in certain restrictions. Additionally, if I don't make sense, you'll forgive me, colleagues. I'm jumping all over because of time. Additionally, cultural norms may impose limitations on women's freedom of movement, restricting their access to education and employment opportunities, and thereby curtailing their potential and capacities. In some cases, religious doctrines are wielded to justify practices that limit women's sexual autonomy, such as the enforcement of chastity norms, or the prohibition of premarital relationships, these dynamics that create a framework where women's choices are heavily monitored and controlled. The issue of age, this I actually wanted to highlight in a way, just to amplify to all around us around here. I know we all cherish our youth in so many ways, but I just find that there is a very limited understanding that age is actually a patriarchal construct, because it is associated with the prime of a woman, where they're able to please a man, where they're able to bear children for a man, where they're able to be productive in order to amplify the role of their men in society. And when we talk about age, I just want to say to us, let's be careful that we do not undermine the wisdom that comes with that age. Sometimes it ends up in some communities, as we know, with women being violated or even being killed in the name of she's a witch, when all she has is osteoporosis, dementia, and Alzheimer's. So age has got to be re-looked at. Then I'll skip, Madam Chair, to say, how then do we look at this in terms of way forward? Advocacy and research are critical components in promoting gender equality to foster meaningful change. The following strategic approaches should be considered. Engaging religious and cultural leaders. At the CGE, we work very well with cultural leaders. We have got a very good relationship, and I'm proud of that. There's also public education campaigns, which also need to be taken by each and every one of us in our constituencies. There's also policy advocacy, which I would like to throw back at all of you esteemed honorable members who are sitting here today. But there's also community dialogues. Maybe we can jump on the bandwagon of the upcoming national dialogue and in our communities, especially the rural communities, to say, where is the role of the woman in all of this? But when you look at community dialogues and everything else that comes with it, there's got to be an implementable action plan to achieve a tangible transformation. This tangible and implementable action plan to achieve transformation needs champions to redo and role model progressive behaviors. Our constitution is clear that these champions or role models are there, and almost all of you here I am counting as those. In its preamble, the Constitution says, we, the people of South Africa, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt the Constitution as a supreme law of the Republic, lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. Let us be those public representatives who are needed to be progressive role models to free the potential of all and achieve a democratic country where the quality of life and the potential of all is unleashed, protected, and sustained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate, for also keeping on to time. That was done well. Allow me to extend the greetings to the Minister who was here earlier, the Speaker who was here earlier, the Minister, Honorable Frolick and Honorable Govender, to the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women Caucus, including the steering committee, the parliamentarians, and all delegates that are present here in the P20 Women's Parliament. I'm Dr. Susan Tembekwayo, member of the Steering Committee on Multi-Party Women Caucus, and also a member of the EFF. I just want to, Minister, just to pass a suggestion to say it would be good for us as South Africans to have this type of a parliament sitting on a yearly basis for sustainability and continuity purposes. And secondly, to try and influence those who are organizing this, that is there a possibility for a rotation so that we rotate, we go to different provinces on the same thing so that we are able to hear the voices of the people that belong to the municipalities, districts, and so on. The real people, the real communities that call shots or that are supposed to call shots in this type of the decision making. I have one announcement. We had in this program tea break, but unfortunately it's cancelled because we just had food now. So we are just going to continue until where it's supposed to be. Allow me to invite the three speakers that will speak on women's charter perspective, but more importantly, concentrating on deconstructing patriarchy and inequality in political, civil life, advancing women's adequate representation across the three spheres of government. The first speaker, who is on virtual, is Ms. M. Ramoroka, Coordination Specialist of UN Women South Africa. Ms. Ramoroka.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. I am Hazel Gooding, Deputy Representative of UN Women South Africa office based in Pretoria. And I'd like to stand on the established protocols and to address the esteemed members of Parliament, representatives of the executive and judiciary, institutions supporting democracy, development partners, United Nations colleagues, civil society delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's both a privilege and an honor for us as UN Women to be here with you today at this inaugural P20 Women's Parliament of the 7th Dispensation. I bring you greetings on behalf of our entity and to commend the Parliament of South Africa for convening this timely platform under a theme that calls on us all to accelerate equality, sustainability, and inclusive growth, especially through the lens of gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme before us actually challenges us, in our opinion, to look beyond numeric representation and to really interrogate the deeper social, institutional, and normative structures that continue to limit women's agency and access to decision-making spaces. So, as you've mentioned, Honorable Chairperson, this deconstructing patriarchy in governance is not only about addressing discrimination in appointments or elections, but also about shifting how leadership is actually defined, how power is distributed, and how systems are made accountable to all citizens, especially those most historically excluded. So this is not for us a symbolic task. It is a transformative one, and it is inseparable from the broader goals of peace, democracy, and sustainable development. So we gather at a critical moment, not only in South Africa's democracy, but within a global context where the call for women's full and meaningful participation in public life is growing louder and much more urgent than ever before. So for us, the world is watching. And we have an opportunity as an international community, as part of the international community, to define the history that we want to leave behind. We highlighted a quotation from UN Secretary General, a former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, about where he kind of put into context why achieving gender equality is the smart thing to do. But I want to take this opportunity to remind us that as an international community, we have all agreed that gender equality leads to better outcomes for all of society, where all participate equally in economic growth and decision-making processes, men, women, boys, and girls. As we know, local government in South Africa shows lower levels of representation, with women comprising only 37% of councillors, for example. In the judiciary, while recent appointments have improved the gender balance, culminating in the appointment of the first female Chief Justice, representation still falls short of parity. In the private sector, another example, the numbers are more sobering. Only 7% of CEOs are women, and women hold less than 20% of board seats across the stock exchange limited companies, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange limited companies. Shifting now to globally, the picture actually mirrors these trends. As reflected in the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, and particularly Target 5.5, the world has committed to ensuring that women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership is actually there in a tangible way. Yet, global averages tell us that women hold just 27% of parliamentary seats and 28.2% of managerial roles. At this pace, we don't need the experts to tell us, but it actually says it will take us more than 140 years to achieve gender parity in executive leadership roles. Importantly for us, we want to take this opportunity to underscore that gender equality is not just about representation. It is about redistribution of power and the creation of systems that enable women to lead safely, effectively, and with impact. Too often, I'm sure you would agree with me that women leaders are expected to thrive in political environments that were never designed for their inclusion to begin with. Online abuse, harassment, and political intimidation continue to silence many voices. The United Nations strongly affirms that a woman cannot be expected to lead in spaces where she is not safe. National electoral bodies, law enforcement, and political parties must act decisively to protect women in public life. Just to touch on Beijing briefly, there are certain policy frameworks that you are well aware of. But just to touch briefly on Beijing Plus 30, the review processes and celebrations, which further compel us to reflect critically on South Africa's progress in this regard, particularly in advancing women's representation across all three arms of government, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. It is a moment for us to take stock of these frameworks that we have before us and to celebrate as well the milestones in closing the remaining gaps with renewed urgency. The government of South Africa has shown commendable leadership in aligning these international frameworks. As regards the Women's Charter, which is a strong national commitment to gender equality, we just wanted to underscore this. It's rooted in proud legacy of struggle, solidarity, and progress. We touched a bit about moving from policy to action deliberately here, because while these policy frameworks exist, we want to make sure that emphasis is placed on actioning these policies. It's particularly urgent to consider the experiences, for example, of rural women who remain disproportionately excluded from decision-making particularly in traditional leadership structures. Their leadership, their insights, and lived realities are crucial to building a democratic system that works for all. Good practices are not enough on their own. They must be backed by strong implementation mechanisms, monitoring and evaluation systems, and above all, consistent political leadership. As CEDAW, General Recommendation 40 makes very clear to all of us, parity must not be aspirational alone. It must be also a legal, political, and institutional standard. UN Women reaffirms its commitment to supporting South Africa in this journey through our partnership with government, civil society, and the private sector. We stand ready to provide technical support, share global practices, and mobilize resources to deepen gender equality at all levels. Honorable members, allow me to conclude by reiterating that this work is not about charity, nor is it about symbolic gestures, as I hinted to before. It is about justice, democracy, and shared prosperity. It is about building a state where leadership is not confined by gender, but driven by integrity, inclusion, and the will to serve. The Women's Charter is not just a document, but a living promise. Let us breathe life into that promise together, not only through speeches and policy, but through action, through funding, through financing, through enforcement, through accountability. Thank you ever so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramoroka. I will now call Ms. El Nari to come on stage, the CEO, Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to greet everyone in the House and to say all protocol observed. It's difficult to be a speaker when there were so many other speakers who were busy deconstructing what you have to deconstruct. But I'm going to zigzag. I think one of the questions that I wanted to put in the House is what Frantz Fanon, and I quote, "Every generation must out of relative obscurity discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it." And that's exactly where we are in this room and around the country as women in South Africa. But now, you see, unlike America, women in South Africa include the LGBTQI, because we recognize that without our LGBTQI community, we're leaving parts of us behind. These are our sisters, these are our brothers, these are our children, these are the castas manias. That if we were to change the Constitution on issues of equality, we will leave so many of us behind. So we can't prescribe to the notion that says there's only two genders, it's male and female. We know that. But what about my child who is gay, who's lesbian, who's intersex, who's bisexual? Where do I put that person? This is my child, it's my offspring. So with South Africa and our constitution, as women in this country, if we can ever lose the Bill of Rights, we must all know that it's over for many of us. I want to segue into something that is an X for me. When we were presenting, I saw myself in the presenters in terms of my race, my language, possibly, but there's one thing that I saw. We're all educated at some point. And I think we have masters, we have doctorates, we have degrees, we have matric. You can be a premier with matric. So we're all educated. But here is my gripe with everyone. Ukuba ngaba sizawuthetha i-English, okokoko sishiya abantu bethu ngasemva. Siphinde sibuzane iphi i-women's movement. Siphinde si-explain women's movement ngesingesi. Women's movement is here in the room. You've heard the different people, traditional leaders speaking, the religious speaking, abantu be-trade ne-economy, when they were presenting here, nabantu be-stats, it's specialized language that you speak. When you talk economy, you talk treasury, you talk this, yonke eza framework, now besiyovota ba yi-VAT okanye yi-tax and all that. It's specialized language. Now, if we cannot do it in our own indigenous language, just summarized by one, giving our people just the language, a trade, but sithetha ntoni ngayo, sithetha ntoni nge-statistics, sithetha ntoni nge-treasury, and its responsibility to the women's movement, its responsibility at treasury to fund the agenda of women, then we are not saying anything. So if people are using courts to talk to treasury, then we as women's movement sitting around here, we also need at some point to go to court or to concord, sibuze with constitutional court. Can you clarify us? When are women going to be given equality in South Africa? And then we can talk about any other thing. Let me acknowledge my former colleagues. I have in the midst Umama Mazbuko. She's from the NGO for albinism. We all know the vulnerabilities of our albinism community, how they are used for traditional muti, and they are just targeted. I also have a young person, Uzoenke, and I thought that young people are the future. We cannot carry on. I understand the age, but we cannot carry on talking to ourselves. Asinawukwazi uthetha sodwa lonke ixesha singabantu abadala kuphela. Kufuneka ilanguage yethu ifake nabantu abatsha. Luxanduva lakho mntu omtsha ukuba ngaba you carry the same burden. You are a woman. There are elder women who are without their RDP homes right now. There are women who are vulnerable, who have given all their IDs to our illegal immigrants. They are sitting now not even able to do e-birth certificates for their own kids because they are addicted to drugs. They are addicted to games. They get recruited and they give away the only pass that is applicable in South Africa after Doratamane said, we will not be carrying these passes. They make our road narrower. And then in our lifetime, this is why Frans Fanon is asking us, what is our mission in our lifetime? Why are we agreeing that our young women should be, birthright yabo is being misused and used? If your mom loses the RDP house, she cannot even have the small equity that our government decided to offer to its people for free. We gave our people RDP homes. A house has land underneath it. So when you sell your house, a RDP, you're selling the building, you're selling the land. How are you going to go to the banks now? Because you don't have equity. RDP could easily be your equity. RDP can easily be your inheritance of every generation, all your generation. But if you sell it for nothing, then you are losing out. And I think that is one thing that we should be encouraging our people to keep everything that the government is giving to them going fast. Patriarchy is something that is taking away from us. And I think that is why I was encouraging us to approach the Concord, because other people for all the rights, remember the economic rights, water, free what, free electricity, those people went to Concord and Concord had a ruling. It's about time we take actions to things that matter to the majority, 51% in the country. This is not for us. It's for us and our generations. Let's go to political parties with my 1 minute, because there's evidence here. We are all sitting here, and I must quickly give us, there's 54% women representation. There's a political party in the House that has 57%, 54%. Another political party is 53% women representation. Another one has 37%. The other ones you do not even see. Where there are two, you see two males. Where there are 9, you see 6 males. But we are all here, generation after generation, we are not saying anything. If we are in our multi-party focus, one of the things that we need to do is to work together as we are sitting here and actually try and strategize. How are we going to our principals who are owning the political parties that we're in and say, but isn't it about time that we talk about women, gender, the LGBTQI, and women's representation? We want to also talk about women in the informal settlements. Is there water there? When we say to them, grab a land, is there going to be water? Is there going to be a toilet? What are we doing? And we are just talking for women and children. So, can you in your political parties advance for women? As I go down, I think my former colleague, the chair of the Gender Commission, has said it all about age. I want to give you one stat before I go, Chair, with your permission. The most women, yes, the most women who are voting, Chair, it's actually women who are in the age category 70-year-olds to 79. They double the males there. And all females in South Africa, the difference between the males and females is 2%. So women are committed to building this country. They go and vote, and for a change, let's agree with Frans Fanon. And each generation should be able to define its mission. So our mission, what is it going to be after we've heard everything? Sizokwenza ntoni? Enkosi Chair. Enkosi Chair.
Thank you. In conclusion to the discussion on deconstructing patriarchy and inequality in political civil life in advancing women's adequate representation across the 3 spheres of government, allow me to invite Honorable Member of Parliament, Sapo, to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think a number of things has been raised, which speaks to patriarchy and how it shows its ugly head within our structures. But what it is important to indicate that patriarchy is an adopted system promoting, persevering women as less capable leaders compared to their male counterpart. And as such, women are excluded from participating or being part of the key decision-making roles and positions within the structures of the organizations and in government. It shapes social systems and norms, and its dominant feature is giving power and authority to men while excluding and marginalizing women. Now, it is important to note that it shows itself in different ways. One of them being unpaid care work that an honorable member spoke about earlier on. Cooking, cleaning, taking care of household, and taking care of those that are sick, including men, is still dumped at the shoulders of women. And that deprives them an opportunity to participate fully in politics and in community structures beside stokvels, which are known as being the only structure that women are supposed to participate in. The second thing, Chair, is the prevalence of violence in politics. The verbal abuse, intimidation, threats, physical assault, and sexual harassment still exist within political structures and in government. And men usually uses this to advance their own interest. We have been noting the number of rape cases of gender-based violence, which are existing within the structures, both in politics and government, and most of the time are being done by men that are within the structures themselves. Now, those women who manages to be in key positions, either in administration or in government, they are always being accused of their sleeping their way on top. And that usually comes from women to another women. You know, Honorable Minister, unfortunately, she is not here. There are a number of things that we need to implement, a number of initiatives that can assist us in both our communities and in our workplace. We need to implement the development programs, especially for the child-headed households, because they tend to be vulnerable and being used simply because they have no one to speak on their behalf. Now, most of the child-headed households, it's simply because parents would have been died, or some cases being neglected by their own parents. And most people in communities, they tend to take advantage of those families. Hence, it is important for government institutions to keep on driving those programs so that they can be capacitated and be able to take care of their families well at their young age. But it is important, at least they must be capacitated so that they can be able to deal with the challenges that they are facing. Another thing is the issue of developing a boy child. While we are trying to protect and capacitate a girl child, it is important to also groom the boy child so that they can be able to be responsible in our communities. It then speaks to what was raised earlier on by the honorable member from the Contralesa. There's been a case in the Eastern Cape where a young traditional leader has assassinated and beaten women. That does not only speak on the fact that traditional leaders have a responsibility in the community, but are they capacitated enough so that they can be able to understand their role beyond being just traditional leaders within our communities? The last thing, Honorable Chair, is on the issue of mentoring young women to be integrated so that they can also be responsible women. The fact of the matter is that the world is becoming younger and faster than we anticipated. So it is important that as Abadala becoming old, at least young women are being integrated. In politics, they usually say the current leadership has a responsibility to build the second layer of leadership. Now, it is important that young women must be integrated in all forms. A chair of both the House in NA and NCOP, it is very important that at some point we must have a discussion on how we legislate the 50-50 gender quota in the structures of parliament and provincial legislatures. Yes, we do understand in most government institutions, there are those provisions that are being made that at least at a senior position, there must be a number of percentage being given to women. But let's go beyond. It goes to what was raised earlier on by the member that just left the podium to say even in politics, in our structures, we have a responsibility that to make sure that women are being integrated and the gender quota is taken into account. The last thing that I want to raise is how we then goes back in our institutions, both at the basic level and in the higher education sector, and change the curriculum. Because what we teach our learners and what we teach our students at the higher education level is very important. Now, we have to reach a point where we have a discussion of how do we deal with the curriculum review. Hence, it is important that your life orientation must be able to integrate gender sensitive matters so that at the lower level, students can be able to understand. Then both in ensuring that there is a gender neutral learning material, in empowering both the educators and the learners. In conclusion, Chair, yes, the country has done enough in terms of empowering women. But yes, we still will need to do more, as the Honorable Speaker of the NA spoke earlier on. Women themselves need to continue to fight and tackle patriarchy with all forms. There's no need for us to be afraid. It's only us that we can be able to fight patriarchy. No one is going to fight on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, to the House Chairperson of the NA, as well as the Speaker and the Minister in absentia. Greetings to the Honorable Members, as well as each and every delegate in the chamber, as well as on the virtual platform. My name is Desiree Finis. I'm a permanent delegate of the NCOP from the Northern Cape. I'm also the chairperson of the Select Committee in the NCOP on Social Services. Our next session will be where we discuss the Women Charter perspective under the theme Women and Climate Justice. The first presenter will be Ms. Fuyani, from the gender activist and founder of Black Girls Rising. Thank you very much.
I think there's a lot that has been said throughout the day. I mean, a lot that I wanted to present has already been mentioned in terms of data, in terms of stories. But I was also thinking perhaps there's a voice that's missing in this room, which Umama Nare actually alluded us into, that the people that are in the margins, the people that are currently being impacted by climate change, they are not being represented. And I was thinking maybe to bring their voices and speak on behalf of them. Can someone bring my presentation up, please?
Can I ask the officials to please flag the presentation?
No? Okay.
Can proceed.
We'll proceed. It's not coming. Okay.
You can proceed. So
Yes.
they will get it up and then they will also send it to us.
So maybe then this is an opportunity to speak from the heart, I guess. Well, I mean, it is a profound honor for me to stand here representing the South African Women in Dialogue, but also as a founder of Black Girls Rising and an organization committed to empowering young girls from the age of 9 from marginalized communities to become climate leaders. And these girls, they're not our ordinary girls that we see every day. These are the girls that are unseen. These are the girls that come from the deep rural areas who don't have access to water, who don't have access to healthcare, but yet they do want to be in the forefront and fight for what's right to them. So in my interventions with these young girls and young women, I have witnessed the daily realities of how climate change is currently impacting girls and young women. In South Africa, we all know that climate change is not a distance threat. I mean, we've seen in KZN the floods. And recently, we've seen MTDP, the floods again, what did to those communities. And if I could take us maybe back into 2017 in Cape Town, where we were just like close to day zero. All of these phenomenals were not just a punishment from Mutiko, which I often hear when I go to these communities where people say, I see a It's not asigweji, it is climate change. It's here and it's deeply gendered. I mean, the UN Women and the IPCC recently released a report that said that women are 4 times likely to die due to climate change than men. And if we're listening this morning, from the Mr. from the Stats, he mentioned that the people that are in the margins of population are women. Oh, there we go. Yay. If you can go to slide 3. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So as I said that it is a reality. It is something that is happening. So even though there has been much progression in South Africa in terms of technology to address climate change, but we have been looking at one sector, which is energy. And again, from Oxfam, we've heard that we cannot just look at one sphere. We need to look at land access. We need to look at water. We need to look at education, which are currently big disparities and are truly accelerating how women are currently impacted by climate change. Next slide. And if we really dive deep into the realities of these women that are currently in the margins, we will see that as Amenusis will see mentioned earlier on Zoom, that women till this day don't have access to land. If they are given land, there is no paperwork to trace that they are the custodians of those lands. And so when there are big natural disasters that happen in these villages, they can't claim. They can't claim. And also, we also know that there are more than 3.8 million children that don't have access to water in South Africa, 2025. And most of those children, they have to travel more than 2 kilometers to get access to water. And probably to zoom in into that access, I would like now to talk about a girl that I met 5 years ago. Her name was Yola. I met Yola when she was 10. I remember going to her school because we were scouting for these girls, and came across her. She was very loud, very outspoken. And then we asked the school if we could follow her, home, just to better understand her reality, because she stayed in a nearby informal settlement. And when she got home, as any other child, she took off her uniform, got dressed in her CVs, and then as she was about to make herself food, she realized that she didn't have access to water. She then took a 25-liter bottle, and we literally worked with her. She took 1,500 steps to get access to water. And that was just one way. And in that way, she risked her life. She risks her health, she risks her education, and this is her daily reality. 5 years fast forwarding, I would like now to present Yola to you. So if you can go to the next slide and play the video, please. Yes, that one. There's no audio. Tech issues, huh?
To us people.
Okay.
I believe that whatever that is happening to the climate.
Can you perhaps start it from the beginning? Sorry.
Climate change is not only affecting what's happening to the environment, but also what's happening to us people. I believe that whatever that is happening to the climate, we as humans are at the center of it. In 2019, it was a very difficult and challenging time for my community and my family because we didn't have water for weeks, and we didn't have access to water because we didn't have enough money to buy water, and it was like a struggle where you have to decide if you buy water or you will buy food. So climate change is affecting children's rights because it's every child's rights to have clean drinking water and as well as to access to food. And it's where I wanted to be the voice of change and to actually do something about it. I teach young kids in my community between the ages of 9 to 11 years old. We go to different parks in township and parks in high standard places.
Okay, perhaps we'll leave it there.
Park in Kailicha is harmful more than the one here. If you live in an environment where the air is not clean and very harmful, it can affect your health. I believe that it's very vital for every young children and youth to take a stand, to unite. Despite our differences and backgrounds and also where we come from, there's no planet B. We have to be in the forefront and work.
I mean, Yola's story is not unique. I see it again in the villages from the women who go to the fields with nothing to harvest because of drought, because of the extreme heats. And therefore, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. As I said, these stories, it echoes in the villages of smallholder women farmers who watch their crops wither from prolonged droughts, and in urban settlements where flooding wipes out every little thing. Even here in Cape Town a couple of months ago, we had floods where a lot of girls, even our girls, our beneficiaries, needed to be moved to different communities because of their homes being flooded. But these experiences remind us that women are not passive victims. They are agents of change, but for the potential to be realized, our system needs to change. So without secure land rights, these women cannot invest in climate smart agriculture. In South Africa, women make up nearly half of the agricultural workforce, yet only the fraction hold legal land titles. And this needs to change. Not today, but yesterday. So that when these change, we know that these women will be able to secure food for their communities. But also we need to look at policies that needs to ensure their equitable access to land, to water, to natural resources, so that women can be stewards of sustainability. Next slide.
Honorable.
Time is up.
Yes, the time is up.
Yes.
You can wrap up in just 5 seconds.
Okay, I will. And maybe just to close is to say that, I mean, we actually have girls from Cape Town all the way to Kenya who are not afraid to stand up and fight for their rights, who are not waiting for government officials to tell them what to do, but are coming up with innovation, with solutions to mitigate their own community environmental issues. Some of these girls, they have social enterprises where they harvesting hyacinths and weaving baskets and using that money to educate themselves. And I think, as Mr. Nare said, I mean, Mem Nare also said before, that we need to invest in young people. You know, majority of the population in Africa, in fact, is young people. And we also know that when we give resources to girls and women, we are not just giving it to them, but we are actually enabling the whole system, the whole communities to rise. And so let's keep on investing on girls and women. And if you want ways of working with these communities that are in the margins, we are very open. We're very happy to share our resources, ways of engaging with them, because how we speak in these spaces is different to how they engage in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Vuyani. Honorable members, especially us as women, the one thing that she said is that 40% of women most likely die of climate change issues. So we have no choice but to combat and to make other people aware of climate change, because we are the ones who die first. So it's just a thought for us as women. So the next presenter will be Dr. Peku from the Commission of National Planning. And she will do 2 presentations on gender economy as well as climate change.
Thank you, Chair. Bomme Bondate, Bahulu Bahlompehi, all protocols are observed, and I stand on previous protocols. But mainly I stand on the history of the many women whose shoulders we stand on. I would like to share firstly the first presentation, as has been said, is really about how to entrench gender-aligned, feminist, inclusive economics, and what are the kind of paradigms for implementation that we can think about. This presentation highlights critical issues concerning the gendered nature of inequality and economic inequality, lack of women's economic citizenship in the country. And there are a few things I'd like us to consider. The first is that social reproduction identifies that patriarchy and the disproportionate burden of social reproduction, usually called unpaid care work, rests on women and acts as a structural barrier. Now, feminist economics emphasizes that this unpaid labor is essential for the functioning of the economy, yet it remains unvalued, uncounted, and unseen in the GDP. The GDP, I would like to argue, is not the best or the most useful measure of progress, of development, but it has become the default. And I also want to add that not all care work is unpaid work, which is why the term social reproduction encompasses it more clearly. The second is then we have to think about how globalization also links to the increased demand for very cheap labor, especially the labor of women. Now, the export-orientated industries often rely on women's cheap labor, and it intensifies and really exacerbates the squeeze on women's time, who have to balance paid work and unpaid work with household responsibilities. And as I've said, care work and the care economy, it does not only happen in the household, but it is one of the main sites of reproduction. And so also to mention the erosion of social safety nets. Now, the big debates around the basic income grant, around the social wage, and around the whole social benefit welfareist structure. And we have to really think around how these link to the kind of history that we have as a country, which has left us with the legacy of intergenerational poverty, which is deeply racialized and deeply gendered. Against this backdrop of generations of families who don't have income and assets to spare, who don't have cash reserves or asset reserves of land, for example, the erosion of social safety nets is really the only thing that keeps many people away from complete destitution. Now, austerity measures, which really involves the retraction of the state, and the whole push towards privatizing what should be public services and turning citizens into clients and consumers instead of users. So payment for health, education, and so on, means that there's much less money to be spent and fewer resources, time resources and financial resources, and even social resources on things like childcare and healthcare. Next slide, please. I'd also like to speak briefly on the labor market dynamics, and the data on labor market participation, unemployment, and sector-specific earnings reveal very big gender disparities. I think that many of the speakers during the day have spoken very articulately on these. But African women in particular are vulnerabilized and made even more precarious. And what are some of the impacts of this precarity? Firstly, the informalization of our labor. Now, there's increased competition from international markets, including multinational corporations like your Amazons and so forth. There's a race to speed up production, to speed up production outputs, often at the expense of basic employer and worker well-being. So that leads to the informalization of labor, where women are unfortunately often highly concentrated because of our social structures and because of social attitudinal problems. Now, informalized work offers very little security, low wages, and no benefits. You'll notice that I'm saying informalized rather than informal. My concern with us calling this informal work is it gives the impression that it's just a random thing, a random occurrence or a random phenomena. And yet you and I know that there are people who we see every day. You can set your watch on seeing a particular person who is selling magwinya. You can set your watch against a particular person who's selling newspapers or all kinds of things, cell phone chargers at a particular set of traffic lights. You can set your watch on a particular person who is selling muffins, di kuku, di watwati, going from office to office. And people are sent to university on that labor. And I think to call it informal does it a great disservice. Job displacement. Now, globalization displaces workers in what have been what we can call traditional sectors, with women often disproportionately affected due to occupational segregation and also the increased outsourcing and internationalization of very bad working conditions. So the race to decrease labor production costs means that there's a race to the bottom, including in wages. This attitude that many multinational corporations and systems have, which is that if when I don't want to work for 5 rand an hour, there are many people who will even work for 4 rand an hour, take it or leave it attitude, is also leading to this job displacement. And unfortunately, women are often at the receiving end of that. And this then links to my next point, which is the feminization of labor, where some sectors see a deliberate feminization of labor, hiring women intentionally for lower wages in more precarious conditions. And these kinds of things include the international care economy, the international care complex, where millions of women literally are going around the world caring for other people's children or caring for elderly people in other parts of the world, whilst leaving their own children and parents to be cared for by others, and not by choice. This is a form of migrant labor. And again, this is really the extent to which feminization of labor and the prospects of employment in many countries have been shrinking. The next slide, please. I'd like to speak to the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. I think there was much that was said about it earlier, so I'll skip this except to say that it is a living document, and I think that we should should view it not as something that is cast in stone that should be left in 1994, but in a document like many others that we should engage with and rigorously review and rigorously give life to at various times. Next slide, please. And I think that what I'd also like us to think about what the importance of Article 3 was in securing a place for women that is central in the economy. It speaks to economic policy, advocating for economic policies that prioritize gendered equality as a central goal, not as a peripheral concern, not the add women and stir that was spoken about earlier. It speaks to participation and the barriers to women's economic participation, and what I have called in some of my writing, women's economic citizenship, which speaks to decision-making, which speaks to agency, which speaks to autonomy. It also speaks to redefining economic activity and advocating for a broader definition of what economic activity actually is, including social reproduction. This means that we need to rethink and redefine how we even measure what is work, and include recognizing the value of home production and other informalized economic activities, both the tangible and the intangible. The next is that it speaks to the unpaid labor, the call for the inclusion of unpaid labor in the national accounts and the implementation of policies of policies to recognize and redistribute care responsibilities. This shows, of course, that national income accounting has also sometimes become quite infused with very masculine ideas about what work is and what is not. And I mean, the national system of account come from the post-World War II development when supposedly men were men and women were at home. So there's a need to contemporize how we even view and measure the national systems of accounts. And this has become a real point of contention, especially in feminist and gendered scholarship, where the sphere of non-monetary or subsistence production that is mainly performed by women is incredibly important. And how do we then view what productivity is? I think I'm not the only person who's heard people say things like their wife doesn't do anything, she just sits at home. That house could fall to pieces if she's not there. You need a chef, you need a cook, you need a driver, you need an au pair, you need, it's a whole thing. And this whole notion of that that it's not productive labor just because it's unpaid or intangibly measured is really problematic. And lastly, of course, to combat stereotypes. I'll move to the next slide. South Africa is an outlier across several factors, including our very low equilibrium with low GDP growth. And I've already mentioned that there is a critique around GDP as the only measure. However, we need to think around why it is our manufacturing and our industrial manufacturing mechanisms and capacities have decreased so much, not only as a result of the electricity crisis that we know about, but also as a result of some of the delayering and the
your time is up.
For the first presentation.
Yeah, time is up. You were allocated 10 minutes and you've used it. You've used all of it.
Okay, can I move to the next presentation?
Unfortunately, you only had 10 minutes, ma'am, and you've used it up.
Okay, I was given the impression that I had 10 minutes for each presentation, and I asked the Secretariat to do this, and we've taken the time to prepare, respectfully. We've taken the days and days preparing for 2 presentations, and I've also been sitting there's been quite a bit of back and forth about when I was and was not going to speak, so I think this is very regrettable.
Can I ask you to summarize the second presentation because you've used up all your time? Thank you.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'm not sure whether this presentation is been screened, but I will speak to it briefly. I think the first is just to name that climate change isn't neutral, and that climate change in South Africa is a justice crisis, and it's rooted in the mining energy complex. Can you hear me?
Apologies. There was a miscommunication. You have 10 minutes now for the second presentation. I apologize for that. You have 10 minutes.
The mining energy complex, which was built on theft, and it's also distributed along lines of race, class, and gender. So a climate justice approach is probably what's needed to address the structural roots of vulnerability, of redistributive resources and power, and to center those whose labor, knowledge, and survival strategies have sustained communities in the face of both historical and ecological adversity. Next slide. So we need a feminist and not just a gendered approach. And this goes beyond just adding women, but it interrogates why women are overrepresented among the indigent, and addresses also causes and not just symptoms. It also recognizes intersectionality. It recognizes the race, rural and labor, class and labor and rural-urban divide. It also values ecological knowledge systems. And that's the difference there between a gender approach and an African feminist approach. Next slide. Epistemic justice is really important. It speaks to the idea that women are the holders of ecological knowledge systems, critical to adaptation and resilience. It speaks to indigenous farming techniques. It speaks to seed preservation and biodiversity. It speaks to sustainable water management and climate adaptive practices. And yet this knowledge is rarely valued in formal policy spaces. Now, the political economy of climate vulnerability is to do with apartheid industrialization, colonial expropriation, and neoliberal restructuring post-apartheid. And this explains why indigent and rural communities are disproportionately women-headed. It also explains that livelihoods face existential risks from decarbonization, and that land and water and productive assets must remain concentrated. So we need a decolonial policy approach that insists that climate transition must also be a reparative project, correcting the historical wrongs and ensuring that the benefits of low-carbon economy flow first to those who are most harmed by the old order, predominantly African women in this case. Next slide, please. And the just transition is also a site of struggle. There are three principles that I'd like to speak to. The notion of distributive justice, where we redistribute land, finance, and economic opportunity for the land to be viable. Restorative justice, which includes gendered reparations for disproportionate harm, such as unfair and unlawful land seizures, unlawful inheritance laws, and all of this. And also procedural justice, including women's leadership in decision-making. Next slide, please. Managing the transition is also very, very challenging, including for workers and communities as well as women. I don't like the way this is clustered here, the youth and the poor, but be that as it may. But for women in particular, for youth in a different way, and for indigent people in a different way. And people have to be at the center of this climate change response. We have to redesign the economy to benefit most citizens and deliver much more effective, dynamic, agile responses to the climate change. These solutions to climate change also involve women much in being tend to be far more effective because we live embodied experience. These are embodied solutions and not just abstract theoretical ones. There are a few statistics here that I won't go into, but the scant literature on gender-induced farming shows that there are deep income differences. The next slide, please. So a few statistics: 2 million South African households, women as farmers, producers, and knowledge holders. 2 million South African households engage in small-scale farming. Women make up 60 to 80% of these farmers. And if women had the same access as resources to men of land, yields could increase by 20 to 30%. And they are plethora of contributions that they are making. The systemic barriers include land tenure insecurity, limited access to credit and inputs, exclusion from extension services, underrepresentation in decision-making. Next slide, please. And of course, there are a few other things that we have to think about. Water stress. Women travel further for water, increasing time, poverty, and exposure of multiple forms of violence, crop failure, and other extreme events, many of which are beyond their control, their systemic or structural control. There are also intersectional impacts on this. I'd like us to go to the next slide, and that speaks to the kind of policy directions that we can think around. And these speak to, firstly, redistributive justice, restorative justice, you can read them, and procedural and epistemic justice. But we have to think around ecological restoration in communities. We have to think around targeting investment at women-led enterprises. And we also have to think around providing dedicated climate finance, which are grants and not that don't lead to further indebtedness. And of course, accelerating land reform with secure tenure for women. The next slide, please. We also have to rethink transforming the labor market and prioritizing women in green job creation, but not greenwashing, friends. Removing participation barriers, social protection as well, which are these shock responsive safety nets in case of, right? So a lot of farmers in different parts of the world, a lot of states actually provide insurance for farmers, for small scale farmers, especially because the vagaries of climate mean that we are only one bad rainfall away from complete destitution or drought, which is a life or death situation. It's also important to embed gender-based violence protection and prevention and response in disaster risk management. The next slide, please. So how do we build a reparative climate future? We need to think around how we deal with racial capitalism, ecological exploitation, and patriarchal exclusion. And if we fail, climate action that fails to address these structural inequities will not be just, it will be another chapter in a long history of exclusion. And I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to take this opportunity and greet the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the House Chairperson in absentia, the Speaker in absentia, the Deputy Speaker, the Minister in absentia, honorable members, and all delegates. My name is Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of Parliament in the National Assembly. I'm also a member of the Steering Committee on Multi-Party Women's Caucus, as well as a spokesperson on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We are going to have the following speaker on the same theme. That will be B. Kangoro. And he's from Open Society Foundation. He's an MD program. She's an MD Programs Geographic Lead Africa. Thank you. Can you put our hands together for B. Kangoro? Apologies, sir.
There's no offense caused. Honorable Chairperson, all protocols observed. Women hold 23% of the jobs in technology in South Africa, which means out of the 300,000 jobs in technology in South Africa, women hold less than 60,000. If you come into finance, women represent 52% of the labor force in finance, but only hold 34% of the executive positions in finance. So the executive positions held by women in technology is 5%. I raise this because I've been listening since morning to people talking about how finance and technology are going to be the solution. I'm suggesting to you that you cannot undo the master's house, as Audre Lorde said, using the master's tools. And what I've tried to do is just to demonstrate to you that beyond rhetoric and realization, consciousness demands practical action. And the point of practical action is to look at where power lies in finance and where power lies in technology, because they will determine how we reshape our future imaginaries of emancipation and liberation. So I wanted to base my own conversation on the erudite presentations made by all the previous speakers before, including an observation of how food insecurity, the health impacts of climate change, displacement, increased care burden, as well as increase in gender-based violence and unequal access to resources determines. I want to associate myself with my sister and comrade, Lebogang Pego, who spoke earlier on how the South African economy, as all economies within this region, was founded on an acerbic anti-blackness, or at the very most, the idea that Africans had no sophisticated conceptions of economy, no understanding of real capital, of how it is formed, distributed, and redistributed, that the intermediate and institutions within the economy were structured around elite interests and were controlled by elites, cartels, monopolies, and oligopolies. And in this was not only the juniorization of all people, African or, or non-white, but also a particular juniorization and infantilization of women, which portrayed them as perpetual dependents of their husband, their fathers, their brothers, or long abolished by the South African Constitution as perpetual minors. So that this, when you're explaining the history, the question of access to land, to credit, to technology, and you're juxtaposing it against women's role as community leaders, as agricultural innovators, as policy change makers, you must understand that the gendered formal and informal labor markets are the outcome of particular choices of who we are, what we want to be, and what we want and ought to become. So when you're looking at the question of asset ownership and access to capital and credit, and asking yourself who holds capital, and why do women who produce most of the food that we eat continue to hold capital precariously, continue to be subjected to an equal gender pay gap, you must actually understand that the nature of the formation of capital in this country was based, as Lebogang said, on undervaluing the resources, whether it is land, gold, and etc., and undervaluing labor, especially African labor, and undervaluing African ideas, so that even for Africans, the major problem is not that they can't think, it is that they've been taught not to respect their own ideas. For women in particular, some have been taught to think through their less talented male counterparts. So this essentially means our problem is not just inappropriate and inadequate resources or antiquated policies or inadequate money or institutions. We need to transform mindsets and to do so quickly, to go beyond, see beyond, do beyond the limits of historically constructed Black anti-economies. The idea that anything that you do when you go to a bank, if you are Black, the first assumption is that you are going to steal the money and do something stupid with it. So this idea of a perpetually stupid Black person is translated, you can imagine, when it's a construct on women. But it also meant that ideation that emerged from how we ourselves generate economies of value is not respected by our own. So future economies, historical and current problems, untapped potential are in this milieu where we don't respect our own value. Let me give you small components that will constitute our imagination of the future and what Lebogang talked about, reparations or repair and accountability of history, of the present and the future. We need to heal from what has been done to us by others. We need to heal from what we have done to ourselves. But we also need to heal from what we constantly continue to do to ourselves. What should be done if you are changing hearts and minds? There are 820,000 or thereabouts stokvels in South Africa. These stokvels generate savings of 50 billion rands annually. And the membership of these stokvels, as we were told in the morning, is almost 60% women. And the rest, there is no real symbiotic relationship established in our financial architecture between stokvels, pension funds, and concessionary lending mechanisms. So in essence, these trust-based economies where people contribute and do repayments are not seen, strictly speaking, as part of South Africa's imagination of financial emancipation from donor dependency, from external dependency, nor is it seen as the premise upon which women who build $50 billion of their own money annually are not seen as bankable, as financeable. Come on. Who is missing what? Now, if you take this into the question of women harnessing the power of stokvels and other for asset accumulation, for investment in productive, for building local assets, for local economic development, and ask yourself, how much you link this to young South African women who are in the digital economy, who are involved in digital innovation, and how might you link this to the limited number of women who are in leadership in the financial sector, but the large number of South African women who constitute 52% of the financial services sector? I want to suggest to you that cooperative banks perhaps do offer something you must think about, as well as the National Development Bank. Those funds that Maxwell Gomera talked about, the burial stokvels, the grocery stokvels, whilst these shop around for where is the best price for bulk buying, I want to suggest to you that the major problem we face in South Africa is the value chain of production is not controlled anymore by women. And yet the most expensive food in South Africa, whether you go to Pick n Pay or Woolworth, is organic food. And organic food is what you grow in your villages. How come you grow it and you don't control it? Who has locked in the pricing? Who has locked in the supply chains? And who has gone to sleep whilst this has been happening? I want to suggest to you that I didn't come to you so that we can complain. If we're going to undo what has been done, there's need to appreciate that hybrid financing to deal with the climate impacts that we talked about needs to look at how to stimulate women in production in agriculture, women in the agro-based industries, how to stimulate other components, women who are in health, who provide services, women who are providing climate solutions. It also essentially means that women are the most effective managers of natural resources. And how do we deal with their leadership in this sector? I want to suggest to you that when you are considering multiple vulnerabilities, kindly consider multiple opportunities and capacities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the president of Kosatu, Ms. Zet Losi.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, both houses, Contralesa Women's Wing, comrades and fellow South Africans. Indeed, as a federation, we want to appreciate the P20 for convening this important engagement on Women's Charter, not as a ceremonial document, but as a living framework for justice. We are meeting at a time when the world is in turmoil. From Palestine to Sudan, from Ukraine to Yemen, working class women suffer from the wars, climate disasters, economic instability, yet remain underrepresented in the spaces where decisions are made. This, Chair, is not only a foreign policy problem, it is a South African reality. And that reality demands that the Women's Charter is more than history. It must be the blueprint for advancing gender-sensitive workers' rights and also eradicating the gendered poverty that has kept millions of women trapped in it. Honorable members, patriarchy is not only in our homes, it is built into our labor market. It is built in our economy, and yes, sometimes it is in our own diplomacy. I think of Norma, a retail cashier, working 10 hours in a shift for a mere 4,500 rands a month.
She asked for maternity leave and was told she would be replaced if she takes one. Or Maria, a domestic worker who spends 2 taxis each way to work, yet earns below the national minimum wage because her employer says she's part of the family. That family gives her no pension, no medical aid, no sick leave. Or we're talking about Utandi, a nurse in a rural clinic, doing the work of 3 people without proper equipment, then going home to cook, to clean, and help with homework. These are not soft issues. They are a daily reality of working class women. They are the heart of the Women's Charter promises. From the shop floor to the global stage, Kosatu women have raised the same demands, and these are the issues that we raised. We raised the issue of equal pay for work of equal value, because the gender pay gap is theft from women's children. We raised the issue of paternity and maternity leave without career penalties. We raised the issue of affordability and accessible childcare, as no mother must choose between her job and her child's safety. We're raising the issue of enforceable protection against workplace harassment in line with the International Labour Organization Convention 190. We're raising the issue of gender parity in decision makings because policies about women must be with women in the room. So let us also name the crisis plainly. Poverty in South Africa is gendered. Women make up the majority of the unemployed. Those who are employed are concentrated in the lowest paid, most insecure sectors, which will be your domestic work, your cleaning, your retail, community care, and farm work, amongst others. Women carry 5 times more unpaid care work than men, invisible in the GDP, but essential for society's survival. COVID-19 showed us what happens when crisis strikes. Women were the first to lose their jobs and the last to be rehired. In rural areas, the picture is harsher. No transport, no childcare, no safe workplaces. For a rural woman, getting to work can cost more than she earns that day. And this is not a South African issue. Globally, Chair, in trade talks, in climate negotiations and peace processes, working class women are punished or are rather pushed to the margins, while decisions that shape their livelihoods are made without them. Now, honorable members, the Women's Charter cannot gather dust. Parliament must legislate its principles into daily lives. And as Kosatu, we are calling for a mandatory gender pay audits for all large employers with penalties for non-compliance. We're calling for strengthening of the UIF maternity benefits and equal paternity leave to promote childcare and shared giving. We're calling for funded public childcare and workplaces that has crèche as part of national infrastructure. We're calling for the ratification and domestication of the International Labour Organization Convention 183 on maternity protection alongside Convention 190 on violence and harassment. We're calling for a gender-responsive procurement policies that prioritizes women's owned enterprises. We're calling for decent work that is guaranteed for EPWP and other public employment programs with real career pathways. We're calling for a universal basic income grant that is targeted at the unemployed, especially women. We're calling for a gender-responsive national budget, ensuring that every rand that is spent advances equity. We need Parliament to ensure that it capacitates the state to provide frontline public service that the working class women depend upon, be it reducing the teacher-learner or the nurse and doctor-patient ratio, or to training our SAPS members on the progressive amendments to our to our laws that are tackling gender-based violence, or ensuring that we have sufficient labor inspectors that will help to enforce our labor laws. We're calling for employers, for society and Parliament, including ourselves as organized labor, that we must too be part of this journey and play our respective role in making this Women's Charter a lived reality for ugogo ose Mount Frere, to the young student in University of the Western Cape, or the female mine worker at the Kopanong mine. Women and girls, Chair, should no longer live in fear. As this country, South Africa, indeed we celebrate women because we have women trailblazers in diplomacy. We're talking about Umamu Gertrude Shophe, kunye no Ambassador Umatu Joini, who have championed climate justice, trade equity, and gender rights on the global stage. But the Women's Charter demands us to go further, Chair. It demands us to democratize decision-making so that a farm worker from Limpopo or a nurse from KwaZulu-Natal has as much influence on policy as a corporate boardroom. Workers' rights, Chair, and social justice are not just add-ons, but rather they are a foundation of peace, of prosperity, and sustainable development. Honorable members, gender-sensitive workers' rights are not a favor. These are justice. The Women's Charter must live in every pay slip, in every crutch, in every collective agreement, in every budget vote. Because when you uplift women, you uplift South Africa. And when you center working class women in power, you build a just future for all. So as I end, Chair, the demands of the 1956 women, the Women's Charter will only be fulfilled when working class women live lives of dignity, with decent work, with a voice, and with justice. And I want to close with the words of the great Mama Maya Angelou when she said, and I quote, "Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise," close quote. Still we rise, still we organize, still we lead, still we demand. To women, young and old, to people living with disabilities, to our queer community, you are the revolution. We see you, we need you, you are the future. And you are not just the future, you are the now. And we will not stop until every girl, until every woman, every worker, every person living with disability, every member of the queer community in this country lives in freedom, in dignity,
and inequality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. I would like to greet the NCOP Deputy Chairperson in absentia, the House Chairperson, the Minister in absentia, as well as all our participants in the House today. I just want to say Malibongwe. My name is Honorable Mabatu Mukwena, and I'm the Chairperson of this next session. We are now moving on to questions and remarks for the session. I'll be taking those on from now on. Thank you. So I'll just take the first 5 hands. I'll start with number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all. Many of the matters that was discussed touched our heart in many ways, and there's just limited time, so I want to discuss just one particular aspect, and that relates to the lack of gender parity in political parties, as well as the different spheres of government. I would like to call on especially the women in Parliament who are duty-bound to legislate and create and amend laws. Please consider assistance in a private member's bill or urgent policies to ensure that on all levels of government that political parties ensures equal representation of women as well as decision-making on leadership positions. We need to ensure policies of accountability that prevent exploitation of women who often does more work but are not provided with the positions and are often overlooked. We still have patriarchal systems and mindsets and norms gatekeeping positions and lack of gender parity. Please use your power to effect the change that is needed and voices of equality represented on all workspaces. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to say that at the end of the day, we are here to welcome the contralesa women. Ndithi ukwanda kwaliwa ngumthakathi. The also issue that I want to raise was with regard to the issue of children. At the moment, we have a dilemma in South Africa. This forum, we cannot make it as if we don't see children, especially small children, 4 years, 6 years, are abused and killed by their mothers, often behind doors. It's critical when we have a forum like this one, reflect on those issues, because we don't know where we are going as a country. We are really in a dilemma. The other issue I wanted to raise was to regard to Mama Dora Tamane. One speaker said Mama Dora Tamane spoke about the past issue. That is Annie Silinga. Mama Annie Silinga did not carry pass until she died. Dora Tamane is an icon. She said, whose children are killed like vultures, speak. You who have no homes, speak. You who have no creches, speak. That is Dora Tamana. And when I speak on this platform, I remember that the Women's Charter, it is a document that needs to be reviewed by all of us. And I think with the work that we have done there, it's critical for the gender issue with the Beijing Platform of Action and the 30 years. So as we celebrate those moments, it's important we reflect to the Women's Charter, because next year we're celebrating 70 years of walk to the union buildings. So that Women's Charter must be part and parcel of what we review as we're going forward. I must accept the speech made by the president of Kosatu, because it's taking us forward. But I just want to say, Chairperson, I think these documents must be made available to the rest of us, because it's like a Bible that we're putting together here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Zonke Vilagazi. I am a member of the Progressive Women's Movement, a member of Basadi on Point. I'm a member of the Moving Spirits Book Club that has recently also launched a program at TYE Mentor Hair Girls for Girls program. And I'm a member of many women organizations because I believe if you are not invited to the seat, to the table rather, you create your own table. My first question would be to the Deputy President, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, angazi noma ngimuzwe kahle, uthe there are 40%, 42% women in parliament. Maybe my question is why? 50% ukala nini if the highest office does not have 50% or more women? And also just propose to the leadership, if the president maybe is the president, if the president is male, then can the deputy president be female? Because we know, even in political structures, if the president and the decisions are made between the highest levels, so in political structures, Nakona will then further propose, if the president or the president is rather male, the secretary is female. Because there are two tables, like Kalakonama decisions, and those are the highest tables. And also just to share maybe a story, because I mean, we've spoken greatly about the legal framework and policies are clear, they represent women, kushoti implementation. Maybe just to add also, another important aspect is culture in environment. Which to a certain extent, Ngibonge Food Comrade Lulama, didn't know these things actually translate. To a certain extent, culture leads to how we internalize like our societal norms. If I can tell you a story, maybe personally, when my father died in 2017, I a taxi owner. Patriarchal norms detected that even though my mom was there, my brother who had not or knew nothing about a business, lead that business. That business failed dismally. And after my mom took over, she's able to sustain and maintain the family. We get so many of those incidences that are happening, especially in South Africa or in the African continent. Another one, the issue of biology. I didn't hear us speaking much. As women, we go through menstruation, we go through menopause, and the hormones that we go through when that is happening affect our mood, our concentration, our energy, everything that has to do with our emotions. But I do not see the workspace or the political space supporting us or being flexible to those, right? Also, the issue of us as chooseli, well, we can choose to say we want to give birth or not, but there won't be continuation of reproduction. Personally, I've got a C-section, and because of that now, I'm unable to stand long. I'm unable to work in places like Mandakon. I do not see us speaking about those things. Because as much as we've got the framework and the policies, issues of technology, I don't see us speaking much on them. Issue of Stats SA, they did say that women do pay kahle when it comes to, and also again, my mom was a widow. When my dad passed on, kusala those debts, and we lose women pay kahle. So is it fair for my mom to now they inherit that and there's no consideration? So she must now also take on that debt. I've got so many things here, but yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. If I can just ask that the questions be summarized to about a minute, because I would like to give more people a chance for questions and to just go around. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to ride on the protocols observed earlier. My name is Nkate Kochauke. I'm the Interim Executive Director for Oxfam South Africa. Mine is input in terms of how we use this platform, the Parliamentary 20, as a means of really amplifying that which we have been talking about today. But it's quite surprising to see how climate change comes later on in the discussion when it's such an intersectional issue. In essence, it's the overarching issue, is the connective tissue for all the things that we have talked about here, particularly as we imagine a care economy as a country. One of the things that I'm also noting that is very much under deliberated here is the issue around a gender responsive humanitarian action plan as a country. How many of us have been to the Eastern Cape, in particular the district of Amatole, with the floods that we've seen recently? This is the question to the House. I've personally been there, seen a devastating impacts that have affected 4,780 households, 1,300 households led by women, as well as 80% of a combination that includes children, but also babies who have been affected by this crisis. Now, what have we missed here when, as a continent, we are looking at climate-induced hazards as something that's continuously affecting us and hard-hitting us the most, and yet we fail to be prepared? What Eastern Cape teaches us here is the importance of being prepared, one, but also responsive planning, two, and recovery. And a lot of the interventions that we've seen, predominantly led by civil society organizations, including ourselves, has focused on dealing with the trauma aspects of humanitarian response. We have to prioritize this, and as an organization ourselves, Oxfam, we are in these spaces, the G20 leveraging it, happening for the first time on African soil, but also ensuring that we use other processes that have implementation mechanisms such as UNGA to amplify these issues, and NCOP 30 as well. So our call, Chair, and also to the members of Parliament, is to use this House to also amplify the importance of gender responsive humanitarian action planning in the country, but also having a deepened conversation at national level around improving leadership and coordination in humanitarian response. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Malebo Kobe. I'm a member of the National Assembly. Chair, before I begin with my submission, I'd really like the House to acknowledge the last speaker who was at the podium, Ms. Zingisa Losi, for her vital role, I think, that she played when they were at the White House. I think that the work that you did really elevated the issues in when the president was visiting, the president of the USA. I think you did sterling work. You managed to really highlight the issues that women face at such a global arena, and really remove the conversation. So remove the conversation away from, very narrow interests. So thank you for that, Malibongwe. With regards to my submission, Chair, the Planning Commission came here and spoke about how we as women really dominate the informal sector. And I just want us as the House to really start reimagining a world where women not only dominate the economic value chain right at the end, or the political value chain right at the end, but maybe right at the beginning where there are high profit margins, where we become owners of the economy, owners of factors of production. And even in politics, not only do we have the highest voter base as women, but we barely find that political parties are putting women right at the top as political candidates to run. We are the ones who produce, or who are the highest consumers of goods, and we are the ones who are incredibly doing sterling work in terms at the tail end of the value chain, in terms of sales, in terms of marketing, in terms of consuming products, but we are barely the owners of it. So I'd like maybe the House to start reimagining how women can start becoming participants right at the beginning in terms of, tipping the scales in the political or the economic value chain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the input. If I could just maybe take just 2 hands because of time allowance now, it doesn't allow us. Can I just, you raised your hand first? And just one more. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna go right at the back. Thank you. Please. And yourself. That's all. 3, please. And keep it as short as possible.
I thank you, Honorable Ngwen. And it's just a general comment to all the speakers that have spoken. For the benefit of those that were not here, I think maybe it would be important for me to introduce myself. Honorable Ngwen, I'm Lindelwa Donjo. A comment is, Chair, from ourselves as the multi-party Women's Caucus, we are requesting all stakeholders, and I don't know, but make emphasis more on Contralesa and the religious sector, that please interact with us on the most important issue in terms of gender-based violence and sexual harassment. Proposal on how, as communities, because it's not an issue of government and only, the issue of how best do we ensure that as much as we speak about a girl child, we balance with the boy child. And it's not a government issue, it's a societal matter. And in the center of that is parenting. Everybody that have spoken, I haven't, from the speaker, nobody elevated the importance of parenting. Because in my view, we are in this challenge as the country. At the time that we are parents, because we're all parents here, what is it that has gone wrong? So the stakeholders must then assist, because our responsibility is to also to interact. They must also come to the party and say, Parliament, this is our view. Come to our areas. And so I think the structures like Contralesa and the religious institutions are central in the issue of parenting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I have the next speaker?
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'd like to start by saying good afternoon to the beautiful women in this room, all protocol observed. My name is Thabile Ngwenya. I'm a second-year economics and politics student at the University of Cape Town, and I'm also a member of Student Parliament at the University of Cape Town. So I'd like to start by saying the consequence of not being in politics or thinking you're too smart for politics is being led by people who do not represent you, or people who sometimes lack the care and intellect to make real change. So my question to the House is, how do we simplify politics, and how do we make politics desirable so that we can start hearing young girls saying, I want to be a politician? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, the next delegate. No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I'm Gianne Lina, the second Deputy President of DINOSA. Greetings to all the beautiful women in the House. And thank you very much for the speakers that has spoken to us. But there is one thing that I'm actually missing. And I want to believe that the reason why I'm missing this thing is because as women, we are going through a lot. The thing that I'm missing is the substance abuse, which is something that I believe that it affects all of us, whether it be the civil society, government, religious, you name them. As women, I want to believe that if you have children that are not on substance, you are having neighbors that are on substance abuse. As a result, they affect you one way or the other. The substance abuse is affecting us as the country in such a way that we have high teenage pregnancy rate, we have crime rate and violence, gangsterism. Let us look at how our schools are today. Let us look at how our hospitals or our institutions are today. The 72 hours observation for the mentally ill patients is no longer responding to the needs because of the increased high rate of mentally ill patients that are caused by substance abuse. If we were to build hospitals, how many hospitals will we build for the mentally ill patients? I want to believe that as women, we needed to do something, and we needed to take it upon ourselves to make it the point that we are fighting the substance abuse at its latter. It affects the young and the old today. It affects both males and females. It affects the young and the old, like I indicated. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow one participant who was actually in the overflow room because we couldn't see them when they were raising their hands. I'll allow you to have a word now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I am Sibulele Kosani, representing the United Congregational Church of Southern Africa. And women do not form a society separate from men. We are one society. We can't be given the benefit of the doubt just because I am a woman, totally ignoring her capabilities, academic achievements, and her willpower. Young women are capacitated and are improving every day. We are not emotional. That should not be an excuse for us not to lead. We have charters in place to pave the way for emancipation from the unfreedoms that still prevail. The church's role in gender equality and socioeconomic issues spoken of here today are multifaceted, with varying perspectives on its responsibilities and influence. Taking from the words of the Minister earlier on, of having an action-driven approach in our inputs, and words of Sizokwenza Ntoni, issues affecting young people and women have become a broken record that repeats itself over and over again. I would advise that we should move away from rhetorics and act locally, grassroots level, looking at the impact of what we deem as championing implementations and development. I would also advise that every school-going child should have a copy of the Freedom Charter and Women Charter, that it be indoctrinated at an early age, making sure the future is aware of what is expected from them. This should not be relegated as only a political mission, but as a way of doing things. The daily struggles of women and young people, just to make their voices heard, should be an indication that something is wrong, and we should not be comfortable with how we are doing things. Let's change how we do things as women first, before the other gender dares to minimize our gains. All our approaches should be realistic, practical, and inclusive in combating this epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been advised that we can take another 2 minutes. So I would take just two hands, and specifically from this row, because I hadn't picked from this row. So it'll be the two ladies there that I pointed earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Sakati from Kosatu. I'm not going to be long because my president already alluded on many things that we were supposed to talk about. The only thing that I wanted to highlight, how possible for these women of parliament can bring us a feedback, not always receiving complaints, and we're doing a speech, but we don't get any response. We need a response in the next one, because even when I check the last one, other things that we talked about last time, we're still talking about even now continuously, but we don't get the necessary response that will make the difference when we go back to the masses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. All protocols observed. I'm Chaplain Reverend Tanel Welf Dixon on behalf of ARTLC, African Religious and Traditional Leaders Council. I just want to reiterate the previous speakers in terms of there's no social justice without restorative justice. There has been a notion that we have used the NGOs and the religious sector to take up the responsibility of government where they have failed us in terms of the plight of the whistleblowers, the issue around substance abuse and gang violence, and then as women and mothers, the plight of the women, where they go, what needs to happen to them, and how the religious sector gets involved without having to be funded for the programs that is necessary to deal with the social issues. The issues that we deal with are social, it is economical, it is multi-sector, multidisciplinary, proactive and responsive solutions that we need to be able to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to proceed to the virtual platform where we have Honorable Marina, if she can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I would like to speak on Kosatu. The things that the president was talking about. I was a shop steward in 1987 till 1994. The issues that she was discussing about the crashes at the workplace, the maternity leave, all those things was part of our agenda though in 1987 already. And to listen to the same things that we are still asking almost 40 years later, it's very disheartening. And then we look at mothers traveling in the morning, going to work 6 o'clock in the morning with a small child to drop the child off at creche. And then from there, she come from work rushing because the creche is closing at 5 o'clock. I think these are the issues that we really need to address because it's been coming on for a very long time. Because I've been a Kosatu member, I've been a shop steward. And then, Chairperson, I think there's one thing that we are also missing in the local municipalities is that women in the local municipalities, where our communities are in our areas where we have women that is single parents. The municipality doesn't consider the single parents when it comes to rates for that house. And the women are really struggling. We need to have a look in that thing. And then the last thing I would like to say, Chairperson, is that the old age homes, we have such a lot of old age homes, but they are too expensive for our people. And when you are a parent, when you are a mother yourself, and you need to work to make sure that there's food on the table for your children, and you have a parent that is disabled or your parent had an accident or the legs has been removed, these old age homes are so expensive for our old people to go to that the SASSA money is not enough. I think we should address that issue as well because the poverty in our communities, the unemployment in our communities is making it difficult for our people to survive, especially with the expensive water rates and the electricity rates. So Kosatu has been fighting that battle. I was there. And it is still happening, and we still don't have answers. And it is so disappointing because the ratio of women within Parliament is not what it's supposed to be. The ratio in leadership is not what it's supposed to be. And I also feel that the leadership need to be improved because women cannot be the front runners in everything, but women are always marginalized. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marie. If I can now have Honorable Makina.
Thank you, Chair, and everyone. I think for me, it's a comment, but also a question. We speak about gender equality and women's empowerment, and we need to know that it will never be achieved if we continue doing things the same way that we have done in the past 31 years. We've got now 4 years to go for the SDGs, for us to reach gender equality. Women have marched, women are continue marching even today on the same issues that we have been raised since this morning, but there is no change. So, and for me, what I'm sitting here, I feel this committee has so much power to change the trajectory in terms of women's empowerment and gender equality. This committee is actually what we are hoping for as CSOs to be a game changer going forward with regards to May spoke about parenting. We know that South Africa has the highest number of female-headed households. We've got more than 7 million children who don't stay with their own fathers. So as we speak about the burden of care on women, we must also, Parliament must also start asking the questions, especially in the public sector and in the legislatures and municipalities. Most of these men are working for government and they're not paying maintenance for their children. As a result, you find women having to work 2 or 3 jobs because they've got children that they're taking care of. There was a campaign some years ago of Isondlo, where civil society organizations were asking government to start asking your employees, how many of them have children, how many of them are paying maintenance. If not, it becomes a responsibility of the employer, being government and parliament, to ensure that they help these women who are raising children with their fathers around, but not taking care of them. Again, we are in a country where gender-based violence is a pandemic. And the questions that we continuously hear is, what is the Department of Women doing? But all the departments have the responsibility, according to the NSP, to have programs on GBV. There is no one department that can start talking about GBV and eradicate GBV if they do not put money. So the portfolio committee going forward and the multi-party caucus as a group, you've got a responsibility of looking at the budgets. Before you pass the budget, we've got a country like Uganda who only provide an approved budget if you show targets in terms of gender, in terms of age, in terms of ability. So those are the things that you can start cracking the whip around departments to say, if you cannot show us where this money is going to, we're not going to pass your budget. Again, I think the private sector is getting away with murder in South Africa. And we're hoping that the portfolio committees, we also call them. There is no way that a country can be at the bottom because they're not reaching the target. And it's not about government, it's the private sector. So we're hoping that the portfolio committees will also call the private sector to show how their employment practices, where their monies are going to. Many of them now have the CI projects. And those CSI projects, they are run now by families. They are avoiding to pay tax. They've opened CSIs, but the CSI is going to their wives and children. So they are not assisting us as a country to achieve the objectives. Now, the brothers that spoke about cooperative banks and organic food versus GMO food. I think South Africa, it's time that we need to look at GMO foods. We can't speak about climate change while we are having seeds that are not assisting the women in the village who've got small scale farming and can't even use their own seeds because the GMO seeds that have been approved by Parliament. So we're asking Parliament to go back to that GMO seeds that we have approved as South Africa.
If you can just round off, please.
Yes, as that we've approved as South Africa because those have excluded women in the villages to have their own food because they need to have these seeds that can reproduce. So, Chair, I want to thank you and also continue that menstruation, only women menstruates, and government must support women-owned businesses for menstrual products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And to now our final hand that I would allow. Apparently we couldn't see her. It is our final hand of the day. If you could please speak up. Thank you. Thank you, Tele.
Thank you very much, Chair.
My name is Samuel Siwendlovu, and I chair the Women in Business organization at the UCT GSB as an MBA candidate. So I'm going to propose a solution that comes with a question at the end, Chair. I think my solution is that as a Women in Business organization, we've been working on establishing young women from different societies and creating cutting off disparities between people in informal settlements and people who are high orders of government or high orders of private sectors, where we allow them to meet in the same space and ask questions. Perhaps sometimes the issue is not really funds, but sometimes the issue is knowledge. Sometimes the issue is skill sets. And beyond this working for us as an academic institution, I think I would like to scale this organization for it to go far to our communities, because perhaps it might solve some of the issues and problems that have been raised by the House. And my question to you, Chair, is that how do we then partner with the different governments to scale, to grow this organization? I myself was funded by the Women in Business organization, and I was the only Black woman in class doing an MBA at the UCT GSB. And perhaps maybe we can assist other young Black women out there in the townships to also grow and have the opportunity to sit in such engagements and grow. So how can we partner with the government and with different organizations to scale this organization so that we can assist young women from disadvantaged backgrounds? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to the end of the questions and comments. I would like to now take an opportunity to invite the House Chairperson of the National Assembly, Honorable Frolick, to show a token of appreciation to all of our speakers today. I'm going to call them on one by one. Advocate Sepanya Mogale. Miss Ndlugulu Dlamini. I apologize if I'm going to say that wrongly. Miss El Nare. Followed by Miss Fuyani. Mr. Kangoro. And Ms. Zet Losi. Thank you very much to our speakers. I think I speak on behalf of everyone when we say we are very thankful for the impactful presentations by all of you. I would now like to call Honorable James, our Deputy Chair of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, to close the session.
Thank you so much to the speaker. It seems like we only started engaging and being ourselves closer to the end. What a day it's been. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dedeline James. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, and what an honor to be here today. Before I reflect and I give the closing remarks of today, and as we reflect on the brutal impact of GBV, let us reference the murder of 4-year-old Nikita from Eldorado Park, who's on the lips and minds of all South Africans, all mothers and all women, who was allegedly brutally raped repeatedly for hours, strangled, drowned, assaulted last week Wednesday by her own dad. I'd like for us to have a moment, because what has happened to Nikita is not an isolated incident in Eldorado Park. It is unfolding in all pockets of our country. And this is why, one of the most important reasons as why we gather here today. Let us have a moment of silence for the little Nikitas and the many other children that are trapped behind doors of violence and destruction. I thank you. Thank you so much. Women of this country, we are going through the most. Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Didiza, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Governor, House Chairperson, Committees and Public Participation, Honorable Frolic, Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, Honorable Dunjwa, Members of Parliament, esteemed speakers, as we conclude today's session of the P20 Women's Parliament, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to each of you for your active participation, insightful contribution, and unwavering commitment to advancing gender equality. As we conclude the first day of this historic P20 Women's Parliament, we take note of your valuable insights shared, recommendations made, and focused deliberations engaged in. Commission for Gender Equality. Honorable delegates, the Commission for Gender Equality has mandated us to embark on a series of intensive public participation initiatives to challenge harmful societal norms while honoring and respecting cultural identities. I want to say that again, honoring and respecting cultural identities. It was recommended that these campaigns should include targeted education programs and community outreach aiming to promote a culture of equality, respect, and understanding. We must hence reiterate the importance of engaging with communities and fostering dialogue to bring about lasting change. We further note the critical insights shared this morning by the Planning Commission, highlighting the mainstreaming macroeconomic policies often assumes a gender-neutral economic posture. However, this assumption ignores the reality that fiscal, trade, and labor policies have a gender differentiated impact. Tongue twister. Austerity measures and public cuts, for instance, disappropriately affect women, exacerbating existing inequalities. As legislators and stakeholders, it is imperative that we acknowledge and address these challenges. We must work collectively to develop and implement policies that consider the unique needs and experiences of women, ensuring that our economic framework promotes inclusive growth, equality, and social justice. By prioritizing policies that benefit the most vulnerable and marginalized, we can create a more just and equitable society as advanced by Oxfam South Africa in their input. Honorable members, as Parliament, we have been charged with the critical responsibility by the Finance and Fiscal Commission to ensure that gender commitments are translated into tangible fiscal commitments through the budget process. Given South Africa's persistent gender inequality, it is imperative that we allocate resources in a way that addresses the unique needs and challenges faced by women and girls. By doing so, we will be able to bridge the gap between policy intentions and practical implementation, ultimately promoting greater equality and empowerment for all. We must also agree with the assertions made by Oxfam South Africa, quoting the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development, that if it's not in the budget, it is not a priority. This statement underscores the critical importance of allocating resources to support gender equality and women's empowerment. As we conclude to deliberate, it is crucial that we identify tangible ways to correct the gender, redistribution bias of growth and development. Let us work together to develop concrete strategies that promote gender-responsive budgeting, economic empowerment, and social protection for women and girls. By doing so, we can ensure that our growth and development initiatives benefit everyone, particularly those who have been historically marginalized. Distinguished guests, once more, we thank you for gracing this event with your thoughtful insights and for empowering us as we head to the 2025 G20. Your contributions have undoubtedly enriched our discussions and broadened our perspectives. As we move forward, let us ensure that women's voices are heard and consistently integrated into policy discourse. By amplifying their experiences, their needs, and ideas, we can create more inclusive and equitable policies that benefits our society. Thank you. We are looking forward to hearing from you tomorrow again. The program starts at 8:30 tomorrow. We'll be on time. Given the packed agenda and our goal to conclude the P20 Women's Parliament at 1 o'clock tomorrow, we therefore kindly request that you arrive early and ready to engage. Let us work efficiently and effectively to maximize our time, ensuring that we thoroughly discuss and finalize key outcomes that will inform the gender transformation mandate and the agenda of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and Parliament as a whole. I thank you. Delegates, we may rise. That concludes, I've always wanted to say this, that concludes the business of the day. Thank you. And I think you need to wait for me and the presiding officer to leave the chamber.
Recording stopped.
Malibongwe.
Please take for me. Also. I know, I'm thinking things back to I'm going to be the presiding officer today.